At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
Well, a very good morning and welcome to Hove for day 3 of this county championship match between Sussex and Essex. It's a grey overcast morning here and the threat of rain around, which we hope doesn't materialise. I just need to make sure all the equipment is working. Can we have a wave from the Spenkarma Pavilion? There we are. Can you see the hat waving in the top tier of the pavilion? That's my good friend Julian over there who good morning to you, Julian. Good morning to everybody. And a very good morning to Victoria Pooley from BBC Radio Essex, who's replacing Nick Gledhill today. So good to see you, Victoria. And your first visit to Hove.
Yeah, lovely. I'm hoping that threat of rain holds off because it's been very positive for Essex so far. It's been very enjoyable to see how well they've performed, considering that things haven't gone their way in the county championship for much of this season. So it's been really good to see. Obviously, slightly strange end last night to proceedings with the rain and then the bad lights. So potentially just halted a bit of the momentum that Essex had, but we see how long that they will bat this morning and what day 3 has in store for us.
They will. Victoria's just going to nip off and do her update to the listeners on BBC Radio Essex, but she will return. In the meantime, we'll have a quick natter to Dean Wilson. Great to have Dean here the last couple of days. He's with us again today as the players make their way out to the middle. Good to see you, Dean. And Essex in a very, very strong position here in this match.
Yeah, absolutely. Good morning, Adrian. Good morning, everyone. Great to be back here again for day 3. Essex in a very commanding position, absolutely continuing their first innings, 475 for 9, having done the hard work with the ball on day 1, dismissing Sussex for just 204, a lead by 271. So potentially a one innings game for Essex. I'll certainly be hoping that's the case whenever they get themselves back into the field and try and take those 10 Sussex wickets and try and push for victory. But there's still plenty of opportunity for Sussex to show some fight in this game. At various points we've seen their bowlers deliver some competitive spells, shall we say, but perhaps not quite the same level of penetration as the Essex bowlers. So it's going to be a big ask for their batters to come back and do the business in the second innings. Still got 1 wicket to take though.
They have it. It's Henry Crocombe who's going to get things underway from the Cromwell Road end of the ground, running down the hill under cloudy skies, in and bowls to Porter, who lets a short delivery pass over his shoulder through to John Simpson, and there is no run. It was a slightly disconsolate Sussex last night at close of play. I saw some of the players making their way away. I think they knew they hadn't had a good day, and Gurinder Sandhu was, we asked if we could interview him, and he's very amenable, as all cricketers are, came down a chat, and you could just tell that, I said if you had a good day, and he said, well, I've had better. As it comes, Crocombe and bowls, and Porter plays to short leg, short delivery, and no run. And they would know that whilst Essex batted really well, and let's take nothing away from Jordan Cox or Matt Critchley, Sussex really didn't bowl very well yesterday.
No, and they let Essex get away to a bit of a fast start yesterday morning. I actually thought that they'd bowled pretty well at the back end of day 1, but it proved to be very tricky to back that up on the second morning.
Crocombe in bowls, and Porter is very nearly caught at short leg. The ball balloons off the shoulder of the bat and over the head of the short leg fielder, and there is no run. There was only 3 balls in that over because there were 3 balls remaining when the players went off for bad light, and then absolutely tipped it down with rain last night. But I just wonder, when you're in a job for the coaching staff, that would have been a job for Paul Farbrace, Grant Flower, James Kirtley. You've had a bad day yesterday. I guess that's just got to be forgotten about this morning.
Well, yes, to some extent, absolutely. I think, of course, the only thing that you can affect is what you're doing in the here and now, and so absolutely, there's no point dwelling on that day as you're trying to be positive about this one and take that final wicket and move with confidence in the rest of the game. But of course, there will be things to work on, things to improve on, and you do that at an opportune moment. You try and learn from those tough days. As Sandhu starts from the C end, comes up the hill, this one full of length and just driven up towards long on. The field well spread, absolutely no doubt whatsoever the plan here. They want to be bowling as much as possible to Jamie Porter at the non-strikers end, so very happy to give Simon Harmer the single. Every Sussex fielder pretty much next to the boundary, barring a slip. They've got the one slip in just in case Sandhu finds the edge, as he comes in again away from us, and this is driven hard and handsomely by Simon Harmer, straight and over the rope for 6. That's a strong, powerful shot from Simon Harmer. Beats the fielder at long off. It was a straight stroke from Harmer, and the fielder there just fairly wide at long off, so no chance of getting round for the catch. 6 more to the total. 481 for 9 as Sandhu comes in again, and this one just defended into the offside by Harmer, and no run there. It's a game of cat and mouse in this situation. Harmer will just be looking for 4 or 6 from the first 4 balls or so of the over, you'd think, and then maybe try and grab that single from ball 5 or 6 as Sandhu comes in once again over the wicket, and this one driven up towards long off by Harmer. He rejects the opportunity of the single. The slip has come out now into a short cover, and with 4 balls bowled, that fielding or that field change occurs, and the fielders come in on the single, try to prevent Simon Harmer from keeping the strike for the next over. They want to get as many balls at Jamie Porter as possible. So Sandhu again moves away up the hill over the wicket, and this one's short and just ducked and swayed. A combination of the two from Harmer lets the ball go harmlessly through to John Simpson behind the stumps.
My apologies, Dean, we have 1 or 2 problems with our line, but hopefully it's connected. So if you are listening via the BBC website, hopefully you might have missed a couple of deliveries there, but hopefully you're back with us loud and clear.
Well, Sandhu continues nonetheless over the wicket, short ball again, and Harmer very smartly in a way manages to dab hook the ball down towards fine leg, and he does manage to pinch the single that will keep the strike for the next over. So a really good over there for Essex. They got 7 runs from it, and all 6 deliveries faced by Simon Harmer, and he's kept the strike for the next over. So he'll try to do more of the same damage if he can against Henry Crocombe. Slightly extra pace from him, but the field again spread at the start of the over, and we'll have this game within a game until Sussex take the final wicket. More from you, Adrian, and then Victoria will come back.
So Henry Crocombe, third over of the morning, running in. Well, 2nd and a half, comes in and bowls to Simon Harmer, who drills the ball down the ground to long off and elects not to take the single. Victoria back with us. There were slightly odd tactics last night, and I did wonder for a while, because Simon Harmer, when he's hit 1 ball for 6 this morning already, he didn't do too much of that last night, and I wondered whether Essex might think, do you know what, we've got a massive lead, the weather is a bit dicey today, let's just start bowling, but they've decided they're going to keep going, and the lead now 278. Crocombe in bowls to Harmer, who looks to pull that one down the leg side, and he does, but again they elect not to take the single fielded by Gurinder Sandhu. And there is no run. I'm going to put the question to you, Victoria, that I put to Nick. That we looked at the Essex side when they arrived, and we thought, how on earth are Essex where they are in the Championship table? Because they're just a better side than their position in the Championship indicates. In comes Crocombe bowls, and Harmer hammers that away, and he's going to get caught at... No, he's not. He's going to go over his head for 6 runs. Well, I thought for a moment that was carrying straight into the hands... Who's that out there? Might be Finn Hudson-Prentice. No, Finn Hudson-Prentice is down there, but it carried all the way for 6 runs over wideish mid-wicket. So there's 2 sixes hit this morning, Simon Harmer. And that's a bit, I thought for a minute he was going to get caught. The fielder looked like he was right underneath that. In comes Crocombe again, bowls, and Harmer's at it again, and he pulls that away onto the leg side, and that's going to be 4 more. So Simon Harmer is making his intentions clear. That's 10 off the over.
Well, I think that's justifying the decision for Essex to bat on, isn't it? He's being given the licence to just go out there and see how much more he can add to this Essex total and keep building that lead. And certainly when Simon Harmer's in the mood, he can find those boundaries.
Well, 2 big sixes already, and it's caused a bit of a rethink from John Simpson. They brought the field in to save the 1, but there's still 2 balls remaining of the over. as Crocombe makes his way in. A bit more blue sky around now. In and bowls, and Harmer looking to heave that one away, but he's beaten for pace by Henry Crocombe, and the ball rattles through into the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. So 492 for 9. The lead is 288, and Simon Harmer's moved on to 42. He was 25 overnight. You can probably hear the wind in our effects microphone as in comes Crocombe over the wicket, bowls, and Harmer pulls that away straight down the ground, and has that gone for 6 more? 3 sixes this morning. He's absolutely belted that down the ground. Well, I was saying to Dean while you were doing your updates, Victoria, that Sussex seemed a bit down last night. They hadn't bowled particularly well. It hadn't been a good day, and they would hope that today would start a little better. But Simon Harmer determined to sort of pile more misery on the Sussex bowlers.
Yeah, he's just ready to be there to try and find those boundaries. Jamie Porter quite happy to just watch from the other end. But just to go back to your question about Essex and their form in the Championship, and it has probably left a lot of people scratching their heads, but probably similar to what Nick had to say. It's the general consensus is that it's just been a culmination of things going wrong at the same time for Essex. You've had the absence of Sam Cooke. It's been quite disruptive having him in and out of the squad because he's been away with England and parts and rested. Jamie Porter's also had a bit of a niggle as well as paternity leave, so when you take those two out of that bowling attack, they have been such a key part for Essex, and particularly being the openers, asking the likes of Khalil Ahmed in his first game and Shane Slater at times to come into that opening bowling position. It's a lot. There's been the likes of Jordan Cox's injury after he pulled the muscle at Somerset. That was a big loss for Essex. Paul Walter also had his injury struggles. Dean Elgar probably hasn't been in the form that we saw from him last season. As we're about to begin a new over, in comes Sandhu to Jamie Porter. He drives that one to mid-off for no run. So I think a culmination of things as well. They've been giving the opportunities to the youngsters, Charlie Allison and Noah Thane, having a chance in Red Bull, and you know it's a step up for them, but they've at times both found their feet, found some good scores, which has been good to see from them. But from an Essex point of view, it's just been a culmination of wrong timing for all those things. The Sandhu is in a shorter ball, which Porter is trying to pull away. He doesn't get any timing on that, and it's another dot ball.
Well, they've suddenly got their act together here, because Championship, there's so many teams bunched in the middle between 3rd and 8th. There's not a lot of points covering those in this game.
They remain on 498 for 9 as Porter drives that one, and he's going to get 4 runs. No, it's just going to plug in the outfield, and they will just get a single. But Porter looking to drive, wants to get in on the act as well. He was off the mark for Essex, 499 for 9.
A wicket for Jofra Archer this morning in the Test match to cheer Sussex fans. Jadeja, the man out, injured 266 for 5. Caught by Harry Brook for 20. So, and the weather seems to be clearing up.
Yeah, the sun's trying to peek its way through.
It is, yeah.
Let's hope there's more of that to come here on day 3. Sandhu's on his way in over the wicket to Porter, who flicks that one out into the leg side. Harmer even, who's on strike after that Porter single off the last ball, didn't want to take the single on that occasion.
Well, they're bringing him all in now, which makes there's still 2 balls to go. Yeah, he's raced, hasn't he? I mean, he started on 25 this morning, so he's added 23 to his overnight score. 3 sixes help.
So the Sussex field comes in. Simon Harmer has a look around, looking for those gaps. He's on 48. In comes Sandhu to Harmer, who's trying to pull that one. Doesn't get anything on it. It's through to Simpson for no run.
I think Sandhu thought maybe there was a bit of glove on that. Spoke to Gurinder Sandhu last night, and I was saying to Dean, what did you make of today? He said, well, we have had better days. But he was talking about the game, and I said, there's still 2 days to go. And he said, well, there's no reason why, we're not out of this game. It's a perfectly good pitch. We just need to bat well, and that's going to be the test for Sussex, because there's a lot of scoreboard pressure here. But, he was confident that it's a good batting surface, and Sussex need to bat well, clearly, when it becomes their turn, which may not be that far away.
Coming in for the final ball of the over, and Harmer hasn't timed that one. He's clipped it into the leg side. He'll take the single to keep the strike. He moves on to 49. That's the 500 up for Essex. The lead is 296 at the end of the 117th.
And you're listening to live cricket here on the BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex. Adrian Holmes, Victoria Pooley and Dean Wilson, your commentary team here today. And the good news is, away from where I think the weather is coming from today, you're never really quite sure, which I think is to the northwest, there seems to be lots of blue sky, so fingers crossed that we're going to get a good day's cricket here. What Sussex need to do is pick up this final wicket, because these become sort of irritating runs now, don't they? Sussex are probably thinking, we should be batting, but these two have now added 33 for this last wicket, as Henry Crocombe makes his way in from the Cromwell Road end down the hill to bowl to the right-handed Simon Harmer. He's in and bowls, and Harmer hammers that one away into the offside. A good shot for no run, because the field is all set back on the boundary. I think every fielder apart from James Coles, who was in the slips, but now Coles is going into, it looks like a one-saving position on the offside at extra cover. Everyone else scattered around the boundary. There's Crocombe moves in down the hill bowl, and Harmer just stands and hammers that onto the leg side. A pretty ugly looking shot, and it bounces before it's fielded out on that leg side boundary. And again, there is no run, so Simon Harmer just biding his time. That's been Hudson Prentice out there fielding the ball, who I thought was the pick of the Sussex bowlers yesterday. Picked up a couple of wickets late on in the day. But he's waiting as Crocombe in again. Bowls, and Harmer with a play and a miss outside the off stump. Pacey delivery from Henry Crocombe. Ball ends up in the gloves of John Simpson, and there is no run. Was
it a case yesterday of the bowlers not quite doing enough, or did the pitch flatten out? What kind of, is there anything you can put it down to?
I think there are a number of things really. I think number one, you've got to say the Jordan Cox innings was sublime. It was a wonderful innings. In comes Crocombe, bowls to Harmer, who pulls it onto the leg side. He thinks about taking the single, then thinks, no, there's 2 balls to go. I'll just hold on for a moment as the sun comes out. In all its glory for the first time today, and the Sussex field closes in to prevent the single. Yeah, I would say that Jordan Cox in particular batted beautifully. It really was, Victoria. I mean, it was a class innings. Matt Critchley also batted really well.
It was good to see.
So there were 2 very good innings. Take nothing away from Essex. I would say that Sussex didn't bowl as well as they could or as they can. As in comes Crocombe in and bowls, and hammered away by Simon Harmer, and there's going to be a boundary. He thumps that between cover and extra cover. The ball rolls away for 4 runs, and that's a half century for Simon Harmer. 53 off 72 balls, and Essex go to 504 for 9, and it means the lead is exactly now 300. 53 and 72 balls in 83 minutes, and actually the majority of those runs have come this morning. He was on 25 overnight, so what's he added, 28 this morning? Yes. 3 6s, and now a 4 as Crocombe makes his way in. Looking to restrict the single here. Harmer pulls it away. Is he going to get caught? Now he should get caught by James Coles, who doesn't miss those. He's got a good pair of hands. So Simon Harmer's innings comes to an end. He's out for 53. Essex are bowled out for 504, which means the lead is exactly 300. And a little cameo from Essex just to rub a bit of salt into the wounds as well.
He was patient, wasn't he, in that over to wait for the opportunity for that boundary to get to his half century, and then just wanted to take the opportunity next ball as well. But I think we've seen him play with a lot of freedom this morning for Essex, just to add what you never know could be vital runs onto that lead for Essex. He's certainly enjoyed himself with the bat, with the majority of those runs coming this morning. And now an opportunity for Essex with the ball. In terms of Sussex and second innings batting, people have said to me, they're better when it comes to second innings batting.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a little bit of that. The people saying, Sussex do better second time around. I don't think there's too much wrong with the pitch here, Victoria. They're good pitches here at Hove, and they're pitches that give the bowlers a chance. But if you bat well, you can make runs. If you bowl well, I think... I think it's a good opening attack for Essex. I think Porter and Cook with a new ball. The pitch is just doing a little bit. There will be some help for the seamers, so it's really, really important for Sussex that they don't lose early wickets here. But Sussex will need to bat better than they did in the first innings when there were some loose shots. And in reality, for this, Essex have completely dominated this game. And Gurinder Sandhu was saying last night, there's no reason why we can't bat well on this pitch, but Sussex will need to bat well. 300 before they've cleared any arrears. So I would say that yesterday I thought Jordan Cox was magnificent. I thought Critchley was excellent. Sussex didn't bowl as well as they can. I think it's a good pitch, but I think if you put the ball in the right areas, it's certainly not a road, put it that way. And I think Sussex, with 2 days to go in this match, are going to have to bat really, really well to save this game. Who knows, maybe get themselves some sort of a lead, and then maybe there'll be a bit of spin on the final day. But I think that's a long way ahead in the distance. So I think, should we take a break for 5 minutes, and we'll refill our coffee cups. We'll leave the effects mic bubbling away, and the break between innings, as the ground staff are out there with their yellow buckets and their brooms and their brushes and all the rest of it. And we'll be back with you for the start of the Sussex second innings. Well, welcome back to Hove, where the Essex fielders are making their way out to the middle. They're in a little huddle at the moment in the middle of the pitch. The ground staff are just finishing their preparations. The roller is on, the crease is being marked out. The two umpires are making their way out to the middle, Rob Bailey and Mark Newell, and Sussex beginning to start the big task of clearing these arrears of 300 runs. I should have given you the bowling figures, actually. Gurinder Sandhu, 32 overs, 7 maidens, 3 for 122. Henry Crocombe, 23 overs, 4 maidens, 2 for 117. Finn Hudson-Prentice, who I thought by a distance was the pick of the Sussex bowling, 22 overs, 4 maidens, 3 for 78. Ari Cavalos, 13 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 69. Jack Carson, 15 overs, no maidens, 1 for 57. James Coles, 10 overs, no maidens, 0 for 37. And Dan Apim, 3 overs for 14. Standout innings for Essex, the 132 from Jordan Cox, 123 from Matt Critchley. That partnership of 194 really was the foundation of a very, very fine Essex batting performance, and Simon Harmer just adding insult to injury, going from 25 to 53 this morning, hitting 3 sixes. So the lead is 300, and Victoria Polly, I apologise profusely.
That's
Victoria,
okay.
so I called you Victoria Pooley, and it's not, it's Victoria Polly, so I do apologise. And well, I think as you're our guest, I think you ought to describe the first over of the Sussex second innings, as Essex will be cock-a-hoop with the position that they're in.
Thank you very much. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see Essex back, as we know, in this match with the opening bowling partnership of Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, who have been so key for them over the past few seasons. It will be Porter to get us underway. That was clipped into the leg side by Haynes, who gets off the mark straight away. And there's a run on the board for Sussex. And I think Essex, if they can find a couple of early wickets in this Sussex second innings, will be feeling confident after a really good innings with the bat. I think, as well as the problems we've talked about for Essex with the bowling unit and just not having the resources available that they've had previously, it's been very rare to see them get the batting bonus points, as Porter is in. That one's left alone by Hughes, through to Michael Pepper with the gloves for Essex for no run. So to see them get those points on the board from a batting point of view as well, that really key partnership between Jordan Cox and Matt Critchley, 194, but also really useful cameo between Simon Harmer and Jamie Porter at the end for 37. And that's been particularly pleasing to see as well.
Just watching Jordan Cox yesterday, Victoria, I was just sitting thinking, you know, he always must be on this plane to Australia, because it really was a very fine innings.
Porter is in, and that one is driven by Hughes. It's past mid-on, and it'll be chased to the boundary. It may just slow up inside the rope, but they'll be keen to run these. And Ahmed gets there. So Hughes is on to 2, 3 without loss on the board for Sussex. Yes, what were we talking about?
I was just talking about Jordan Cox.
Jordan Cox, yes. I think he's been so unlucky with the times that he's been called up for England, firstly over the winter, the thumb injury, and then to pick up the abdominal injury earlier on in the season. As Porter is in, that one's left alone by Hughes, moves the bat out of the way. Pepper collects for no run. It was bad enough once over the winter. Talking to him back in April ahead of this season, he said it was the hardest winter of his career, really, to be so sure that you were going to make your test debut, to suffering that injury at that time. I think he would have been so pleased when he got the call up for the Zimbabwe test, and then to get another injury. He's just had such a poor run of luck, as Porter is in, and again Hughes leaves that one alone. A couple of dot balls here from Jamie Porter in this first over, but I think he's continued to show why he was considered by England in the first place, and continues to make a case.
Well, anyone who watched the innings yesterday wouldn't have been any doubt about the quality of the innings. It was a very fine innings indeed. Where's he fielding? point at the moment.
Porter's on his way in as the breeze flows, and that one is left alone by Hughes. So end of the over, 3 from it. So the deficit 297 for Sussex.
You can probably hear the wind in our effects microphone. That might be good news actually, because we did have showers around late yesterday, but you can see the flags billowing away on the clock tower scoreboard, the white Essex flag and the blue of Sussex. So hopefully if there are any showers around, they're going to get blown through quickly. Fingers crossed. The forecast indicates there could be a bit of rain around later on today, but Sussex mustn't worry about that. They've got a lot of runs to score here. Sussex's home record here in the County Championship under Paul Farbrace is excellent. They haven't lost here in the County Championship, and that's a record they're very proud of, but it's a record that is under threat. Let's make no mistake about it. So Sussex will need to bat really well in this second innings if they're going to preserve that very fine record. And the fixtures actually this season have been quite kind to Sussex in some way, in that they don't play Surrey twice, they don't play Nottinghamshire twice. As in comes Cook and bowls to Haynes, who's caught. The first wicket goes down, and that's just what Sussex didn't want. Tom Haynes is on his way. Sussex are 3 for 1. I think I said to you during the interval, Victoria, there's still a little bit in this pitch. If the bowlers put it in the right place, that's exactly what Sam Cook has done. Tom Haynes nudges into the slip cordon, the first wicket goes down, and Sussex already in trouble. 3 for 1, needing 300 to make Essex bat again.
That's exactly what Essex would have wanted, an early wicket just to put some more pressure on this Sussex batting line-up. And, you know, I mentioned about Sam Cook being in and out of the team. That is what Sam Cook can do for you when he's back open in the bowling.
Well, we'll see that dismissal again on the screen, but you've been out in the field a long time, but it's Sussex, well, you'll just be disappointed, Tom Haynes. But these are two quality operators. That's what I'm meaning when I was talking about the Essex side. When you've got Cook and Porter, they put the ball in good areas. It's a pitch. It's certainly not a road here at Hove. It never is. It's a pitch that does give the bowlers an opportunity if you bowl in the right places. Is this Tom Alsop coming out? Was it? No, it doesn't look like. Yes, it is. It is Tom Alsop who's coming out at 3. So there's been a change in the Sussex batting order this week. Tom Clark, who has been the regular number 3. The pre-match information said that Tom Clark had been dropped. Well, had been rested. Well, really, he's playing for the seconds. They've got a game at Horsham this week, so Tom has been short of runs. So, rested, left out, dropped, whatever you want to say. He's not in the side, so it means that Tom Alsop is batting at number 3, and he waits as in comes Cook from the C end of the ground around the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who defends into the offside. And there is no run, so what a start for Essex, picking up a wicket in just the second over, and a catch taken by Paul Walter at third slip. The tall figure of Paul Walter. 3 slips, a gully, there's a cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg as Cook walks purposefully back to his mark. The wind gusts again into our effects microphone. We should have an update coming in a couple of moments' time as in comes Cook around the wicket, bowls, and Alsop's hit on the pad. The ball bounces out onto the leg side, and there is no run. Total remains 3 for 1. Here on BBC Radio Essex, BBC Radio Sussex. Adrian Holmes, Victoria Polly, and Dean Wilson will be with us in just a few moments' time as Cook again makes his way back to his mark wicket with the first ball that he's bowled in this spell from the C end of the ground. He's racing in again, comes and bowls to Alsop, and Alsop is forward to a ball of good length, plays the ball down the ground, fielded at mid-on by Ahmed, and there is no run. As I say, 3 slips, a gully.
Yeah, always very grateful if you give us a call if you see anything while you're out. Cricket update. So a little sunnier for the cricket. Let's find out what's happening with Adrian Hove.
It is a little sunnier, Sarah, but not too bright for Sussex this morning, because Essex were eventually bowled out for 504, a little cameo innings from Simon Harmer saw the lead over Sussex go to exactly 300. Sussex are now batting, but they've already lost a wicket. Tom Haynes out in the second over, caught at third slip. He's gone for one. Sussex are 3 for 1, and they've got a mountain to climb here at Hove if they're to maintain their unbeaten home record here under Paul Farbrace. Meanwhile, up at Scarborough, they are playing today, which is good news, having had a pretty dismal day yesterday. Yorkshire 425 for 6 against Surrey. And in the test match, a wicket today for Sussex is Jofra Archer. India 279 for 5 in the test match up at Old Trafford. Cook also picked up 3 runs there with a little nudge down to third man. Comes in, bowls, and he's very fortunate. The ball goes through the slip cordon. I don't know whether that was a chance or not. Victoria might see, but Cook is asking all sorts of questions here. It certainly was an edge through the slip cord. We might get a chance for a replay. Yes, here we go.
It just bounces just before the slip cordon.
Just bounces in front of him. So, an eventful opening over. Victoria's going to have a breather for half an hour. Victoria will be back at 12 o'clock. And Dean Wilson, cricket journalist, author as well, who was here yesterday with copies of his book that he's written in conjunction with, sadly along with David Lawrence. He's back with us. What a start for Essex, Dean. That's they couldn't have asked for anything more than that.
Yeah, almost the perfect start, as after a long stint in the field, as Porter comes in from the Cromwell Road end, and this is driven up towards mid-off. Yeah, I looked at the reaction of Haynes as he edged to third slip, and he sort of held his hand out afterwards as if to sort of say, well, what else could I have done? It was a good bit of bowling. He tried to defend, wasn't looking to be too aggressive, but it just held its line, found the outside edge, and he was gone. As Porter comes in round the wicket to Alsop, who plays this one out into the leg side. But there was just an air of resignation about Haynes, which I think comes about when you spent 115 overs or so, I think it was, in the field, and 300 runs behind, and everything's sort of, everything's against you, and then you get a good one. I do think he got a good one there as well, so he'll have plenty of time to think about now as Porter comes in round the wicket and try to flick this one away, Alsop into the leg side, doesn't get anything on it, and it just dribbles into the offside off his pad. But looking with some real intent there, Alsop, to try and get the scoreboard ticking along. It's an incredibly difficult situation, isn't it, for the Sussex batters? The best part of 2 days to bat, 300 runs behind. You've just got to try and put the scoreboard pressure out of your mind as Porter comes in round the wicket, and Alsop, I think he just played inside the line there as it went through to the keeper. There is a lot of scoreboard pressure, but somehow you've just got to try and ignore that. Just try and bat as normally as possible. Give yourself the best chance of spending time in the middle. Look to score when you can. Don't want to go into your shell at this stage, but just try and last as long as you can, score some runs as Porter comes in, and this is driven by Alsop through the covers, beats the cover fielder, and they'll scamper through for a single. One more to the total.
I was saying to Victoria that with the pitches here at home, if you've got bowlers who do put it in good areas, you've got a chance. I mean, it's certainly not a road. And I think that's what will disappoint Sussex, that they allowed Essex to get to 500, 504, whatever it was.
Porter in again round the wicket, and this one left well alone by Hughes, and there's no run. Yeah, it's an interesting situation because clearly Essex have got very fine bowling attack led by Sam Cook and Jamie Porter, and they did so well in the first innings to dismiss Sussex for 204, and then when the swap round and the two sides have a go at batting, and Essex really have had a very different innings and a very different reflection on the pitch and the conditions. You start to wonder, is it the difference in quality of the bowlers why have Essex managed to get a bit more out of the ball and the pitch than maybe Sussex have done?
Cook around the wicket in bright sunshine, bowls to Alsop, who clips the leg side through square leg. They've taken one and they'll come back for a comfortable couple of runs. Alsop goes to 6, the total to 13 for 1.
Have the batters played particularly differently? Have the conditions changed? Overhead conditions changed markedly? There are so many different factors that obviously go into the makeup of an innings. And I suppose the question that Sussex will be asking themselves is whether or not their bowlers have managed to put the ball in the right areas as often as Essex have done.
Cook in bowls to Alsop, who come off the thigh pad, is dribbled down towards, yes it is, it's on the leg by, down towards deep backwards square.
And from watching the first couple of days, I think that potentially Sussex were a little bit more enthusiastic attempting their run scoring in the first inning. I think Essex did bowl well, but there are a few dismissals that were rather more gifted, I should say.
I would agree. Cook in bowls, Alsop shoulders arms. Hughes shoulders arms. So it's that one passed by outside the off stump, taken by Pepper. And there is no run. Julian sitting up in the sunshine in the Spen Karma, probably that knows about my maths, and he says a lead of 300 makes it easy for your maths calculations. Well, that is very true, actually.
Well, it is if you're useful at adding and subtracting from 300.
Yes, yeah. Cook makes his way in again, bowls down the leg side. Good take by Pepper. Diving away. John Malone's been in touch down in Bexhill. He says, hi Adrian, Dean and Victoria. From a Sussex view, do we try and not bowl them out today and hope tomorrow we can last the day batting? Your thoughts? Well, sorry John, you posted that before the start of play, or just about the start of play. Sussex got a long haul here, but as Dean was saying, there is scoreboard pressure, but you feel they can't go completely into their shell here. But they've lost that early wicket as in comes Cook and bowls, and Hughes drives slightly uppishly. Nonetheless, he's going to get a boundary through extra cover for 4 runs. Hughes goes to 10 and Sussex to 18 for 1.
A nice looking shot there from Daniel Hughes. There's a bit of space between cover and mid-off, and he threaded it beautifully. It was a little bit uppish, but I think he was in full control, knew exactly where he was placing it. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat.
Cook in again, round the wicket in bright sunshine. Bowls to Hughes, lets that go. That was a good leave from Daniel Hughes. Taken by Pepper. There is no run. End of the over. 18 for 1. Hughes on 10. Alsop on 6. Just reading next summer, Dean, press release from the ECB this morning talking about cricket that's going to happen next summer. England women host the ICC Women's T20 World Cup. That's going to run from the 12th of June to the 5th of July. The men's team welcome New Zealand and Pakistan in Test match series. The white ball side face India and Sri Lanka in one-day internationals and T20s as well. So, series against New Zealand and Pakistan to look forward to next year.
Yeah, absolutely. Always jam-packed international schedule every summer, and next summer no different. I think that it'd be fascinating to see how New Zealand and Pakistan go in the Test series. I'm really also looking forward to the women's Test as well at Lords. England are playing India in a Test match at Lords, which will be a fantastic occasion. I know they managed to get their ODI on at Lords after some torrential rain last week, which did threaten it, as this is driven very handsomely by Tom Alsop straight past mid-on, full of length from Porter, and driven straight back past the stumps. Lovely looking shot there from Tom Alsop. But yeah, there's a bit of a worry that the one game that the women had at Lord's this year might have succumbed to the rain, but the drainage, which is quite extraordinary there, managed to get it on. As Porter comes in again round the wicket, this is defended back to the bowler, no run. But next year they'll be they'll have a test match to get their teeth into, which should be great fun to watch. So yeah, lots of cricket. There's never any shortage of cricket in England and Wales over the course of the summer.
We'll have to wait and see whether we're going to get the same format in the county game as well. That's all to be decided.
Porter comes in round the wicket, a little bit back of a length and flicked off the hips of Alsop to mid-wicket, but there's no run.
I should mention today, if you didn't see it on the scoreboard, we are going to get 8 additional overs today for the time that we lost yesterday. So lunch today is going to be at 1:10. And if there's enough time and no rain and the light's good enough, we're going to get 104 overs in the day. So we've got a lot of cricket today, Jay.
Lots of cricket. Well, good thing we love our cricket, Adrian. The more, the better. As Porter turns and comes back in from the Cromwell Road end, and this one's pushed at firmly by Alsop. It slid perhaps off the face away towards backward point, and it's beaten the fielder at backward point and run away for 4. Give him the benefit of the doubt and say that was a intended square drive from Alsop, but with the angle, Porter coming round the wicket, just looking to get the ball to hold its line, maybe even just move it away slightly, bring those 3 slips into play. That's the direction of travel as Porter comes in again and driven once more by Alsop, but straight to the fielder at cover, no run. 26 for 1 after 5 overs, so the runs have been coming along at a healthy click, as it seems to have been throughout this game, in fact, but both sides have scored fairly quickly. It's just a question of how often the wickets have fallen that has made the difference between their scores.
Elsewhere around the country, the weather looks quite good today. They're playing up at Old Trafford in the Test match. Jofra Archer's taken a wicket this morning. India 290 for 5. If you haven't heard the news, Rishabh Pant this morning he's out for 6 weeks with this injury sustained yesterday. It's a blow for India. Blow for the series, actually, because he's a wonderfully entertaining cricketer. As Cook is in, bowls to Hughes, who defends to a ball of good length down the onside of the track, and there is no run.
Desperately unlucky cricketer as well. The number of injuries that he's suffered, both on and off the field, the amount of hard work that he's had to put in to get back. He had a terrible accident, car accident, a little while ago. He's had to work so hard to get himself back.
Cook in bowls, and defending on the offside is Hughes. To backward point, there is no run. Now, because he's been injured, they can't bring a batter into the side, can they? India. So he can't be replaced, in other words. Is that right?
Well, yes, he can't be replaced in the team. In the team, no. It's not a concussion injury, which would be. It's a bit different, yeah.
In comes Cook and bowls. Hughes plays down the onside of the track. There is no run. I wonder whether that rule should be extended actually to an injury like that that's sustained in the game. Or is that open to abuse?
Well, that's always the worry, isn't it? That it could be. I suppose they've taken half a step towards tactical substitutions in the IPL. Effectively they have an impact sub where. Teams effectively are playing games with 12 players. It's a 12-man game now.
Oh, so that's a lovely shot. Beautifully played by Daniel, who's whipping that one away. 3 men on for 4 runs. That was nicely played. Lovely on drive. Drop ball slightly over pitch by Cook, and Hughes goes to 14 and Sussex to 30 for 1.
Yeah, really classy looking shot there from Hughes, almost very much an elegance about it. He sort of picked up his back leg as he flicked it, but he flicked it very straight past between the bowler and the stumps for 4. So really good looking shot from Hughes, and you'll think that that the Sussex batting lineup, who've had a really good season, scored a lot of runs between them, and most likely will have felt rather disappointed with their efforts in the first innings. I've got a bit of a point to prove in the second, and at the moment they've started quite nicely. Just lost the 1 wicket. Good bit of bowling from Sam Cook, but Hughes and Alsop both playing a couple of decent looking strokes so far.
Cook around the wicket in and bowls. Hughes defends down the offside of the track. There is no, and just very quickly whipping through the other scores in Division 1 so far today. They are playing at Southampton. Hampshire 111 for 1. In to Nottinghamshire's 578 for 8. Worcestershire 55 without loss, leading Warwickshire by 204 runs at Edgbaston. That could be an interesting game. Worcestershire just with a 1 victory so far this season, bottom of the pile. Who knows, they might get a win there. In comes Cook bowls, Hughes defends into the offside again. There is no run. End of the over, 30 for 1. Alsop on 14 and Hughes on 14. The man out, Tom Haynes, who was caught by Paul Walter off the bowling of Sam Cook for just a single when the score was 3. And the final game in Division 1 up at Scarborough, where they've had a pretty miserable time with the weather over the first 2 days, but Yorkshire 448 for 6. Still going in their first innings. That game very much looks to be heading for a draw, and that's where Sussex will be heading on Sunday as they make their way up there for the game that starts on Tuesday.
Yeah, just going back to that issue of substitutes in the game, and whether or not someone like when Rishabh Pant has got injured on day 1 and there are 4 days left to play. I mean, that's a huge issue as Porter comes in, and they switch to over the wicket as Alsop plays this one into the leg side and picks up a quick single. And I think that we do wonder a little bit about things being open to abuse, and teams maybe looking to make changes mid-game if they can to take advantage of the situation or the conditions, because we do know in that elite competitive environment everyone pushes the conditions or the playing conditions, the rules to the nth degree. As Porter comes in again over the wicket, this one defended firmly by Hughes. It's a no ball. Umpire says that Porter will have to bowl this one again, but fundamentally it's a game to entertain as much as anything, and for the crowd who will now be kind of denied the skill and the expertise and the quality of Pant, and also the way that it will affect the competitiveness of the game. One team with effectively one man down. There's a good argument for subs as Porter comes in, and this one edged, I think, and it's caught second slip low to the ground. Celebrations for Essex as Jamie Porter gets in on the act. Daniel Hughes just pushing forward outside off stump. I think this one might just have left him a touch as he pushed at it, and it's been taken low down to the ground there. A really good catch by Simon Harmer. Safe pair of hands. He moved his body well to get hold of it, and Daniel Hughes has to go. Really good bit of bowling again by Essex. And Jamie Porter, I think real credit has to go the way that he's thought about the angles. He opened up against these left-handers coming round the wicket and trying to get the ball just to hold its line. This time he sent a couple of deliveries over the wicket, allowing that natural angle across the left-hander to take effect, and it worked a treat as Hughes edges, and he's gone for 14, and Sussex 33 for 2.
A good bit of bowling, wonderful catch, wasn't it? Low down, he's a big man, Simon Harbour, but he, was an excellent catch. And Essex have caught well throughout. They've just had a very good game, haven't they? They've bowled well, they fielded well, they've batted well. It just feels like a massive blow for Sussex when Daniel Hughes gets out. He's the experienced head at the top of the order. There's not to say Sussex are out of this, but down to some of the younger players. But Hughes is kind of the glue at that top of the order, and that's a huge wicket as far as Essex are concerned.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a quality performer, Daniel Hughes, and I'll be honest, looked in fairly decent order so far this morning. He played a couple of gorgeous looking strokes. His on drive or his straight drive for 4, particularly eye-catching, but he's gone now. As I say, good bit of bowling from Jamie Porter, just changing the angle of attack, and it did the trick. And the ball hard enough, new enough to carry. It died a little bit on Harmer, but it carried enough through to second slip, and a very good catch in the end. So 2 down now, Sussex, still 267 behind as Porter comes in to the new batter, James Coles, who drives confidently towards mid-on, and there's no run.
I just think it's been very interesting watching these two very fine bowlers in operation. They use the new ball, Dean. There's been very few deliveries that the batters haven't had to play.
Yeah, they have been outstanding as Porter comes in again, and he's got his tail up. It's come through a little bit of extra pace, you feel, as Coles feels for that one outside the off stump and goes through to Pepper. But you're right, Adrian, the incredibly skillful pair of opening bowlers, and we've discussed how Essex have found themselves, just one from the bottom of the table. It's been a difficult season for them, but they still have real quality in their side as Porter comes in over the wicket. Attempted drive from Coles, but a thick inside edge squirts to mid-wicket, and there's no run.
You're right, and I think both Nick and Victoria this morning talking about some of the problems that they have, genuine injury problems, and you take quality bowlers or batters who are getting injured out of a side, it is going to affect the balance of a side. But they've been excellent here this week.
Yeah, they certainly have. And Coles now ready to face. Porter comes in once again over the wicket, and Coles looking to flick this away through the leg side, but there is no run. So everything ahead of Sussex. James Coles did top score in the first innings with 52. It was a positive looking innings. You can already see from the way he started that he does like to get bat on ball, and he is a bit of a stroke maker. Now, as we discussed, there's such a huge amount of time left in this game. The idea that you might kind of go into your shell and not play your natural game, I think is probably not the way to go, but definitely want to give yourself a chance and play yourself in.
Sam Cook makes his way in, bowls to Tom Alsop around the wicket. Alsop defends down the onside of the pitch. The ground is bathed in sunshine, which belies the fact that to the north of the ground, up towards the downs, there is quite a heavy cloud gathering behind the pavilion. There is a threat of showers today, but at the moment it's the most beautiful morning. There's quite a breeze, which will be good news if there is any rain on the way. Hopefully blows it away quickly. But Essex absolutely cock-a-hoop at the minute. They've picked up those 2 wickets, both openers back in the pavilion, as in comes Cook and bowls to Alsop, who clips that off the hip down to fine leg and picks up a single. Alsop goes to 15. The total goes to 34 for 2 here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex. Adrian Harms, Dean Wilson and Victoria Polly back with us at the end of this over. The lead exactly 300, and Essex were eventually dismissed for 504 a cameo from Simon Harmer this morning, 3 sixes in his half century, as James Coles waits to face his first delivery from Cook. He's in over the wicket bowls, and Coles lets that one go outside of the off stump, taken by Michael Pepper, and there is no run. So 3 slips, there's a point, cover mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and a fine leg way down in the distance at the Cromwell Road end of the ground. Sam Cook operating from the C end of the ground. For those of you who don't know the ground at home, there's a slope from one end to t'other of about 10 feet. And Cook is running up that hill. To bowl to the right-handed Coles. He's in and bowls, and Coles lets that one go outside the off stump, taken again by Pepper. Could carry through to the keeper as well. I think this is a good cricket wicket. Dean, you know, there's runs there if you get your head down, and there's a bit there for the bowlers as well. And good carry through to Michael Pepper.
Yeah, with the new ball, we've talked a bit throughout the game about the Kookaburra ball and how it does become much easier to bat with or bat against after a number of overs, but at this stage it's still causing some problems if the bowler gets it in the right spot.
Coles lets the next delivery go through to Michael Pepper, and there is no run. Having said how well I thought these two were bowled and they'd made the batters play, Coles hasn't had to play at the first 3 balls of this over. But you just feel with Cook and Porter, there's a plan there somewhere. The pair of them taken so many wickets in their careers that you'll feel there's a plan in there somewhere. Cook races away from us. 3 slips go down. Coles flicks this down the leg side. I think that came off the bat. Let's just wait for the signal. Yes, it does. And James Coles picks up a boundary. His first boundary off the last ball of the over. Sussex are 38 for 2. Allsop on 16. Coles on 4. Sussex with a mountain to climb. See if they can continue to climb the mountain. I'm going to leave you with Dean, and Victoria Polly will come back and join us.
Well, that was the plan from Sam Cookie. Sent down 5 in a row outside the off stump, just shaping away from Coles, and then with the 6th ball went for the straighter, maybe a little bit of in drift, trying to trap Coles, maybe LBW, just have him expecting the one to move away, but Coles was equal to it and flicked it down towards the vacant fine leg area, as Porter will continue from the Cromwell Road and comes in round the wicket. He's changed again as Allsop flicks this into the leg side, and he's going to look for a second run, and he gets it. Noah Thane doing the fielding in the leg side. Hello, Victoria.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon indeed.
1 minute past 12.
Just ticked over, absolutely. Lovely to be on commentary with you for the first time today.
Likewise, and I feel Essex, it sounds silly to say with Sussex 40 for 2 now, but I just felt like they needed that second wicket. There were some nice shots coming out.
Porter round the wicket to Allsop, who just tucks this into the leg side. Yeah, absolutely. You get the sense that especially with this new ball, that's where Essex can do some real damage and take advantage of the fact that they've kept Sussex in the field for such a long time, and this really is an opportunity for these 2 quality bowlers to reaffirm their dominance over Sussex at the moment, as Porter comes in round the wicket and Allsop just plays this one into the offside. I mean, it's a very difficult situation that Sussex find themselves in, but I suppose for Essex they want to try and get things wrapped up as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and I think the theme from the first day as well was those clusters in which the wickets fell, and if Essex can continue that just to stop any kind of momentum, any partnerships building, batters getting really set, they'll feel confident that they can do that.
Porter sets off again, round the wicket comes, and Allsop covers up on the front foot and defends, and there's no run. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see whether Sussex, as I say, who have batted well this season, can find a partnership. And you know, we saw a wonderful innings from Jordan Cox for Essex, and it's going to take something similar and then some from someone in the Sussex lineup to keep them in this game, as Porter comes in again round the wicket, and this is just clipped off the hips of Allsop, and diving fielder out there at mid-on doesn't manage to collect first time. That's Khalil Ahmed, who then has to hair after it, and they pick up 3. So the scoreboard moves on to 43 for 2. Just one more delivery to come in this 5th Jamie Porter over, and yeah, it's a really tall task ahead of Sussex, but they can't try not to think about that too much while they're out there. Just got to keep batting and batting as Porter comes in over the wicket, and James Coles defends in a very calm and relaxed manner, and there's no run. Essex will be enjoying themselves this week after such a difficult season for them. Found wins very hard to come by. This will do them the world of good, no doubt. If they get over the line, I shouldn't be too presumptuous.
Yeah, I think talking to some of the Essex fans at the end of play yesterday on our cricket show on BBC Essex, there was still that cautious optimism, knowing I think just how the season's gone, but then also there has been times the 2 draws that they've dug out against Yorkshire and Hampshire at Chelmsford, who knows how important they could end up being when they've been able to come back from losing positions to draw those. As Sam Cook starting a new over from the C end, he is in, and that one is left alone by Tom Allsop for no run. It's been a difficult start to the resumption of the one-day cup for Essex's women. They're hosting Somerset at Chelmsford, and the visitors are 141 for 2 halfway through their innings. Sophia Smale has picked up both wickets for Essex, but they have struggled to dismiss their hosts, with the 50-over competition resuming this week as Cook is on his way in here at Sussex. That's defended by Allsop for no run.
Yeah, they've lost 2 early wickets here of Sussex, but I was reminded of what happened over in at Derby, Leicestershire playing Derbyshire, and Leicestershire were none for 2 at the start of their first innings, and then the next 3 batters all scored hundreds to put them in a commanding position. So anything is possible.
Cook bowls, and Allsop flushes that one into the leg side, picked up cleanly by Ahmed, and it will be a dot ball. Yeah, you never know, it just takes 1 or 2 players to get themselves in and find that big score, and it was Coles who was able to find the half century in the first innings for Sussex. He's at the non-strikers end at the moment, watching on with Sussex 43 for 2. Sam Cook turns on his mark. He's on his way in with 16 on his back, and that's up on his toes from Allsop, driving through the offside. Jordan Cox is giving chase for Essex as they come back for 2 runs, a sliding stop in the field. 45 for 2.
Yeah, nice looking stroke there on the back foot, punching it through the covers away to the longer boundary. And as Adrian was saying, it is a good cricket wicket. There's definitely runs to be had there. Just got to get yourself in, give yourself a chance.
Cook is in, and also was looking to drive. It's not timed, and the captain Tom Wesley will come round from mid-off to field that one. The sun's just disappeared behind the clouds again. There's a mixture out in the field of the short-sleeved and the jumpers on for the Essex fielders. I did just have a wander around on my break, and it did feel very warm out there, but it doesn't particularly look it, does it, from the commentary box? It looks a little bit gloomy. There are blue skies somewhere up above us as Cook is in, and Allsop is looking to edge that one, but it's just past the outside of the bat, and he walks away from his crease, practicing the shot he wanted to play. End of the over, 45 for 2.
Yeah, I just wonder whether that one might have deceived him slightly. It did nip back and perhaps a little closer to the off stump than he was expecting. Beat him on the inside edge there. So Sam Cook showing full range of skills, able to move the ball both ways, while the seam is still proud. And it is a challenge for these Sussex batters to try and cope with the quality of Cook and Porter. Cook had his hands to his head in agony. It was that close to the off stump. Now Porter will set off, start of his 6th over the wicket, and this is driven straight back to him by Coles, and there's no run. 3 slips in place for Essex. By the end of the Essex innings, there were very few catches in place. It was a difficult innings for the Sussex bowlers and the Sussex fielders. Essex very much on the attack. 3 slips, Ringfield on the offside as Porter comes in again over the wicket, driven firmly by Coles, but only as far as mid-off. Wesley does the fielding.
It was nice to see them in that mode though, because so many times in the Championship, when you've had Porter or Harmer at the crease, it's been a case of hanging on. So to see Simon Harmer in that role where he could just come out and play with that freedom and just try and get the runs on the board was very nice to see, actually.
Porter in once again and defended by Coles up to mid-on. Yeah, I was very much taken with. It was an entertaining innings right throughout from Essex. That at times Jordan Cox and Matt Critchley settled in and just. I think when the ball, certainly with the second new ball, when just taking stock at times, making sure that they were around for a long time. As Porter comes in over the wicket, and this one is edged, but all along the ground by Coles, and it's going to run away for 4 down to the 3rd man boundary, and that was a genuine edge, but well wide of 3rd slip, and as I say, all along the ground. So 4 more to the total. Yeah, I was very impressed with Jordan Cox's innings. I thought he was a real cut above anyone else that we've seen batting on this pitch in this game. And Matt Critchley, who was a little fortunate perhaps, there were I think a trio of edges that came from his bat on the second morning, didn't quite carry, maybe only one of them carried, as Porter comes in again and defended this time in the middle of the bat by Coles. But yeah, the partnership, the record partnership between Cox and Critchley, 196 it was, a record for the 5th wicket for Essex against Sussex. Really just took the game away from Sussex. As Porter comes in again over the wicket, and this one down the leg side, and Coles can't get anything on it, and there's no run. But it was a really impressive, well put together innings from Essex, and I would say as well that Sussex had given themselves a bit of a chance in response with the ball. They took 4 Essex wickets by the end of day 1. But I thought the game management of Cox and Critchley was superb, and now they find themselves in such a strong and dominant position, still 251 runs ahead.
Sam Cook's beginning a new over for Essex. He's in, and that's outside the off stump through to Pepper. Don't forget, if you want to get in touch with us, the new email, essexcricket@bbc.co.uk is the way to do so. Tony's been in touch this morning and says, "Hi Victoria, just wondering what the future holds for Adam Rossington. Essex have Michael Pepper, Jordan Cox, Simon Fernandez as well available to keep. I think he may play in the One Day Cup. Do you think he has a future with Essex?" As Sam Cook is on his way in for Essex to Allsop, who leaves that one outside the off stump again for a second successive dot ball. Well, yeah, Adam Rossington this season going on to that white ball only contract for Essex, played the first half of the T20 campaign, which was a disappointing one by all accounts for Essex as a whole, and then didn't feature. So we wait to see what the future does hold. Essex back to county championship action here at Sussex as Cook is in. That one's driven by Allsop, but Jordan Cox is giving chase through the covers. He will get there inside the boundary rope as they come back for 2 runs. 51 for 2 on the board now for Sussex, trailing by 249.
Yeah, nice punch off the back foot there from Allsop. Didn't quite have enough to go away to the boundary. I do wonder whether the rain that we had yesterday has just made the outfield a little less quick than it was on the first day.
Cook is in, and that one's whipped into the leg side. It's going to be picked up by Ahmed for a single. Allsop finding some rhythm here. 52 for 2. He's on to 26. Coles is on 8.
Yeah, Allsop with a real chance to bat for a long time here today. The day 3 stretching out in front of him, and another one if he needs it. So plenty of time left in this game for the batters.
Cook is in over the wicket to Coles, who leaves that one outside the off stump, as we welcome listeners from Sport Extra 2. It's Victoria Polly from BBC Essex and Dean Wilson with you. Adrian Harms with us from BBC Radio Sussex as well. Sussex 52 for 2, trailing Essex by 248. Earlier Essex were all out for 504. That was a lead of 300 thanks to cameo half-century from Simon Harmer at the end of the innings as Cook is in. That one's played out into the offside by Coles for no run. End of the 12th over of this Sussex second innings, 52 for 2.
Yeah, just get the sense that Sussex are well aware of the issue in the first innings where they lost wickets in little clusters. They seem to lose a pair of wickets at a time, and they've lost 2 already this morning, and now trying to put together a little bit of a partnership between Allsop and Coles. And we're going to have the first bowling change of this second innings with Khalil Ahmed going to come on from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to replace Jamie Porter, who has started with 6 overs, 1 for 24. And Khalil Ahmed, who did much of his bowling, I think, in the first innings from the C end, is going to get the opportunity to come down the hill and bowl to Allsop as he comes in over the wicket, and Allsop defends into the offside, and there's no run. Ahmed took 2 for 46, bowled 10 overs, took 2 for 46 in the first innings. Just his 3rd game in England. He played for India A against England Lions earlier this summer, and then this is his 2nd game now for Essex as he comes in over the wicket, and good pace, good carry through to Pepper. Ball left well alone by Allsop, and it's always good to see a left arm quick bowler in operation, especially if you've got a decent off spinner in your side as well, as Essex do with Simon Harmer.
It's certainly begin to see him probably in this more natural role as well, because the game at York, the defeat against Yorkshire in the county championship, he came straight into it. Essex were without Jamie Porter and Sam Cook. It very much felt like they were light on bowling resources, and he was thrown in. So to be a part of this more natural bowling attack has been good to see.
and he comes again over the wicket and left alone again by Allsop, and there's no run. Yes, Nick was saying that he felt it was a bit of a baptism of fire in many ways, just straight off the plane, or not off the plane, straight into the side, I should say, and asking a lot of him on his shoulders, almost leading the attack in a difficult game, but he's complemented the bowling attack quite nicely here at Sussex as he comes in again over the wicket. This is full of length, and they're going to try and pinch a quick single here, pushed up towards mid-off, and they scamper through quite comfortably for another run to the total.
It's probably one of the other reasons when you look at why Essex struggled in the early part of the season. Overseas was an issue. Shardul Thakur was due to come and join Essex for those opening county championship matches. He then got the IPL call up, and then it took a little while for Essex to find a replacement. Eventually that was Kasim Rajitha, the Sri Lankan, coming in. Chris Silverwood using his connections there to bring him in, but that was the first taste of county championship cricket for him. So it was they were on the back foot from the very start of things in the bowling department.
Ahmed comes in again over the wicket to the right-handed Coles, who defends into the offside, and there's no run. They have just made a slight adjustment to the field. They've taken the three slips, or the traditional three slips, out. They're looking to cover a little bit more space, so they've moved that third slip out towards a fourth slip position. So a bit of a gap there between them as Ahmed comes in again. This one defended into the offside, and the fielding done by Cook there at backward point, and there is no run. Paul Walter, the man who tried to stop it from fourth slip, didn't quite manage it, and Cook does the work. So 53 for 2, and as Victoria said earlier, it does look a little gloomy out there. The wind looks like it's just picked up a touch, as you can see the flags buffeting away to our right. But despite the seemingly bowler-friendly conditions, Essex are just beginning to build a little partnership here between Tom Allsop and James Coles.
We're going to see a change of bowling from the C end as well. So Sam Cook, who picked up one of the 2 wickets that Essex have taken in this Sussex second innings, is coming off at 1 for 27. His figures from the 6 overs bowled. Noah Thane is coming into the attack. 20-year-old for Essex took 2 wickets in the first innings. And he's on his way in. And he bowls, and that one's down the leg side. Top ball to start things off.
You mentioned Chris Silverwood, obviously using his Sri Lankan connections to bring some talent in. It's good having Spoons back involved at Essex, obviously head coach there for a very successful period before joining up with England. Good to have him back.
Yeah, I think it felt like it could have been a very big transition period, as Noah Thane is on his way in, and that one is driven up to mid-on by Allsop for no run. I think it did kind of feel like Anthony McGrath, having been there for so long, having someone who'd been involved previously and worked alongside McGrath, it didn't feel quite as big of a change as it could have been. But I think even Chris Silverwood will admit it's probably been more difficult than he would have thought. I know he obviously felt he wanted to get to grips with the county championship and county cricket as a whole and how much it had changed, as Thane bowled, and that one's clipped into the leg side for no run. But I think there's probably been challenges along the way that he might not have imagined, and I think that is the one thing. He said it when he first arrived, and he said it a couple of weeks ago to me, is the just having been involved in international cricket, and I don't know how you would sort of reflect on this, Dean, but when you're then away from county cricket for what, the best part of a decade, things change, the game changes, doesn't it? And probably maybe not as much as we watching on realise. Zane bowls, and that one's into the leg side. It's just a single for the Sussex pair. Also moves on to 28, 54 for 2.
Yeah, I think you're right. Obviously the game and the county structure and everything does evolve as you'd expect, and it will take a little bit of time just to kind of reacquaint yourself with that. But I think Chris Silver's got a huge amount of experience.
Thane's coming over the wicket to Coles, drives into the offside, straight to Matt Critchley for no run.
But both as a player who's played obviously a lot of domestic cricket throughout his career, and then now as a coach across a couple of different counties, he understands cricket, but in particular English cricket as well as anyone, and I think it's really great to see him back in a influential position at Essex.
Staying is in, and Coles are looking to turn that one round the corner. It just drops into the leg side, and they'll take the bye. 54 for 2 at the end of Noah Thane's first over.
And I do think that touching on that experience that he's obviously got domestically, he's added to it internationally now, of course, with England and with Sri Lanka, and he's done a little bit of work in some T20 leagues as well. So I think it all adds up to a really strong body of work that he can bring to bear in this role now as director of cricket. And it was a bit of a roller coaster ride for him with England during a very difficult time through that COVID period, as Ahmed comes in over the wicket and left alone by Coles. I think that COVID period of operating in bio bubbles and trying to still deliver high quality performance when the players, the coaching staff and everyone associated with it were performing under, I wouldn't say duress, but performing under difficult circumstances, absolutely. And he had to cope with that as Ahmed comes in again and once more left alone outside the off stump. I do think that experience will have taught him a lot about man management, about people, about how to get the best out of players under difficult circumstances. So yeah, he gets to bring all that experience with him now as he tries to lead Essex throughout this next little period. But one thing is for sure, he's a very good man, is Chris Silverwood, as Khalil Ahmed comes in, and this one left alone again outside the off stump. There's no run. I did enjoy having a few chats with him over the years around the test matches and tours and things. He's always a good person to not only talk cricket with, but also just kind of have a general chat with. He's a really top man, and yeah, good to see him in position at Essex. I can only wish him well, as Khalil Ahmed comes in again over the wicket from the Cromwell Road end. This one's defended by Coles into the offside. There's no run. He
didn't send you to sleep at any point, did he?
Well, that's one thing that he's got over Paul Farbrace. No, and as I said at the time, it was a very hot and humid windowless room in Colombo. Paul Farbrace was due to come over and see us at some point during this game. I do wonder whether he's staying away because I'm here. We shall find out as Ahmed comes in. Once again, this is driven firmly by Coles into the offside, and there is no run. For those who weren't listening on day one, I did tell a story about catching a quick cat nap, having asked a question in a press conference of Paul Farbrace, and he's a good talker, Farby, but I don't know who it worked against more, him or me, as Ahmed comes in again, and this is short and attempted drive by Coles off the back foot, doesn't get anything on it, beaten outside the off stump, and there is no run. I'm not sure who it reflects more poorly against, Farbrace's answers or my inability to stay awake when the job needs to be done. We shall have to take a view on that, but there we go. I'm going to make an exit on that note before I put anyone else to sleep. I'll take my exit. Adrian will come in after some more words from Victoria.
A quick shuffle around. Good to have Dean here with us, and he'll be back a little bit later on.
Yeah, sorry about that. That's probably rather quick. I suddenly realised I might have my update to do. I didn't realise what the time was.
Haven't missed anything as Noah Thane begins a new over for Essex from the CN. Dot ball to start off with. Tom Alsop facing. Sussex remain on 55 for 2, trailing by 245 runs.
Yeah. Well, I just put something up on the BBC website saying, Sussex, understatement here, they've got a mountain to climb here if they're going to preserve this unbeaten home record under Paul Farbrace.
Thane is in. And that's flushed off the pad. There's an appeal from Thane. Wasn't the biggest appeal in the world from the bowler, and the umpire says not out.
I'm looking at this packet of hobnobs that came here yesterday, Victoria, and yesterday morning I reckon that Dean's been helping himself to these. In fact, I know it's me. I think I've eaten the whole
I think the fact they've been there since yesterday morning and they still not finished is quite impressive.
You know, I have. There's one left. In fact, there's two. One's fallen out of the packet. That's disgusting, doesn't it? Anyway, we're working our way through the hobnobs. I'm just going to turn the air conditioning off, actually, because I think it's getting quite cold in here.
Yeah, difficult to tell from our position what temperatures are like. When the sun was out a bit earlier on, it was lovely around the ground, but it does feel like the breeze has picked up as Thane is in. That one is driven by Alsop to mid-on for a dot ball.
I should say we're very lucky here at Hove that we do have air conditioning. I came to Chelmsford last week or a couple of weeks ago for the T20. It was a really hot evening, and that must get... and it was good because the sun actually went behind the commentary box, so we were okay. But if you were in that commentary box in the day and it's hot, that must be sweltering. Yeah,
certainly the afternoon session can be very, very, very warm as Thane bowls to Alsop, who digs that one out into the leg side. He won't get a run for it, so Noah Thane has had nothing off his bowling in this over so far with 4 balls bowled. We had two county championship games that went the full distance, with the Yorkshire game and the Hampshire game, both on very warm days, and it was quite the stint to sit there in the full sun watching them dig out the draws. As Thane is in, that's driven back to the bowler for another dot ball, remains 55 for 2.
Yeah, well, there have been some pretty warm days, haven't they? You've been sitting in that commentary box for 4 days. Whether this is going to go 4 days, we'll have to wait and see. It's going to take a big effort by this Sussex middle order to dig themselves out of this hole. Just a quick weather update. I mean, at the moment, where the weather's coming from, it looks fairly fair, Victoria. So let's spectator perspective, hope it stays away.
Thane into Alsop, who turns that one into the leg side. Deep square leg will do the fielding. They'll come through for 1 run, so that's a run off the final ball of Noah Thane's second over. Also will keep the strike. 56 for 2, Sussex trailing by 244. A couple of wickets for the Essex women in that one-day cup match against Somerset at Chelmsford. Earlier, Sophia Smale picked up the wicket of the captain, Sophie Luff, but now Jo Gardner and Kate Koppak have got in on the action at Somerset. 187 for 4 in the 33rd over of their innings. Essex did win the toss and elected to bowl in that one. They do sit bottom of the group with just 1 win so far in the 50 over competition.
So there we go. If you're just joining us for the first time today here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex, you may be watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. We've got the pictures in our commentary box here. I'm Adrian Harms, Victoria Polly next door to me from BBC Radio Essex on the third day of this county championship match between Sussex and Essex. In comes Ahmed, bowls to Tom Alsop, and I think that hit Tom Alsop round about the midriff. That looked like a painful blow, and Alsop wanders away to square leg. And there is no run. Essex finally out this morning for 504, a cameo from Simon Harbour. Victoria and Dean were talking about that. 53 he made, 3 big sixes as well.
Adrian, what's happening now?
Well, Sussex are trying to recover here. They're 56 for 2 in their second innings, Sarah. They're still well in arrears because the lead that Essex had on the first innings was 300. But James Coles is still there. He's on 6. Tom Alsop is on 29. At the man out, Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes. So much work for Sussex to do here. Meanwhile, up at Scarborough, Yorkshire have eventually declared their 517 for 6. Surrey 4 without loss in reply. And in the Test match, India now 314 for 6 against England. I thought the line had gone down then, did you? Because it sort of stopped. Anyway, rather caught me on the hop, that update, as Ahmed wanders away to his end of his run at the Cromwell Road end of the ground and is on his way to bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and Alsop is back and punches into the offside, picks up a single. He's looked in decent nick here, Tom Alsop. He goes to 30, the total to 57 for 2. You may also be listening via Sports Extra 2. So wherever you're listening from or watching from, a very good afternoon and welcome to Hove on a cloudy day. A few patches of sort of light blue sky around. The promise of maybe a shower later on today, but good weather forecast for tomorrow. And you know, Victoria Essex will be feeling very pleased with themselves. They picked up a couple of wickets, both openers back in the pavilion.
Yeah, I think it's just a case of just trying to stop any kind of partnership building.
Ahmed in bowls, Coles back and plays defensively into the offside, and there is no run.
And particularly knowing what James Coles was able to do in the first innings with his 52, and there's still plenty of batting to come as well. They'll just want to make sure they don't give Sussex any kind of momentum to try and make a real dent in this lead that they've got at the moment.
A lot of talk on the BBC website today about this injury to Rishabh Pant, and I understand that he's going to bat.
He's hobbled out.
Yeah, he's hobbled out. But I mean, Michael Vaughan has weighed in, and others saying that, you know, where it's clear and obvious, there really should be substitutions. And I agree with that, to be honest. I was discussing it with Dean earlier that I know it could be open to abuse, but actually, in a situation, if a guy's got a broken foot, I think actually for the benefit of the spectators as well, because you want to see an even contest. So I hope that changes. Paul Walter has gone from third slip to leg slip, which is an interesting fielding change as Ahmed races in from the Cromwell Road and bowls. That's a short delivery, whistles past the right ear of James Coles into the gloves of Michael Pepper, and there is no run.
It's something that happened to Essex last year when they went to play Surrey at the Oval in the County Championship. Essex listeners will remember Jordan Cox ended up having a burst appendix and needed emergency surgery after, I think it was after day one.
Wow.
Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk if you want to remind me how it played out, but he clearly could not continue in the game, needed to go and have that sorted out, but the rules are the rules, and Essex weren't able to replace him. And well, we've seen how crucial he can be with the bat in this game for Essex, and they missed out on that at the Oval.
Ahmed round the wicket bowls for James Coles, who drives without timing to mid-on, and there is no run. End of the over, 57 for 2, Allsop 30, Coles on 8. Yeah, I mean, there's no way you're playing again if you've got appendicitis. Crumbsy does have some bad luck. He's broken thumbs, appendicitis, which is incredibly painful as well. Not that I know, but I know people have had it, and it's not pleasant.
And it's, it's something, it's important, isn't it, to be able to go and get it all sorted out as quickly as possible. But then you have other situations where maybe batters who've been called up with England. I remember a situation a couple of seasons ago where Dan Lawrence was able to play the first innings for Essex, but then went off and joined up with England for the second, and they were able to replace him. So you get those different situations where there are the exceptions to the rules. Noah Thane is beginning his third over from the CN for Essex. He's on his way into Allsop, who clips that one into the leg side. They'll jog through for a single, 58 for 2.
Yeah, there was some talk about that with the last championship game Sussex played here against Warwickshire, whether Jofra Archer would maybe, and Jacob Bethel for Warwickshire, whether they would play sort of half the match and they can go off and someone else can come in and all the rest. So there does seem to be circumstances where it is allowed. But to be honest, I think if it was a genuine injury, and you're relying on people being honest, and you'd hope in cricket that the spirit of cricket, in inverted commas, would prevail and people wouldn't take the mickey.
57 for 2. Thane is in, and that one's defended by Coles for a dot ball. I think that's the thing, isn't it? You've got to work out how you police it and how you can make sure it is completely genuine. You get in other sports where you're still in a position where you have to say you've got an injury in order to make the substitution. I'm thinking of my sport, netball, where at the top level of it, in order to swap during the match, it has to be an injury, a swap, and most of the time it is just tactical. As Thane is in, and that one's turned into the leg side past a stumbling Paul Walter in the field for a single, 59 for 2. Coles is on to 9, brings Allsop back onto strike. He's on 31.
Jamie, who's the Sussex press officer, he wasn't here this morning, but he's just come in, and the first thing he's done. Did he hear you mention the hobnobs you waved away through? Biscuits, yeah, look at that. It's not good for my waistline, Jamie, but so there we are, got a new packet of hobnobs. We do get well looked after here at Sussex.
I hope the Essex press department are listening, guys. We've got 2 packets of biscuits in the commentary box. As Thane is on his way in, he bowls, and that one is past the swinging bat of Allsop through to the gloves of Michael Pepper for no run.
It's bad though, Victoria, really. I mean, I don't really want them, but they're there, and so you just end up eating a whole lot of it. It's very kind of Sussex, so thank you. So is netball your game? Do you still play? I do, yes. Not to any kind of level, but I enjoy a couple of games a week. So certainly been good to see how they've restructured it in the top level of it as well. As Thane is in, and also moves the bat outside, out the way even, 59 for 2. I think it was a no ball as well. I don't look very happy, Noah Thane. He's just having a word with the umpire there. Yeah, because my hometown is actually Guildford, and for a long while they had the Surrey Storm who played, and I went actually to watch one of their finals. They got through and it was played at the Copper Box. Up on at Stratford. Yes, they sort of in the early days of Netball Super League, Surrey Storm were the ones to beat. But in the recent restructure, they're gone. No more, are they? No, not certainly in the Super League elite level. As Thane is in, that one's driven on the volley to mid off for no run, and that was a no ball, so we will have that extra ball from Noah Thane. Yeah, so they've worked to kind of make the Super League professional, and therefore they've cut it down to 10 teams, and actually I think kind of the regional franchises they've now got quite reflective of what we see in other sports in terms of the geography of where they've set them up. 61 for 2. As Thane bowls to Allsop, who's looking to drive, not timed, straight to mid on for a dot ball. 61 for 2 at the end of the 18th over.
on the board for Sussex in their second innings.
I guess Sussex will be just glad here to take some of the overs out of this ball. Victoria, was it 18 overs old, as you say now? So I think we get a bit of Simon Harmer before lunch, actually. Lunch not till 1:10, so if you're looking in your bag for your sandwiches, thinking you've got 15 minutes to go, I've got bad news. You've got to wait till 1:10 for the lunch interval to come. So I suppose netball, funny enough, I was listening yesterday, they were saying that it is a year from yesterday, so a year from the Commonwealth Games will be in Glasgow. And I guess netball is a Commonwealth Games sport?
Yeah, so netball is not an Olympic sport, but it is a Commonwealth sport, and it was not last time around, but the previous games on the Gold Coast, when they won gold and sort of took everyone by surprise, and it was a massive moment for English netball. They weren't able to replicate that in the most recent Commonwealth Games in Birmingham, but yeah, that was sort of the big moment to kind of put it in front of people and work hard on the sport.
Is it New Zealand or Australia? But they're both quite good.
Both very good, yeah. Australia have sort of historically been the dominant ones, and are the World Cup holders.
Simon Harmer is going to come into the attack from the Cromwell Road in bowls, and a nicely flighted off break, which James Coles plays to long on and picks up a single. He goes to 10, 62 for 2. Wonder why it's not an Olympic sport.
I think probably to do with how many nations play it. I think also men's netball is on the up, but it's very early on it's in its infancy. So I guess there's still work to be done. But there's lots of sports like that, aren't there, where they would like the opportunity.
Harmer in bowls to Alsop, who just defends down the track. And there's also community netball as well, actually. One of my daughters lives in Brixton, and they've got a community team there, and you turn up and you play. They've got leagues, and it's really good.
Yeah.
It's a really popular sport, and fast moving as well. Harmer in bowls, and Alsop plays into the offside to silly mid off, and again there is no run.
Just as you get walking football, walking cricket, I think you get walking netball, so there's certainly sort of making all those sports more accessible, no matter what your ability is at any point.
Harmer in bowls to Alsop, who defends out into the offside. There is no run. Yeah, it's keeping us all active. A slip and a silly mid off of the close fielders. Jordan Cox chattering away at first slip. Harmer round the wicket bowls. Alsop stretches forward, plays down the onside of the track. He's played well here, Tom Alsop. 31 not out, 62 for 2. Sussex just have to believe that they can get somewhere close to this 300 total. We'll have to see. Here comes Harmer bowls to Alsop, who hits that. I think that hits the backside of, who's that fielding in there at silly mid off?
Dean Elgar.
Well, he's very senior player in the side, so fair play. He's getting himself stuck in there at silly mid off. Anyway, there is no run. It's the end of the opening over from Simon Harmer. Just cost a single, and Sussex are 62 for 2. Alsop 31. Coles on 10 here on BBC Radio Sussex and Essex. Sports Extra 2. Adrian Harmer's Victoria Polly. The sun is coming out and there's a bit more blue sky above the ground, so fingers crossed that remains for the rest of the day.
I think Essex will really be targeting this next 20 minutes or so before lunch, and I think although they'll be happy to have picked up the 2 wickets so far, one apiece for Jamie Porter and Sam Cook, they'd really like to go into the lunch break having picked up a third, just to all about the timing of the wicket. Sustain is in, and that one's down the leg side, picked up by Michael Pepper behind the stumps for no run.
I guess as much as anything here, patience will be the key for Essex, but there's another 5 sessions to go in this match, and so don't forget we've got 104 overs to get through today. There's still 78 after this one, so we're going to probably have if we don't get any interruptions, we're going to have quite a late night here tonight. I didn't catch the time of tea. I would imagine that's probably just break off.
Bain is in over the wicket to Coles, again down the leg side.
mean, generally it's after with 32 overs to go, but I just wonder, I should have noted it, whether they're going to make tea at 4 o'clock or something. I'll just have to check that out. But we lost 16 over. Well, after tea yesterday, we lost more than 16 overs actually, because we came off at tea with 32 overs to go, and we only had 6 after that. We had a long delay and then 6 overs, then it absolutely pelted down with rain, during which time Sussex picked up a couple of wickets.
And so a bit of catching up to do, with Sussex trailing by 238 runs. Thane is into Coles. That one's whipped around the corner into the leg side for a single. 63 on the board now. It's nice to see, with the start of the summer holidays, a few youngsters around in the crowd.
Yeah, and Sussex will be hoping with the One Day Cup coming as well that there'll be more of that. Let's hope for some decent weather in August. One of the Sussex games is down at Arundel. The other 3 games here, and I think they've got some very attractive admission prizes as well to get people into the ground.
Thane is on his way in, and that's just played out uppishly into the leg side by Alsop. No ball called against Noah Thane. It's the second over that we've seen that. It's just overstepping. He's
not happy, is he? He's chatting away there to the umpire. He's had his hands on his hips. And he's still not happy, is he?
He's very diligently measuring out or checking where he's running. We're just getting a replay of where he's landing at the moment. And Jordan Cox slightly obscuring the view, but just perhaps just an adjustment for Noah Thane. 66 for 2. 234 the deficit. Thane is in over the wicket to Coles. It's outside the edge of the bat, through to Pepper.
I should advise you before I'll refer to them nicely, but no, I won't actually. The Gannets in the press box next door to us, because I know there's a box of sandwiches been bought, Victoria. So when we get to lunch, make sure you get in there quickly before our friends in the press decide to devour all the sandwiches.
Everyone for themselves, is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Thane is in, he bowls, and that's pulled away, and that will be 4 runs. The boundaries have dried up. It feels like it's very much been a case of knocking it for singles and twos here and there, but that's 4 runs for James Coles, 70 for 2. Just pulled the ball, found the gap, over the rope for 4.
I mean, too many loose deliveries have there from Essex, but that certainly was a loose delivery, and James Coles making sure when a loose delivery does come along that he makes full use of it.
Thane is in, and that one's defended by Coles. And that is the end of the over, with 20 overs bowled in this Sussex second innings, and they are 70 for 2.
As we're coming up towards lunch on this third day, quick rattle around the other games. It's now raining up at Old Trafford. They were lucky yesterday, perhaps not so. I thought the weather forecast was good for Manchester today, but anyway, India 321 for 6. As Victoria was saying, Rishabh Pant is batting, albeit with a broken foot. But raining in Manchester. Elsewhere around the country, along the coast of Southampton, Hampshire 170 for 3. In reply to the Nottinghamshire total yesterday of 578 for 8. Nottinghamshire pressing at the top of the table. It looks like the championship could be between Surrey and Notts, as in comes Simon Harmer, bowls to Alsop, who plays back kind of square on the onside, and there is no run. At Edgbaston, Worcestershire 96 for 3 in their second innings, with a very handy lead of 245 over Warwickshire. They are playing at Scarborough. They had a very in and out, on and off the field day yesterday. As in comes Harmer, bowls to Alsop, who's driving to mid-off. There is no run. Yorkshire finishing 517 for 6. Century today for Matthew Revis. Surrey in reply 22 without loss, and that's the destination for Sussex next week. Game starting on Tuesday at Scarborough. Harmer in bowls to Alsop, who uses his feet, clips to mid-wicket, fielded by Ahmed, and there is no run. In the second division, Derbyshire 189 all out yesterday. Leicestershire in their second innings 126 for 6, leading by 335. Leicestershire having a terrific season. At the top of Division 2, in comes Harmer. Bowls again. Alsop watches that one go past the off stump. There's an ooh and an ah from the slip cordon, taken by Pepper, but there is no run. Kent 166 for 3 at Cardiff. They're still trailing Glamorgan by 6 runs. Harmer again, bowls, Alsop is steadfastly forward, plays it back down the track and no run. At the Cheltenham Festival, Gloucestershire 256 for 3 in reply to 557 from Lancashire. Ben Charlesworth still there, 140 not out, good player. In comes Harmer bowls again in the sunshine. Alsop plays it back to Harmer, fields of his own bowling. Maiden over from Simon Harmer, who has bowled 2 overs. Oh, we've got the revised times, just for one. Revised times. I wonder if they heard us in the score. Thank you if you did, Graham. That's much appreciated. Lunch at 1:10, tea at 4 o'clock. Scheduled close 6:30. Which, well, if Simon Harmer bowls a lot of overs, we may get somewhere close to that. Put your sandwiches away for another 15 minutes. Lunch at 1:10 today. Just finishing off those other scores. Northamptonshire 210 for 6 in reply to Middlesex. Enormous total at Merchant Taylor's of 625 for 8. And that women's match with Essex against Somerset. Somerset 220 for 4 after 39 overs.
Yeah, Somerset really got off to a good start there. We're going to see the return of Khalil Ahmed to the bowling attack. Earlier we saw him from the Cromwell Road end. He's going to bowl for the CN, which we saw more from him earlier on in this game. He is in, and that's left alone outside the off stump by Coles for no run.
Because I noticed the ground at Chelmsford where that game is being played, it's now called the Ambassador Cruise Line ground. Does that mean everyone gets sort of cheap holidays?
Well, if you know where to go if you want them.
Cheap cruises, yeah. Is that the new sponsor for this season?
Yes, that was a change at the start of the season. I don't know whether you would have noticed the plush purple that's been added to the pavilion as Ahmed is in, and that one is just knocked into the offside. There was a hesitation on the run because it was Paul Walter who did get to the ball at backward point but didn't field it cleanly, and it allowed the Sussex pair to come through for the single. 71 for 2. Coles is on 16, also up on 32.
I didn't notice actually. What was noticeable at Chelsea, the ground was absolutely packed for that 50 over game, as it always seems to be when Sussex go to Chelmsford. That was Friday night. What was that Friday night? I can't remember.
The T20?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was packed. You know, beautiful evening. It was what T20 is all about, really.
Ahmed's on his way in for Essex. He bowls, and that one is left alone by Alsop. Dot ball.
Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk if you'd like to get in touch. We've changed our email address. It was Sussex Cricket, it's now Sussex Sport at bbc.co.uk, and or you can contact Essex Cricket at bbc.co.uk. Lots of ways of getting in touch. It'd be nice to have your messages throughout the day.
71 for 2. Ahmed is in. That one's driven to mid-off for no run by Tom Alsop.
I've just had an email. There's one of the Brighton and Hove Albion players, Jorginho Ruta, is an owner of racehorses, as is the Albion chairman Tony Bloom. And one of Jorginho's horses, I'm just been told, is running at Sandown today. Oh. So we'll keep an eye on that.
Nothing like a local link.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, local footballer, local club.
Khalil Ahmed is in, and that's edged into the offside, and then it's not a pretty fumble from Jamie Porter, who's going to chase that one into the outfield, and they'll come back for 2. 73 for 2. deficit now down to 227. Talking of local footballers, we've been getting very excited in Essex because Michelle Adjiman, who's been the super sub for England in the quarter and semi-finals of the Women's Euros, is in fact an Essex girl.
Yeah, I was reading about that. Didn't she play for Thurrock?
Yeah, she's from the Thurrock area.
Yeah.
So she grew up around South Essex, and has been sort of come through the ranks at Arsenal as Ahmed is on his way in. That one's dug out by Allsop. They'll get at least a single. In fact, it's going to whistle along the outfield for 4 runs. Tom Wesley was in hot pursuit of that one, but was no chance catching up with the ball. There's a 4 on the board, 77 for 2.
Lovely shot by Tom Allsop. Beautifully played. He goes to 38. Yeah, once the ball gets past the infield here, there's very, very little chance for the fielder, and the outfield is in beautiful condition. And just runs away for 4 runs. Yeah, she's made quite a name for herself.
She has, yeah, and still so young as well. I think it bodes well for the future, doesn't it? With the substitutes that we've seen that England have at their disposal. It's certainly. Have
you met her?
To look forward to. I haven't met her.
Right.
No.
Well, I think you've got right. BBC Radio Essex have got a right to.
Yes,
To claim her.
Didn't manage to get myself out there for the final on that local link, but.
So we've got 10 minutes to go until lunch, 11 minutes according to the digital scoreboard, away to our right-hand side. And it's going to be Simon Harmer who's going to come into bowl to the right-handed James Coles. He's in on bowls, and Coles plays firmly down to mid-on. And there is no run. Credit to these two, because Sussex lost a couple of early wickets. Daniel Hughes and Tom Haynes. Haynes out for 1, Hughes for 14. Sussex were at one stage 33 for 2. Now 77 for 2. These two are batted very sensibly as Harmer is in over the wicket bowls. Coles plays onto the onside. There is no run. Victoria's going off to do an update to the listeners in Essex. So Dean is going to come back in for the next 10 minutes or so leading up to lunch. Slip and a short leg. Coles waits and Harmer is in, bowls, and Coles defends again to short leg. There is no run. Just I warned Victoria, Dean, the sandwiches have arrived, but our friends in the press box, I don't know if we call them friends or not, will be diving into that box of sandwiches, so don't hang around at lunchtime, they'll all be gone. Harmer in again, bowls, and Coles plays to mid-on. Again, there is no run.
Well, I'll be waiting a little bit longer. In any case, I'm going to be heading over to the museum once again today.
You're doing some more book signings?
I'm going to do some more book signings.
Brilliant.
For anybody who fancies a copy of In Sid's Voice.
Comes Harmer, bowls. Good judgment by James Coles outside the off stump, taken by Michael Pepper, no run.
The autobiography of Dave Sid Lawrence, who sadly passed away just over a month ago from motor neurone disease, but led a very interesting life.
Harmer bowls. Now that was an interesting delivery. It's running away down towards the back. I'd imagine he played. Did he play a shot at that? No, he didn't. There was a stifled appeal, and the ball's run down to the boundary, but will go down as a dot in the scores notebook. 77 for 2. Also up on 38. Coles is on 60. Yeah, well, just for the benefit of our listeners on Sports Extra 2, and those may not have heard yesterday, Dean, when you were talking about, just tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, so Sid Lawrence, who was the first black cricketer, British-born black cricketer to play for England, asked me to help him with his autobiography a few years ago. We thought we had lots of time to go through quite an interesting tale, because he obviously played at the very highest level international cricket and had a brutal injury that cut that short as Khalil Ahmed comes in over the wicket, and this is defended firmly by Allsop, and there's no run. And yeah, after his cricket career, he then went on to have a successful career as in hospitality, running bars and nightclubs in Bristol, and then he also became a very successful amateur bodybuilder, winning the West of England title for over 40s and over 50s during his competitive phase. A bit of a local hero in Bristol, Gloucestershire president at the time of his passing as well, as Ahmed comes in over the wicket, and this is defended on the back foot by Allsop. There's no run, so we started on this book a little while ago, and then sadly he was diagnosed with motor neurone disease in June 2024, and so the story did become somewhat different, and all credit to him, he was very keen to be open and honest about exactly what the disease was like and what turned out to be the final year of his life, detailing just how it attacks the body and how he kind of lost functions in various parts of his body, and a pretty awful disease, all being told.
Terrible,
but
really awful.
Thankfully, he managed to kind of commit his story to a book which came out 2 weeks before his passing. Very privileged and proud to actually have it in his hands, so he could sort of see, and he certainly had the finishing or the final say of what went into it. That much is true. So I'll be signing copies of that at the museum at lunchtime as Ahmed goes through. This is a bouncer that ducked under by Allsop. And yeah, there's a whole load more stories in there, in addition to those kind of headlines that I've given you, and certainly learnt a lot about cricket in the 80s and early 90s, and a few other tales as well from his time in Australia. He played some great cricket in Australia. Met some interesting people down there. He was involved with John Paul Getty as well, so an interesting story there. So lots to get into as Allsop drives confidently. This one full of length from Ahmed, and Allsop drives through extra cover all along the ground for 4. Lovely looking stroke there from Tom Allsop, and just lent on it. Not too great a flourish. That was all timing really, outside the off stump. And he moves on to 42 not out. So yeah, we'll at the end of this over, I'll hand back over to Victoria and yourself and grab my pen and head over to the museum as Ahmed comes in again over the wicket, and this one defended into the offside by Allsop. There's no run.
And if you're listening around the ground and you're not entirely sure where the museum is, it's just next door to the Spenkarma Pavilion. At this end of the ground, the end of the ground, there's an entrance door there, and you'll see outside the trestle table set up with the books and photographs and bits and pieces that the volunteers will be selling. So I hope it goes well, Dean, and what a one. And obviously it's a very sad story. There's some lighter stories in there of his career. I'm sure that there'll be one or two.
Yeah, very much so. Quite a few light-hearted tales as well. Yeah, there's some funny moments. Even the injury that he suffered, he split his kneecap.
Yeah,
playing for England in New Zealand, which was a terrible injury to suffer. But even when that occurred, there were some light-hearted moments back in the pavilion after that occurred, as Ahmed comes in round the wicket, and this is flicked off the toes of Allsop out towards square leg, and they'll pick up a single. There's plenty in there.
And just before you go, Dean, you were saying about proceeds from the book?
Yes, proceeds from every copy sold will be going to MNDA, Motor Neurone Disease Association, and the Cricketers Trust, the charitable arm of the PCA. Both magnificent and really worthy charities that helped Sid very much in his last days, and he was very keen to make sure that whatever he could do to support them and help others that might be in his situation in the future, he would do so. So yeah, please come and see me in the museum and grab yourselves a copy.
Great causes, horrible disease. Thank you, Dean. We'll speak to Dean after lunch. He's off to the museum, and Simon Harmer is going to come. I think it may not be the last over performance. He does rattle through his overs, does Simon Harmer. Around the wicket, comes in and bowls to Tom Allsop. Played away into the offside, no run. I think Sussex have done well here, since losing those 2 early wickets. These two coming together when the score was on 33, so they're just 1 run short of a 50 partnership between the pair. Tom Allsop in particular on 43. James Coles on 16. Harmer in again, bowls, and Allsop is edging this. He's going to pick up a boundary. That's going to be his, no, they're byes. Now, I can only assume, Victoria, that must have turned, because I assumed that Tom Allsop would edge that. Let's just see this again. I can't quite see at that angle, but it went down low past Michael Pepper. Let's just see if we can get a closer up of that. just see.
It does look like it is turned.
Yeah, it's certainly kept low as well. It's a 50 partnership between the pair anyway. In comes Harmer bowls a quick delivery that Allsop plays down the onside of the track, and there is no run. So the 50 partnership between the two. Allsop 43, Cole 16, 86 for 2 are Sussex. A slip and a sleeping off for the close fielders as Harmer is in, bowls, and Allsop stretches forward, plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run. We might get another over in here, you know. 2 more balls to go in this over. I think Essex just probably quite keen to get in as many overs as they can, to be honest. The weather at the moment looks fair. Harmer in, bowls, also good judgment, lets that one pass by outside the off stump. And again, there is no run. I think we will get another over, you know. The clock shows 13:08. Still got 73 overs to be bowled today, so a lot more cricket. As in comes Harmer, bowls, all sort of stretches forward, plays it back to Simon Harmer. There is no run, so it is the end of the over. The umpires are marching in, and I suspect we are going to get one more over before lunch. 86 for 2, also on 43, Coles on 16.
Yeah, just had a quick look at the clock, 13:09, so it does mean we'll have time for Khalil Ahmed to bowl one more over from the C end. And yeah, it was a bright start for Essex with the ball, a wicket apiece for Sam Cook and Jamie Porter, but certainly here James Coles and Tom Allsop have managed to build a very useful partnership and just fend off any pressure from the Essex bowlers. We knew it was a good surface to bat. It was just a case of where the Essex bowlers could put the ball as Ahmed is in, and that one's driven through the offside. It's going to be chased to the boundary and kept in by Sam Cook, who's out there in the deep doing the fielding. They'll come back for 2 runs.
That was really good cricket, wasn't it? Because it was a really good shot by James Coles, and you're watching Sam Cook chasing back there. That was a really good bit of fielding, because it's not easy chasing the ball down the slope here. So good cricket all round.
It just has felt like the past few boundaries, once they've hit the surface, they have found the pace, whereas earlier on this morning felt a couple of them had plugged a bit as Ahmed comes in with a shorter ball flashed into the leg side. Across comes Noah Thane to do the fielding for a single, 89 for 2. Quick change in the field for the combination.
Yeah, I think the Sussex camp, whilst knowing Sussex are still way behind in this game, I think Paul Farbrace and the Sussex coaching staff will be pleased with the way that the Sussex have fought back. I mean, at 33 for 2 and Porter and Cook in full swing, it didn't look great, but these two have really got their heads down.
Yeah, and they have come together to mean that the deficit is now 211 as Ahmed is in again, another shorter ball over the head of Allsop.
And the good news from a Sussex point of view is that there are 26 overs on the board, and at the risk of being something like a broken record, you know, the Kookaburra ball feeling is that it goes a lot softer, it's much more difficult to take wickets, and hopefully therefore a little easier to bat against. But it's still a very fine Essex attack, and Sussex still with much work to do.
3 from the over so far as Ahmed is in again, goes for the shorter ball, which also ducks and has Michael Pepper tumbling to catch.
Just reading as well, we were talking about the amount of cricket next summer with the men's series. There's the Women's T20 World Cup, there's Pakistan and New Zealand coming, and now an announcement the England Lions are going to tour Australia during the men's Ashes this winter with a couple of 4-day games. They're also going to play the England men's team as well, so there'll be 1 or 2, I guess, on both sides here who might be thinking that they might be on the plane for that trip before Christmas.
As part of that announcement as well, Chelmsford will have women's international cricket again next year as Ahmed is in, and that one is knocked into the leg side for a dot ball.
Is that a T20?
That is a T20 for the England women. They will face India at Chelmsford at the end of May.
Yeah, and I think similarly Sussex have got a game here, Hove will be hosting a game as well at the end of May. So that's good news for both counties.
always really well supported and well attended at Chelmsford when England women come to Essex. Ahmed is in for the final ball before lunch, and that one is through to Pepper for a dot ball. So at the lunch break, Sussex have done well to rebuild after losing a couple of early wickets. They're 89 for 2. Tom Alsop was on 28. James Coles is on 19. And they will head in at the break, trailing Essex by 211 runs.
Victoria, thanks very much indeed. We're going to see if there's any sandwiches left in the box after the guys from the press have got hold of them. And we'll be back in 40 minutes for the resumption of play here at Hove. Just a reminder that tea is at 4 o'clock today. 104 overs in the day to be bowled. So much cricket left. Thank you for your correspondence, for your emails. And we'll return to you, as I say, at about 10 to 2 for the afternoon session.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
Where the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimize is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimize helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimize.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
Where the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimize is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimize helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimize.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
Where the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimize is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimize helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimize.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
Where the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimize is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimize helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimize.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
Where the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
Where the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
Well, a very good afternoon. Welcome back to Hove for the afternoon session and the day 3 of this game between Sussex and Essex. Sussex going to lunch on 89 for 2. Tom Alsop on 43. James Coles is on 19. And something of a recovery for Sussex, who at one stage were 33 for 2 with both openers Tom Haynes and Daniel Hughes already back in the pavilion. But much work for Sussex to do here because they still trail by 211 after Essex were finally dismissed this morning for 504. A little cameo from Simon Harmer, who hit 3 big sixes in his 53. A wicket apiece for Porter and for Cook. So Essex still very much on top, but Sussex at least making a fight of it going towards lunch. In terms of a weather update, it has clouded up a bit, I'm sad to say. The general feeling around the ground that we are going to get a spot of rain, whether it will be a shower or anything more, we'll have to wait and see. But from those listening up in Essex who are worried about losing time, the weather forecast here for tomorrow is good all day. So Essex still very much in the ascendancy. Victoria Polly is with me. And a good morning for Essex, although perhaps they might have liked another wicket just with that new ball, just to really set themselves on course for a win here. Yeah, I think they'll be pleased to have dismissed the 2 openers, but they definitely would have liked that 3rd wicket before they went in at the lunch break, because Alsop and Coles are just beginning to look comfortable here, and we've talked a lot about the ball and how it may well become easier to bat. Also, if there is going to be a bit of weather around, then although they might enjoy the overcast conditions when it comes to bowling, you don't want to lose too much time to bowl at these 2. You're still in control with the deficit 211, but you just want to be in a place where you're regularly taking the wickets, as they were on that first day. They fell in clusters. Jamie Porter is back on to bowl for Essex. Took a wicket earlier this morning. It's from the Cromwell Road end, and that one's driven out into the offside by James Coles. First ball after lunch is a dot ball. No, I think you're right. It sort of does feel a bit more like rain now, doesn't it? Unfortunately, there is quite a nice breeze though, so hopefully if there are showers around, they might blow through. I'm sure 1 or 2 Sussex bowlers might be hoping there is a spot or 2 of rain, because that might help Sussex's cause. Yeah, if there is, it doesn't look too much from the forecast, as Porter is in. That one's driven by Coles to mid-off.
the Essex captain Tom Wesley just coming round to collect the ball.
So England have got another wicket in the test. India now 337 for 7, 4 wickets for Ben Stokes. Rishabh Pant is still there with his broken foot on 42.
Has he got a runner?
Oh, he must have, yeah.
As Porter is in, and that one again is driven to mid-off. Tom Wesley, a busy first over after lunch, collecting the ball.
You wouldn't want to get another blow on a broken foot though, would you?
No, I imagine that's quite painful.
I imagine it's pretty well strapped up, but the fact that he's not allowed to have a replacement to bat means that perhaps he felt that he ought to go out there. Either way, 4 wickets for Stokes, India 337 for 7.
Sussex 89 for 2 as Porter is in and bowls. That one's defended on the front foot by Coles. Back to the bowler. Porter's figures 1 for 24. He had the 6 over spell at the beginning of this Sussex second innings alongside opening partner Sam Cook, and they picked up a wicket apiece. And they're back on, well, Jamie Porter at least back on after lunch to try and get the breakthrough, with these two having now ticked over the 50-run partnership as Porter is in, and on the toes is Coles defending that one for no run.
The one thing it always impresses me with bowlers like Jamie Porter and Sam Cook is they give the batsman absolutely nothing. So I mean, 5 overs, 5 balls since lunch, James Coles has had to play every single ball. You might have thought he might have a couple of looseners, whatever, but no, straight on the money. Having to pay every single delivery.
Remains 89 for 2. Porter is into Coles, and that one just loops out into the leg side. So a maiden to start with the first over after lunch, and Sussex still trail by 211 runs.
And you're listening to live cricket on the BBC Radio, Sussex and Essex. Adrian Hums, Victoria Polly and Dean Wilson, your commentary. Dean is still busily signing copies of his book In Sid's Voice, The Extraordinary Life of David Lawrence, over in the Sussex Cricket Museum, which is away to our left-hand side. The volunteers are all over there. The books and the photographs and the shirts are all there for sale.
The queue is snaking out.
Yeah. They do a great job over there in the museum, so well done to Keith Ridge and all his people who volunteer and give up their time to make it a really interesting museum. It's going to be Sam Cook who's going to open up since for the first over from this sea end after lunch. 6 overs, 1 for 27, and he's coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. It's got a little bit gloomy as Cook runs away from us around the wicket in and bowls to Alsop, who's steadfastly forward, bat and pad close together, plays into the offside, fielded by Jordan Cox, and there is no run. 2 slips in place. There's a point cover mid-off, mid-on, a shortish mid-wicket, a more orthodox mid-wicket, and a long leg down in the distance. The Sussex Cricket Museum did put together a quiz yesterday, Victoria, for this game. I don't know whether you heard any of it.
I did.
Right, so we'll pose another Essex-Sussex question. In comes Cook and bowls. Alsop again defends from the crease onto the onside, and there is no run. I don't know whether we did this one yesterday, but I will read it anyway. Which Essex captain won an Olympic gold medal as a middleweight boxer?
Oh.
I'm glad you don't know the answer.
Well, no, I was thinking
perhaps
of
you do.
No, I was thinking of another Essex player who has a major medal under his belt.
Oh, in comes Cook and bowls to Alsop, plays onto the onside, and there is no. So this question is: which Essex captain won an Olympic gold medal as a middleweight boxer? And you can send your answers on a postcard. No, not really. We'll give you a couple of email addresses: essexcricket@bbc.co.uk or sussexsport@bbc.co.uk. I have to say, since we changed our email address, we don't get half as many emails, so I wish we'd never changed it. So please send us an email, sussexsport@bbc.co.uk, as in comes Sam Cook running around the wicket into bowl to the left-handed Alsop, who stretches forward, plays to Walter at that closest mid-wicket position, and there is no run. or essexcricket@bbc.co.uk. So who was the person who you were thinking of, Joanna?
David Ackfield won gold at the Commonwealth Games in fencing, I believe.
Right. David Ackfield, the spinner?
Yes.
Right. Yeah. Olympic gold at fencing. Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
In 1970.
Wow. In Scotland.
Mm.
In comes Cook around the wicket, bowls. Allsop defends. Again, interesting here. Cook, the same as Jamie Porter. Tom Allsop's had to play every delivery in this over. It just goes to show that these two give absolutely nothing away. But Allsop and Cole's up to the task at the moment. It's one of those sports, isn't it, fencing? I'm sure people who are keen on fencing follow it in the various competitions, but actually you tend just to think of fencing in Olympics, yes, or, as you say, Commonwealth. I didn't realise it was a Commonwealth Games sport, actually. In comes Cook bowl, short, pulled away by Allsop. He did give Tom Allsop something to hit, and Tom Allsop says, thanks very much, I'm going to pull that away to the boundary for 4 runs. So the first runs since lunch go to Tom Allsop, takes him to 47. Sussex are 93 for 2. Allsop 47, Coles on 19, and the arrears come down to the small matter of 207.
Yes, Sussex continuing to dig in with the bat here, making the Essex bowlers work. First runs after lunch coming off the bowling of Sam Cook. He alongside Jamie Porter searching for that 3rd wicket. Sussex 93 for 2, going along nicely in this partnership. I have to make sure I have the emails open ready for all those answers.
Yeah.
Jamie Porter to begin a new over from the Cromwell Road end. That one's outside the off stump, left alone by James Coles, who's on 19 from the 56 deliveries that he's faced.
With the forecast I saw this morning, I'm sure said there might be a bit of rain in the southeast and the rest of the country dry, but it's now raining at Edgbaston. And it's been raining in Manchester as well, so I thought they said the best of the weather was in the west today, but clearly not the case. So Worcester will be frustrated by that. In a good position.
93 for 2. Jamie Porter is in. And that one is out into the leg side. No run, 2 dot balls.
Oh, that's the question there.
Well, how do I know if the answer's right?
Well, we don't know. I'll tell you what I will do. I'll send a message to the curator and see if he can give me the answer to question number 3. But I'm not going to tell anyone.
Well, I need something to check the emails against, as Porter is in and bowls to Coles, who defends that one with a straight bat for no run.
Right, there we are. We'll see what they say. Which Essex captain won an Olympic gold medal as a middleweight boxer? I bet it's back in something like 1908 or something like that. I think that's when the Olympics started. I can't think of anything in recent history.
No. Yeah, I got excited thinking when you said Olympics, I thought, I know this one. As Porter is in, and that one's turned into the leg side by Coles, who immediately puts his hand up to say there's no run available there, and that's the 4th dot ball of this over.
Well, I think this is what you expect from a high class attack, isn't it? That straight after lunch, apart from that one short delivery from Sam Cook, that Porter and Cook are keeping it really tight here. But Sussex will just be wanting to take overs out of this Kookaburra ball.
Remains 93 for 2. Porter's on his way into Coles, who's again defending that 1 dot ball. Rob's been in touch on the email and says, with the rule change, there is no runner for Pan. Well, we haven't seen any of it, have we? So.
Sorry, with the rule, I mean that was a rule change I wasn't aware of. So with the rule change, Pan can't have a runner. Wow, that seems a bit harsh for somebody who's got a broken foot. Wow.
Is he dealing in boundaries?
Well, he normally does. To be fair, but.
Porter's in for his final ball of the over, which is left alone outside the off stump. So that's a second successive maiden from Jamie Porter. No runs off his bowling since the resumption after the lunch break. Sussex 93 for 2, trailing by 207.
So just bring you up to date because we're a little behind time here due to the additional overs carried over from yesterday. Lunch was taken here at 1:10 So in the test match, India now 344 for 8. And a 5 for Ben Stokes. He's taken 5 for 63. Rishabh Pant is still there. He's 49 not out. Elsewhere in the Championship, Hampshire now 192 for 4 just down the road at Southampton. In fact, it's not down the road at all. It's quite a long way from here, but it's still on the south coast in reply to Notts 578 for 8. As in comes Sam Cook, round the wicket bowls to Tom Alsop, who plays a model forward defensive shot into the offside, and there is no run. Edgbaston, a rain delay. Worcestershire 103 for 3, leading Warwickshire by 252. Worcestershire, a win for Worcestershire, where they will put pressure on others around them at the bottom of the table. Surrey, meanwhile, 47 without loss in reply to Yorkshire's 517, and a result yesterday, Somerset beating Durham in just 2 days at Taunton. In comes Cook, bowls, and Alsop clips that down towards fine leg. They've taken one. He's very quick between the wickets, is Tom Alsop, but quick as he is, he's only going to get a single. Alsop goes to 48, total to 94 for 2. Cook wanders back towards his mark in the second division. Leicestershire 168 for 7, leading Derbyshire by 377. Kent 185 for 4, leading Glamorgan by just 13. Gloucestershire 291 for 3 at the Cheltenham Festival, trailing Lancashire by 266. Ben Charlesworth still there, 160 not out. In comes Cook bowls, and Coles drives elegantly to mid-off for no run. He's a very elegant player, is James Coles, particularly when he plays that off drive. 19 off 62 balls for James Coles, top scored in the Sussex first innings with 52. Has been in really good form this season. The one young 21-year-old made his debut for Sussex when he was just 16, and he waits as Cook is back to his mark, runs away from us in and bowls, and Coles defends towards Simon Harmer, who drops in from second slip to field. I can see Ahmed is warming up down in front of us here at mid-on. Coles practices a rather more expansive shot than he actually played when he faced that delivery. Just the 2 slips in place, a ring of 3 saving one on the offside, and a nice hush around the ground, people just absorbed in watching this contest that's since lunch. As in comes Cook bowls, and that's wide of the off stump. A rare delivery that James Coles felt he could leave. It goes through to Michael Pepper, and there is no run. Quite tall, Michael Pepper, for a wicket keeper, isn't he?
Yeah, he's
a little bit like Ben Folkes, who's quite tall as well. Yeah,
I don't know exact measurements, but he is fairly tall.
I'm never quite sure whether they give the stats in our book of words. I'll have a little look as in comes Cook bustling into the wicket bowls to James Coles, and he lets a second ball go by outside of the off stump, and there is no run. Michael Pepper is... It gives some of the heights in this book here, but not his.
They haven't had the tape measure out for Michael Pepper.
No. End of the over. 94 for 2 are Sussex, also on 48. Coles is on 19. It means Sussex trail by 206. We've still got another 68 overs remaining in the day. It is going to be Jamie Porter who's going to carry on from the Cromwell Road end of the ground.
This has been a tight spell from Jamie Porter after lunch with the ball, but Essex will be hoping that they can turn that into the all-important third wicket that they've been searching for since around about midday, as the last time we saw a wicket fall in the Sussex resistance. 94 for 2. Porter is on his way in to Alsop, who turns that one out into the leg side, fielded at mid-wicket by Paul Walter for no run.
The wind's getting up, isn't it? You can hear that in our effects microphone. I can see the umbrellas around the corporate hospitality area sort of rustling in the breeze as well.
Yeah, still lots of the spectators in the uncovered parts of the ground. It's nice to have a walk round at lunch and see plenty of people milling about as Porter is coming around the wicket to Alsop, who defends that one into the leg side. And there's some keepy-uppies from Paul Walter.
Yeah, look at that. That was impressive.
How many was that? 5 or 6, I reckon?
Yeah, it was. Yeah. Well, football season's just round the corner. I have to say, unfortunately, I really struggled to get into football until the cricket season. Yeah. Well, we were saying earlier on that, from your radio station you cover Colchester and Sussex cover Crawley. It all starts a week on Saturday.
It does. It's back before you know it.
Which is bonkers.
As Jamie Porter is in, that one's driven back past the bowl. I think it might have just taken a ricochet off the boot of Jamie Porter, which slowed it up from going for 4 runs. It means Alsop moves to 49 rather than the boundary he might have hoped for. 95 for 2, trailing by 205. Paul Walter was quite a talented footballer, I think.
Was he?
He was maybe one that had the choice when he was looking to pursue. I think I remember asking him once what he would have been if he wasn't a cricketer, and I'm pretty sure he said football or a PE teacher, which is usually quite a standard answer as Porter is in, and that one is just jabbed down by Coles for a dot ball.
Well, he'd make a good centre half, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
Or centre forward, because he's tall. In fact, I think when I was at Chelmsford, Don Topley was referring to him as Tall Paul.
Tall Paul is the nickname.
Is it?
I think it's come. It wasn't actually a nickname that he had at Essex. I think it's come from his time in the 100 and also out in the Big Bash, right. Where he had a really good season. It was the nickname that he earned out there, and it's stuck as Porter is in. That one's clipped into the leg side, deep square leg. He's going to come in and pick that one up. Matt Critchley out there in the deep. That's a single. Coles moves on to 20. Sussex 96 for 2.
Does he mind, or doesn't he have much choice?
I think it...
He's just stuck.
No, yeah. I don't know if anyone's ever asked him if he minds.
It's probably one of those things, if you say, I don't like that, people says, well, we're calling it...
I think it's gone too far now.
Yeah.
No, it's... It makes sense, doesn't it? As Porter is racing in, and that one's driven by Alsop straight into the covers, though, to the fielder, so he won't have the chance to reach his half century from the final ball of that over at the end of the 31st. Sussex are 96 for 2, trailing by 204.
If you've just joined us for the first time today, welcome to a blustery Hove now on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio Essex. Adrian Harms, Victoria Polly and Dean Wilson, your commentary team here this week. Dean Mack with us in about 10 minutes time. The story of the day, Essex eventually out for 504 in their first innings. A little cameo from Simon Harmer this morning. 3 big sixes established a lead of exactly 300. That makes the maths nice and easy. Sussex then losing 2 wickets, both openers back in the pavilion with just 33 on the board, but now a recovery led by Tom Alsop, as Victoria was saying, just 1 short of his half century, and James Coles, as in comes Sam Cook to bowl to Coles, who's forward to a ball of good length, plays it back down the track. There is no run. Worth mentioning that this is the 32nd over now with this Kookaburra ball. So these two have done a good job. I was just looking at the wicket of Daniel Hughes. What over was that in? I'll have to check.
Well, they've gone a bit early with the 50 for Tom Alsop on the BBC Sport website. I hope they haven't jinxed that.
In comes Cook, running in and bowls, and Coles defends down the ground. There is no run. It was in the 7th over, the wicket of Daniel Hughes. So these two have chewed up the best part of 25 overs with this Kookaburra ball. And they'll be hoping that as the afternoon goes on, batting becomes a little easier. Good start after lunch though by these Essex bowlers. They're keeping it very tight. Cook in his 9th over, figures of 1 for 32. Going in with 2 slips, running away from us. In and bowls, Coles, shoulders, arms. So it's that one passed by outside the off stump. There is no run. Very patient here from James Coles, 20 off of 70 deliveries. Sussex look to rebuild after the loss of those 2 early wickets.
And they've done so well.
Yeah, they have. They have done well. James Coles, who's in a rich vein of form, he made 100 up at Durham in the last but one championship game, then 100 here against Warwickshire. He waits. Cook is in bowls, and Coles again defends with a very straight bat out into the offside. And there is no run. It's almost as if these two recognise this is a really sort of crucial part of the game. If they'll just feel if they could see the life out of this Kookaburra ball, that it doesn't mean Sussex are anything like Hove and Hose, but it at least gives Sussex a chance.
Yeah, if you can stick around and just gradually get that a lead down, you never know.
Cook in bowls. Oh, that's a good delivery, and it hit James Coles high up on the thigh pad. I think that's going to be signalled as a leg by. The ball dribbles down towards third man, and indeed the umpire does signal that as a leg by. The total goes to 97 for 2. I'm pretty certain that's umpire Newell at this end of the ground and Rob Bailey at the other side. I've been an advocate that I think umpires should have their names on their backs because often they wear exactly the same gear, and you think, oh, it's umpire. I'm not sure, but I'm pretty certain it's Newell at this end and Bailey at. I'll probably find I'm completely wrong at square leg. Sam Cook's making adjustment to his field. He's just moved his mid-wicket just a little deeper. They've always got a little trap in there, haven't they, for Tom Alsop? As in comes Cook again, round the wicket, bowls to Alsop, who's up on his toes and plays that down to mid-on. There is no run. Another over slips by, 97 for 2, 49 Alsop. 22 James Coles, Sussex 97 for 2, trailing by 203.
Yeah, so Tom Alsop remains on 49 from those 102 deliveries he's faced. Just been lurking on that since the previous Jamie Porter over. He's going to continue his 4th over after the lunch break.
Yeah, just looking at James Coles' average this season, he's averaging just over 50, 755 county championship runs. And he was Sussex's top scorer in the T20 as well. Tom also, I think by Tom's standards, probably a little disappointed. 346 runs at 28, top score of 82 this season. He'll be looking to go beyond that today if he can.
Porter coming in over the wicket to Coles, who just takes the hand off the bat as he drives that one to mid-off for no run. Yeah, and things that Essex fans won't necessarily want to hear is that above Coles in the averages is Simpson and Ibrahim, so depth.
Yeah, Dabrin a very good 100 up at Durham the match before last. He'll be keen not to repeat the shot he played here in the first innings, which wasn't his finest hour.
Porter is in and bowls to Coles. Thought about this single, but there's a diving Paul Walter to stop the ball in that mid-wicket region for a dot ball.
I just thought that previous shot, not that shot that James Coles played, the one before, he looked like he was just sort of itching to start to move the scoreboard along a little bit, and this is what Porter and Cook are doing very effectively here. They're just tying up both ends, and Coles and Alsop just need to be patient here. There's plenty of time. They don't want to suddenly play a rash shot, but it's very testing bowling. Good contest.
I think we've had that one boundary off the first Sam Cook over as Porter is in. That one's defended into the pitch by Coles for no run. I think it was the final ball of the first over of Sam Cook after lunch, wasn't it?
But it's a good contest, isn't it? Testing Coles and Alsop's technique and their patience, and just probing away, giving them really nothing to hit. That heavier cloud that seemed to be heading this way seems to have dissipated a little bit, so hopefully we're going to get a lot more cricket today.
There is a bit of blue sky trying to make its way through as Porter is in. Coles plays that one out into the offside. Noah Thane on his toes at point, eager to get hands on the ball. And Jamie Porter squeezing the opportunities here for the Sussex batters, but can he turn that pressure into a third wicket for Essex? He's on his way in from the Cromwell Road end to Coles, who drives that one to mid-off, picked up by the captain Tom Wesley for a dot ball.
I mean, it was a lovely shot, wasn't it?
It would have been a lovely boundary.
It would have been a lovely boundary. You just see James just sort of looked up as if to say, God, a yard either side, and that was 4 runs. But just got to keep patient here.
Any kind of frustration that might creep in could lead to mistakes. 97 for 2. Porter is in, and that one is clipped into the leg side. Deep square leg will come in to pick it up, so they'll just take the single. It means Coles will keep the strike for the start of the next over, with Sussex 98 for 2, trailing by 202. So Tom also still has to watch on 49.
He does, here on BBC Radio Sussex, BBC Radio 6, Adrian Harms, Victoria Polly. We bring Dean Wilson back into commentary at the end of the next over, or shall we do it now?
Sure, over, so it doesn't matter today.
Okay, yeah. He's been busily over in the Sussex Cricket Museum signing copies of the David Lawrence book. And it's going to be Sam Cook who's going to carry on. He has bowled 9 overs, 1 maiden, taken 1 for 32. Sussex on 98 for 2, trailing by 202 as Cook runs away from us. The sun is back with us. He's in and bowls, and Coles defends a ball of good length, plays it onto the onside, fielded by the very alert Paul Walter, and there is no run. I can see Simon Harmer is lying on the floor doing some sort of Pilates exercises, which I think probably means we're going to see a little bit of spin at some stage in the not too distant future. But since lunch it's been all seam, and some very accurate and testing seam bowling from Porter and Cook, which Alsop and Coles have been up to the task. Cook again in and bowls down the leg side. Coles looking to clip that one down to fine leg, rather misses out. He's annoyed with himself, and the ball goes through to Pepper, and there is no run. Hi Dean.
Afternoon, Adrian. It looks a slightly improved bit of weather out there. Don't think we're in any trouble, but a nice contest developing here between Alsop and Coles and the Essex bowlers.
Yeah, it's been good to watch. Cook runs away from us, up the hill, bowls to James Coles, who again defends, sound technique, punches it into the offside, and there is no run.
And they've managed to avoid that kind of cluster of wickets that occurred during the first innings, and they've now put on a significant partnership now worth 65, and that ball getting ever softer and easier to deal with.
In comes Cook, bowls to Coles, who's forward, a little uncertainly on this occasion, and there is no run. It's just been a really testing little spell. I was saying to Victoria that Porter and Cook just don't give you anything to hit, really.
No, they're very accurate, skillful bowlers. A wonderful thing for a captain. They both offer an attacking, wicket-taking threat.
Cook again bowls. James Coles showing good patience, just punches the ball into the offside. There is no run.
And they also offer control as well. Cook coming towards the end of his 10th over here. He's only conceded 32 for his wicket. About to complete a maiden if this is a dot ball, so there aren't too many freebies. You've got to be patient against Cook and Porter.
Cook's in again, bowls, Coles defends down the onside. It's another maiden over from Sam Cook, who has bowled 10 overs, 2 maidens, taken 1 for 32. Sussex 98 for 2, also 49. Coles on 21. And Sussex battling away here and trying to take this as deep as they possibly can. And sort of almost every ball that goes by with this ball, you think it just gives Sussex a little bit more of a chance.
Yeah, absolutely, and it it's about playing the game as it unfolds before you. They've got an opportunity 34 overall ball, getting a little easier to play with two well set batters, and it's what Essex did really well in that partnership between Matt Critchley and Jordan Cox, where they did keep the runs flowing, they did keep scoring at a fairly healthy rate across that partnership, but there were periods where the Sussex bowlers did manage to gain a little bit of control, and it wasn't quite so free flowing, and then they were able to cash in at other opportunities. So Simon Harmer from the Cromwell Road end round the wicket, and this is driven firmly by Alsop into the covers, and there's no run. I've got a short, silly point really under the lid on the offside, a slip as Harmer comes in again round the wicket. Down the track comes Alsop looking for the attacking stroke. He'll run through for a quick single, the ball going straight to mid-on, and that will be 50 for Tom Alsop. 50 up from 104 deliveries, 5 fours, and he raises his bat to an appreciative Sussex crowd as he reaches his half century. 99 for 2, and one would think that Alsop is planning on hanging around out there for a lot longer, trying to double his tally and then some, as Harmer now over the wicket, switches over the wicket to the right-handed Coles, who comes forward and just turns this into the onside, and there's no run. The silly point remains in the same position, but now is a short leg as Harmer comes in over the wicket, and the ball is turned into that short leg. Dean Elgar under the lid there, doing a difficult job at times. He's got all sorts of pads. He's got the knee pads, the box, the helmet, as Harmer comes in over the wicket, and this is driven straight. Is it going to beat the man at mid-on? I think it is, and that's going to run away up the hill towards the long-on boundary, and 4 runs there for James Coles. Nice looking shot, brings up the Sussex 100, 103 for 2, as that ball reaches the boundary, kind of a push drive, broke the wrists on it, but it went very straight. Harmer then again in, and another one turned into the leg side. They'll pick up a single here as the throw comes in from mid-wicket, and I think that's Noah Thane doing the fielding there at mid-wicket. So another single to the total, 104 for 2, and a good 50 there from Tom Alsop.
Yeah, definitely, and he's as I say, by his own standards, Tom, he's had a very good season last season and hasn't quite hit those heights this season. I'll just get his statistics up in a moment. Yeah, averaging 28. He's a better player than that. 346 runs, top score of 82. He's been past 50 on 3 occasions, so 4 now. But promoted in the order this week, with Tom Clark not being selected for this game. He's a good job for his county. So the arrears below 200, so Sussex are slowly sort of chipping away at this very big lead as Ahmed comes into the attack from just the sea end of the ground. Round the wicket bowls to James Coles. Well, he took a bit of a chance on that, James Coles. It was wide outside the off stump. He threw everything at it. I mean, he would have known that there wasn't a third slip there, but it was a shot with an element of risk. But I just watch this again. Yeah, I mean, he wasn't intending that to go there. He was going to thump that one away through point, but it sailed between gully and slip. Yeah. But he picks up a boundary. He goes to 30 in Sussex to 108 for 2. I just felt a couple of overs ago that James Coles, he just felt like he needed to release a bit of pressure. I mean, he's batting very well and defending well, but he just looked like he was not getting impatient would be the wrong word. Ahmed in again, bowls, and Coles back to tight, plays on to the onside, but again he just looks a little frustrated as he wanders around in his crease.
Yeah, he top scored in the first innings, and I said right from the outset that he's clearly a positive batter, likes to field, bat and ball, play his shots. He certainly unleashed a few in the first innings, a score of 52.
Khalil Ahmed is in, bowls to James Coles. He punches down the ground to mid-off, fielded by Wesley. There is no run.
7 boundaries in that innings first up, and you're right, Adrian, you can tell with some players who have got a defence and they're very capable of being patient and kind of keeping the ball out, but it's not what they'd rather be doing.
Ahmed a left arm around the wicket, bowls to Coles, who lets that one go outside the off stump, taken by Pepper, and there is no run. Since James Coles started his career, I've tried to bowls to Coles. The amount of times I said that, it sounds horrible, doesn't it? Bowls to, trying to think of another way of describing deliveries to James Coles. But he lets that one go. You can tell the wind's really getting up there. I just had a message from Keith Ridge and his the curator of the museum, saying they can't feel the wind over there. They're sort of slightly sheltered in the lee of the Sussex Cricket Museum, but it is pretty blustery. As Ahmed in again, James Coles right back and defends and punches it out into the offside. And again, there is no run.
I mean, he's just hit a short wide ball for 4, but it wasn't exactly where he intended it to go. It deserved the treatment. I think ideally he was looking to play it a little squarer and probably along the ground, but it went through a vacant third slip region, and you do wonder whether that's just enough to concentrate the mind again for James Coles and just to settle himself down.
Ahmed in, bowls to Coles. That's short, pulled away by James Coles. That's going to be the second boundary of the over, and that was a more authentic shot. It was short, and James Coles wasn't going to hang around, and he pulled the ball away through square leg for 4 rather than just see a repeat of the shot. Yeah, nice shot, nothing wrong with that. He picks up his second boundary of the over. Does Coles? He goes to 34 and Sussex to 112 for 2.
Yeah, short, straight, deserved to be put away, and was. We've talked about it in this game that if you are going to try a short ball out, if you are going to test out the middle of the pitch, it needs to get up a lot higher than that. At that pace, just sitting up around the torso height is meat and drink for a player of Coles' ability. So 4 more for him as Harmer continues from the Cromwell Road end, and this is short and cut away by Alsop away to the cover boundary for 4. That was too short from Simon Harmer. Gave Alsop plenty of time and space to rock onto the back foot and cut it away well in front of square. So back-to-back boundaries for Sussex, albeit against 2 different bowlers, as this time Alsop comes down the track to Harmer, looking to force it away towards the long on boundary, but is well fielded at mid-on. So just 1 more to the total.
A slight step change in the Sussex approach here with Porter and Cook out the attack, perhaps?
Harmer in over the wicket, and Coles turns this into the leg side. I think, yeah, there's definitely a desire clearly to score runs as and where the opportunities present. It's good batting from Sussex as Harmer comes in again, and this is defended on the front foot by Coles. I think that they are playing the ball more or less on its merit. They've put away certainly those 3 recent boundaries were all short and deserved to be hit powerfully. This time a slog sweep from Coles. He got down on 1 knee, and I think the ball might have deflected off the short leg. Yeah, Dean Elgar there flicking his hand. I think it might have flicked off his right arm as he turned to take evasive action.
Well spotted.
And the ball runs away for 4 to the backward square leg boundary. So more runs coming here as Harmer over the wicket again. A quicker ball is defended by Coles, and Dean Elgar does look to be in a little bit of discomfort there. He keeps looking at sort of his right wrist, gets a gentle pat on the back from his teammate. It's a dangerous place to field at times, short leg.
Yeah, it certainly is.
All well and good when players are defending and you're looking for those inside edges onto the pads, but when the full-blooded sweep comes out as it did there from Coles, you don't want to get in the way of it.
We may have an update at some time, Dean, but nothing's come yet, so we'll keep listening across. Ahmed's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. He's coming into bowl to the left-handed Tom Alsop. He's in and bowls, and Alsop defends down the track. There is no runs. This partnership now is worth 88, is that right? Yeah, I think
Sounds about right, yeah.
Yeah.
33.
Because things didn't look too great for Sussex when those 2 early wickets went down, but these 2 have really got their heads down. They've been together for 30 overs. They've taken out of this Kookaburra ball. Still much work to be done. I mean, Sussex are a long, long way from safety, but these 2 at least are doing their bit as in comes Ahmed bowls and also drives into the offside, and there is no run. 2 slips and a gully, point cover mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a long leg way down in the distance. Oh.
Cricket update. Latest then from the cricket, Adrian Harms is watching the 3rd day of Sussex's game with Essex at Hove.
Yes, and something of a recovery here, Adam, for Sussex. They're now 121 for 2. They still trail Essex by 179, but at one stage they were 33 for 2. Tom Alsop leading the recovery. He's on 55. James Coles is on 38. Meanwhile, up at Scarborough, they have got play after virtually a washout yesterday. Surrey 71 without loss in reply to the Yorkshire total of 517 for 6. In the second division, Kent going along nicely against Glamorgan. They're 204 for 4 in that second innings. It means they lead Glamorgan by 32. And in the test match, India bowled out for 358. England have just started their reply. They are 0 for 0.
Adrian, thank you. Follow all those games, of course.
Here comes Ahmed and Alsop drive down the pitch. Ahmed feels athletically of his own bowling and there is no run.
Yeah, just as you mentioned before, whether or not this pair will be looking to take advantage of other bowlers now that Cook and Porter are no longer on.
Ahmed in bowls to Alsop. Well, that was wide and he hasn't quite timed that, Tom Alsop. I think he's going to get for the fielder is in hot pursuit and it just trickles over the boundary rope. But a wider delivery and you just get the feeling you don't get much to hit with Porter and Cook, and with the change bowlers maybe it's a little easier, not much, but anything that's wide, Alsop and Coles have notably gone after in the last 3 or 4 overs, and the scoreboard has started to tick along. 125 for 2, Alsop goes to 59.
Well, there were 6 overs bowled between Cook and Porter without a boundary.
Ahmed in bowls and also drives sweetly into the covers fielded by Jordan Cox. There is no run. It is the end of another over. 125 for 2, also 59, Coles 38.
And then in the next 4 overs there have been 6 boundaries scored, so very much a shift in momentum as far as run scoring goes in the last 4 overs. 6 runs, 8 runs, 9 runs, and then 4 runs from the latest Ahmed over. So runs starting to flow, but of course Sussex still very, very far adrift of making Essex bad again. 175 runs behind they are. But at 125 for 2, with a 38 overall ball and 2 batters well set, this is as good a chance as any for Sussex to really show their credentials and make a real fist of things. They've got a very proud record here at Hove in the last few years, as Harmer comes in again over the wicket to Coles, who turns this down to short fine leg, and there's no run. I think you were saying that they've not been beaten at Hove.
Correct, yes.
Paul Farbrace.
Yeah. This is Paul's 3rd season in charge, and they haven't lost here in the Championship under his guidance.
Harmer in. This is a short ball to Coles, who punches it off the back foot up to a deepish mid-on, and so they'll scamper through for a single. And those things matter, you know,
yeah,
playing
sure.
in front of your home fans, making yourselves very hard to beat at home, and picking up a few wins along the way as well. As Harmer changes to round the wicket to Alsop, again just a little shorter than perhaps he intended, and cut away, but straight to Cook at backward point. Maybe a short third man, no run.
And I think that particularly, Dean, they feel with the peculiarities of this ground, with the slope, etc., you use that to your advantage.
Harmer in again, round the wicket, and defended by Alsop. 4 balls so far in this Harmer over, just 1 from it so far. Still has the C pointing under the helmet as he comes in round the wicket and looking for an extra bit of flight. Turns into a full toss that Alsop just pats back to mid-on. So Harmer gets away with that one. Comes in again round the wicket, and this one attempted cut that's been lofted up and over point. That's not where I think he tried to hit it, but he's managed to come back for 2. Slightly lost the ball for a moment there, and Alsop, I think, going back to cut a ball that maybe was not quite as short as he thought, and the ball squirting away off the top edge. And it just manages to clear Matt Critchley at point, who does the fielding, and they come back for 2. So slightly fortunate where the ball landed there for Tom Alsop.
It's funny you should mention Matt Critchley, because we haven't seen him bowl in this match so far, which is perhaps a little surprising. I wonder whether we might see a bit of Critchley with his leg spin. Some rather more threatening looking clouds starting to appear to the north of the ground, looking a little lower, so we'll have to keep an eye on that. And certainly the wind is getting up all the time as Ahmed runs away from us around the wicket bowls to James Coles, who solidly defends down the pitch, and there is no run. 128 for 2. Good afternoon if you've joined us here on BBC Radio Sussex and Essex, maybe watching via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. Myself, Adrian Hubbs, alongside Dean Wilson and Victoria Polly, your commentators today. This partnership between these two now worth 95. As Sussex look to dig themselves out of a very big hole. Ahmed in bowls, and Coles defends to mid-wicket, fielded there by the alert Paul Walter. But there is no run, just the 2 slips in place now. 3 men saving 1 in the covers. There's a mid-on and a mid-wicket, and 2 men set back on the leg side. There's a deep mid-wicket, probably, 20 yards in from the boundary on the clock tower scoreboard side of the ground. And a fine leg way down in the distance. The stands at the far end just break off as in comes Ahmed and bowls, and that kept a little low, and James Coles was about to dig that one out into the offside, fielded a cover. There is no run. There are temporary stands. The 3 stands are there for the T20 blast, but they will be taken down just as soon as this game is over. We'll return to the deck chairs at the far end, for which Hove is very well. And there are a few deck chairs in the corner of the ground by the players' dressing room, underneath where the Essex team is sitting. There's Ahmed is in again, round the wicket bowls. Again, Coles. That's a no ball, clipped away by Coles down to fine leg. They've taken one, but they won't come back for the second. Ahmed has a rueful look at the crease, as if to say, I'm sure that was a no ball, but it's been signalled. One more to Coles. He goes to 40, and the total to 131 for 2.
I thought I'd just have a little look at Matt Critchley's bowling figures for this season. He's certainly batted very well and given his side a handsome kind of lead that you'd think would encourage a bit of his leg spin.
Ahmed in bowls to Tom Alsop, who defends to mid-off, fielded there by the Essex skipper Tom Wesley. Again, there is no run.
And he has bowled a few overs this season. He's taken 19 wickets in the County Championship so far this season, at an average of 28, best of 4 for 49. So he has been amongst the wickets. He took a couple in his last first-class game, and he's been bowling throughout in the T20 Blast as well. So maybe we'll see him at some point.
Ahmed in bowls. Well, it was short actually. Tom Alsop ducked underneath it. The ball brushed something. There was a half-hearted appeal from Michael Pepper. Ahmed is turning around looking at the umpire as if to say, well, that looked out. I think he's got a few words for Tom Alsop. I'm not entirely sure what all that was about, really. I don't think it got up as much as Tom Alsop thought it was going to.
I thought it might have clipped his helmet, to be honest.
Yeah, I agree. I'm with you.
And it's just the back of his shoulder.
Yeah, let's just see this again. Yeah. Nowhere near the gloves or the bat.
Yeah, you're right. It didn't get up particularly high at all, and just flicked maybe his collar on the way through.
Ahmed in again. Bowls, Alsop defends out into the offside, and there is no run. End of the over. 131 for 2. Sussex trial by 169. Alsop on 61. Coles on 40. Simon Harmer's going to carry on wheeling away from the top end, which will help the over 8, which is at -1. We've got a lot of overs to go, Dean, today. We've got 58 overs left in the day. We're making up some of the overs that we lost yesterday. We won't make up all of them, but we can make up 8 of them. And because of that, we've got tea at 4 o'clock today, rather than with 32 overs to go. Just in the Test match, England 12 without loss in reply to the India total of 358. Says that's a bit below par, doesn't it? 358. They were saying it's a very good batting surface up at Old Trafford, so we'll keep an eye on that one throughout the afternoon.
Yeah, no one really managing to go on and get the big score that India would have wanted, as Harmer comes in over the wicket to Coles, who turns this down to short fine leg for a single. Been a slight change in the field, with the short leg moving slightly straighter to a short mid-on as Harmer comes in again, and this one turned into mid-wicket and there's no run. Dean Elgar, he keeps the shin guards on, but he has put the helmet behind the wicket-keeper, so he's stood in a catching position very close to the pitch on the onside as Harmer comes in, and Coles just pads up outside the off stump and there's no run. So they've got a very wide mid-on that's about halfway back, a bit deeper than usual, looking for that miscued aggressive stroke as Harmer comes in again, gives it a bit more flight. This is turned into the leg side and they'll rush through for a single as Cook does the fielding. 132 for 2. Alsop 61 not out. James Coles 41 not out. Had a young lad come and visit the museum yesterday with his dad, and as Harmer comes in round the wicket and Alsop comes down the pitch but just defends back to the bowler, and they said that they had come specifically to watch and support James Coles and see how he does as Harmer comes round the wicket and defended, and they think about a run but decide against it. I think James Coles, who had played club cricket for this young lad's team, which now that I've started the story, I sort of think I should have remembered what the name of that club was, but I think it's an Oxfordshire cricket.
Yeah, he came through the Oxford pathway,
came through Oxfordshire cricket, and I think he's a bit of a star back at his local club, and so one of the young colts on holiday asked his dad if he'd bring him down to Hove to come and watch a day of cricket and support his cricketing hero, and very happy to see him in action, which is lovely.
Was that today?
That was yesterday.
Oh, how nice.
Yesterday.
I'll do this over and I'll make way for Victoria as in comes Ahmed to bowl to James Coles, who lets that one go by outside the off stump, taken by Michael Pepper behind the stumps. I was telling Victoria I saw James's parents were watching from the southwest corner stand. James's mum eating a very healthy salad at lunchtime, and they'll be very pleased with the way their son's playing. 41 not out. Yeah, he did come through the Oxford pathway. I remember him making his debut. I was there that day at the Oval in the Bob Willis Trophy. But he's only 21 years of age. He's a fine prospect. Ahmed in bowls and Coles defends down the offside of the track. There is no run, and he looks to me, Dean, like a, I don't know what they call it these days. They call it a multi-format cricketer. He'll be playing in the 100 for the Southern Brave. He played really well in the T20 for Sussex this year. He bowls. He's got a sound technique, and Sussex will be very keen to keep James Coles at Hove as long as they possibly can. As in comes Ahmed, bowls to Coles outside the off stump, taken by Pepper low down, and there is no run. Having developed him from a young cricketer. Just go to show that these pathways do work, doesn't it? I know that Worcestershire for many years have taken players from, I think, Shropshire. Counties who aren't necessarily first-class counties, Oxford being a very good point in question.
Yeah, definitely. It should be one sort of big cricket ecosystem.
In bowls, and Coles clips nicely through mid-wicket, picks up a single-footed way out in the distance by Jordan Cox. The applause around the ground is for the 100 partnership between these two, and that's been a very good 100 partnership, because Sussex were in deep trouble when they came together on 33 for 2 with Cook and Porter with the new Kookaburra ball in hand in full swing. The 100 partnership had come in good time as well. 139 minutes of, I lost the count of the balls there, but it's been a good partnership between this pair. Yeah,
it really has. They've batted very sensibly. Kept trying to score runs as well.
Ahmed in bowls, there's 4 more. Played through the covers by Tom Walsh. That's beautifully placed. It's the second or third time he's done that. He's played that extra cover drive, and he's placed it as well between cover and mid-off, and nothing much Tom Wesley can do about that. Once the ball has gone through the infield here at Hove, it rolls down the slope and it gathers momentum, and Tom Wesley realised pretty much as soon as the ball had gone past him, wasn't an awful lot of point chasing after the ball. I do apologise, I missed a no ball in that over. So this is turning into quite an expensive over. 7 off it so far, 1 ball to go. 139 for 2. Ahmed again. Runs away from us, in and bowls. Oh, and also that very nearly did for Tom Alsop. It went past the inside edge, I think, and down the leg side. Pepper couldn't take it cleanly. Let's see this again. Did it go past the inside edge?
Yeah,
it did.
Absolutely. Coming in off the seam.
Good delivery, good response from Kahil Ahmed, having been hit for a boundary. In the end, a decent stop by Michael Pepper. 1 more ball to go in the over. It rears down to 161 as Ahmed is in, bowls to Alsop, who just lets that one go outside of the off stump. So I'm going to leave you with Dean, and Victoria will come and join Dean on commentary.
Yeah, 100-run partnership up between Tom Alsop and James Coles. Much improved performance so far from the Sussex top order versus their first innings. They were skittled for 204, but after seeing Essex reach 500, it's fairly evident that there are runs to be scored out there, and Tom Alsop and James Coles are cashing in as much as they can, and both batted rather smartly, putting away the short balls and the runs when they've been on offer, but both showing quite patient and stout defence, as well as Simon Harmer continues over the wicket. An attempted sweep from James Coles, powerful sweep from him, and it's gone all the way over the short boundary, deep square leg. So 6 more to Coles, who moves up to 48 not out, just 2 away from what would be a second half century of the game. And that was a powerfully struck sweep there as Harmer comes in once again over the wicket, a little shorter, and Coles just stabs this into the leg side. Afternoon, Victoria.
Afternoon. This is becoming quite frustrating now for the Essex bowlers, isn't it? They are watching this pair build and build the partnership.
Harmer comes in again over the wicket and turned into the leg side to the man on the deep square boundary, who makes sure that they hurry through for their single. No jogging allowed. So Coles moves to 49, and the score 146 for 2 as Harmer switches to round the wicket for Alsop. Lovely flight as he defends back up the pitch to the bowler. What was a straight short mid-on has become a short cover. Dean Elgar looking for a catch as Harmer comes in again round the wicket. This is defended back to the bowler. There's a slip, a short third man, a deepish point cover, a short cover, and a deepish mid-off. 3 in the ring on the leg side as Harmer comes in again round the wicket, and Alsop covers up, defends. There's no run.
I think the batting has been, like you say, patient, sensible. They haven't had to do anything crazy, because when they came together, it was a case of just trying to stick around and rebuild after the 2 early wickets, and they've done that. It's still, as you look at it, a healthy lead for Essex, but if they don't take a wicket soon and break this partnership, get one of these 2 out, it could very quickly be rattled down. Noah Thane, I think, is getting ready to come back into the Essex bowling attack. There's a conference going on between Jamie Porter, Sam Cook even, the vice-captain, and captain Tom Wesley on some field placings, but Noah Thane is ready to take ball in hand from the sea end, where the breeze is really picking up.
Yeah, a couple of wickets for Thane in the first innings. Broke a burgeoning partnership between Jack Carson and John Simpson. Didn't have much luck with the bat when he came in. Dismissed for a first ball duck by Gurinder Sandhu. So got another chance to make an impact here with the ball.
146 for 2 as Thane is on his way into Coles down the leg side through to Pepper, no run.
And I like this field as well. They're clearly thinking, how can we take a wicket with this 43-over-old Kookaburra ball? Just the one slip, and then they've got 2 catchers a sort of short mid-wicket and a short square leg. So very deliberate position, and then you've got a deep mid-wicket kind of in the gap. So they're obviously thinking of a plan here.
Thane is an over the wicket to Coles, turned into the leg side, and those two out in the deep will come round to field the balls. They come back for 2. And that is 50 for James Coles as they come back for the second. The ripple of applause. He goes to 51 from 117, and a very important partnership alongside Tom Alsop.
Yeah, really good knock this so far from James Coles. I think he's really sort of learnt and adapted his game based on the match situation, but also having watched what Jordan Cox and Matt Critchley did in the Essex innings.
Thane is in, and it's a fuller delivery, which is defended by Coles. Back down the pitch to the bowler for no run.
He got his half century in the first innings at quite a decent rate of knots, significantly quicker than he's scoring here, striking at just over 40 per 100 balls. So it really goes to show how he's adapted his game and is playing a much more patient style of cricket here.
148 for 2. Thane is in, shorter ball left outside the off stump.
And it's just good to see, we talk about Sussex kind of having this proud record at home, and it's good to see Coles really making Essex work hard for his wicket and not giving anything away. He knows that he's got all the time in the world to score some runs here. He just needs to make sure he stays out there, and they're batting quite nicely here, Sussex.
Thane is in over the wicket to Coles, just knocks that one into the leg side. Cook will come in off the boundary to field for the single, 149 for 2, trailing by 151.
There was some news that came out today as well about an England Lions squad. Haven't named the squad, but they just announced that England Lions will be playing in Australia ahead of the Ashes. They're going to be in Australia during that period, playing in Perth from the 13th of November. A 3-day warm-up ahead of the first test in Perth.
It'll be interesting to see who's a part of that squad, as Thane is coming around the wicket to Alsop, who's up on his toes defending that one dot ball to finish the over, and that is 149 for 2 on the board, trailing by 151, and in that over James Coles bring up his second half century of the match.
Yeah, there's a Lions winter programme which includes a couple of camps, development camp and a pace bowling camp. A development camp all taking place in Loughborough before they head to Australia in November. As I say, play a 3-day warm-up at Lilac Hill, and they will play 2 4-day matches against a Cricket Australia 11 in Perth and Australia A in Brisbane, which occurs during the same time as the first and second test matches in both cities, as Harmer continues round the wicket to Coles, and they scamper through for a quick single as the throw comes in from Cook at short fine leg, and they make it home easily. So quite often we see this when the senior side head away on a tour. The second team, the A team, the Lions team join them as Harmer comes in, and this one spins and bounces, beats the outside edge of Alsop, who pushed forward. That's the first one really in this innings that we've seen from Harmer that's kind of gripped, turned and had a little fizz to it as he comes in again round the wicket, and Alsop defends on the back foot. And I mentioned the Lions schedule because there will clearly be some players I think involved in this game who will have some ambitions of getting over to Australia this winter. As Harmer comes in round the wicket, down the track comes Allsop, lofts it high and handsomely over long off. It bounces just a couple of times before crossing the rope for 4. So good, confident attacking stroke there from Allsop down the track and lofting the ball over that deepish mid-on's head. 4 more to the total. He moves to 69 not out. Sussex 154 for 2.
You go from the encouragement of seeing a bit of turn to then the confidence of Allsop to take on Simon Harmer.
Harmer in again over round the wicket and defended into the offside. Yeah, it was good attacking play there from Allsop, just getting right to the pitch of the ball. Even if it wanted to spin, it didn't give it a chance to. He met it right on the bounce on the half volley. So good shot there as Harmer comes in again round the wicket. This one just defended to leg side. A bit of indecision about the run, but James Coles calls Allsop through and says, there is easily one there, my friend, come on. And they complete the single. As I say, I think there'll be a few players here who will maybe have designs on the full England squad.
Well, yeah, I guess it's a question of will we see the likes of Sam Cook, Jordan Cox, Sussex. I'm sure Adrian will have some thoughts on who may well, or who could be a part of the Lions or otherwise. But I think from an Essex point of view, it's a case of could they be a part of the Lions? Could they be a part of the senior squad? Sam Cook had a good time with the Lions out in Australia over this winter, as Noah Thane is beginning a new over from the CN. That's flashed into the leg side. Good stop from a outstretched hand of Paul Walter in the mid-wicket region to stop that going all the way. Dot ball.
Yeah, I'd be very interested to see which squad. I think Sam Cook will be in one of the squads for sure, but which one will be interesting to note. Obviously, he's been released from the England squad at the moment, playing at Old Trafford. They've kept with the same pace attack from the previous test.
Stain is into Allsop, who defends that one into the pitch, and it bounces up. It's collected by Dean Elgar for no run.
I think that we're seeing that the aim for England was always to try and have their seam bowlers fit and ready for action in the winter. It takes a bit of planning and a bit of luck as well to make sure that they stay injury free. But with Jofra Archer, obviously of this parish, back involved.
Stain is into Allsop, who turns that one into the leg side. Matt Critchley out on the boundary picks up the ball as they come through for a single. We haven't seen any leg spin from him yet.
Now we're wondering whether we might see him turn his arm over at some stage in this innings. They've got plenty of runs to play with. But yeah, there's quite an impressive selection of seam bowlers now kind of developing for England.
Thane into Coles, who plays that one out into the offside. It's a dot ball.
Sam Cook has had that one taste of Test match cricket, and I'm sure will be very keen for some more. But there's also players like Josh Tongue and Matt Potts and Gus Atkinson, all not involved at the moment, to go along with those who are playing up at Old Trafford. So competition is hot.
Stain is in, and that one's turned into the leg side, and it's gone away for 4 runs. It's split the field on the leg side, and again we're just seeing the quickness of the surface. 156 2.
Really like this shot, beautifully timed. I think it was a no ball as well, but the ball just drifting onto Coles's pads as we get a replay. Yeah, big no ball there from Thane. The ball drifting onto Coles's pads, and he just tucked it away into the leg side with consummate ease. There are 2 men out in the deep on the leg side. Neither of them had a chance as it raced away for 4.
So Coles has moved on to 57. Thane is on his way in, and that one he's just guided into the leg side again, slightly finer than the previous delivery, and it will be picked up in the deep by the fielder on this occasion for a single.
We were talking about the because the ECB released the schedule or
Yes.
the announcement of the fixtures for next summer as well, bumper summer of cricket, and 5 different international teams coming over to play the men, the women, disability cricket as well.
Then coming around the wicket to Alsop, who plays that one into the leg side, deep square leg, coming into field for a single. Another no ball from Noah Thane, and so he, again, as we saw in his earlier spell, just needs to make an adjustment to that front foot.
Yeah, he's really looking quizzically at the umpire. He can't quite understand what's going on, struggling to get his run up just right. He thinks maybe he was behind the line. The umpire absolutely adamant he was not.
Yeah, Tom Wesley, the captain, just coming across to look as well and have a chat with the youngster.
Yeah, not going to get him to change his mind, I'm afraid.
No reviews here.
But yeah, there's a test match, a women's test match at Lords, which caught my eye. I'm very much looking forward to next summer.
And that's good to see as Thane is coming in, and that's clipped off the toes by Coles. They're scampering through for a quick single. They will get back comfortably for the 2 as well, as Jordan Cox does the fielding for Essex in the deep. So that is now the end of the over. And Sussex are 168 for 2, trailing by 132. Very pleased to see as well another T20, international T20 match for Chelmsford to host between England and India as part of the 3-match series between them.
Yeah, absolutely. Take international cricket around the country to different grounds, give fans a chance to see their heroes up close and personal. And it's been a really fascinating summer for the women so far against New Zealand and then India. They've found life pretty difficult against India this summer, and so it's going to be a great contest again next year. India women, I think, showing that they really are the coming force in international cricket, and the Aussies, who've dominated for so long, not sure that they will get everything their own way for much longer, as England try and do a little bit of rebuilding under a new captain, new coach. They've had a bit of success, but with the T20 World Cup, well, they've got a 50 over World Cup in India to come at the end of this year, and then a T20 World Cup in the UK next year, so lots to get excited about as we do get a change in the bowling. Matt Critchley comes on at the first ball. He's gone up for a big appeal for LBW against Tom Alsop. Jordan Cox on the charge as well. They're pleading with the umpire. He is not interested, and that ball spinning prodigiously from outside the off stump. Alsop right back on his crease. It hit him in front of the stumps, but maybe a little high and maybe just turning a little bit too much. It really did grip and rip as Critchley comes in again round the wicket, and this one defended into the offside by Alsop, and there is no run.
It's just livened things up a little bit, hasn't it? First ball from Matt Critchley. First time we've seen him.
Yeah, he's done a great job with the bat. Now he comes in with the ball out round the wicket and left alone by Alsop this time. And just like his spin bowling teammate, he keeps the sunglasses on. They will not be removed as he comes in round the wicket, and Allsop defends into the offside, and there's no run. Critchley's taken 19 championship wickets so far this season, so he's been a threat, as the reverse sweep from Allsop can't beat Cox at slip. I think it just flicks the pad on the way through. So 5 dot balls so far from Critchley. Can he finish this over off? He comes in again, and this one's punched up towards mid-on by Allsop, and there is no run. So double teapot from Matt Critchley as he has a conversation with, I think it's Rob Bailey, the umpire, wondering what that appeal was missing. I think there's a bit of joviality about that inquiry. It was a good shout.
Yeah, the umpire's in discussion at the moment. I don't know whether maybe something's been said, or there's some kind of conference going on between both umpires. Matt Critchley has walked away into the field.
Yeah, I'm not sure what they're discussing there, but the umpire's having a bit of a chat with the umpire. The umpire having a bit of a chat with one of the Essex players.
Yeah, I think Simon Harmer's been spoken to at one end, and Tom Wesley's spoken to the other umpires. It may well have been the over.
I think it might have been the particularly enthusiastic appeal from Jordan Cox at slip, but yeah, we'll see if there's anything more to that. Initially I thought they might have been talking about the light, but no, I think it was about that appeal.
Noah Thane beginning a new over from the CN. That's dabbed down, and they'll come through for a quick single. James Cole's taking that one. 169 for 2. It has got rather gloomy again, hasn't it? We've got some grey clouds above us. That breeze still picking up around the ground though, so may well blow over. And Essex, who earlier probably would have been thinking if they can get a full day's play in and some quick wickets that they'd be home and dry, have been rather frustrated by this Sussex resistance as Thane is in, and that one's played back to the bowler by Allsop, dot ball.
Yeah, I do wonder what that little discussion was about. If it was something to do with that appeal, you would think that maybe they'd have a chat with the captain, Tom Wesley. But yeah, we'll have to investigate either at the tea break or at the close of play just to find out. But in any case, on we go.
Sussex trail by 131 as Thane is in, and that one's turned into the leg side. Good stop by Paul Walter, who's had to be rather athletic in that position, hasn't he? He gets a high five from Dean Elgar for his troubles there.
Dean Elgar has to jump to get the high five. We were talking about the greatest height differentials between opening partnerships, and Paul Walter and Dean Elgar is a very noticeable height change between the two of them.
Absolutely. Just Thane just pausing in his run up as Tom Allsop moves away. He's on 72 from the 145 deliveries he's faced. There is rain, by the way, in Chelmsford, where Essex's women are taking on Somerset, so they haven't managed to get on with 4 balls of the Somerset innings remaining. It's been a bit of a frustrating one for them, as Thane is now into Allsop. Plays that one up to mid-on for no run.
Yeah, there's been plenty of rain around the country. That's caused a bit of delays and stoppages over the last 2 or 3 days. We
can't complain too much because on the whole it's been a touch wood so far, a quite good summer in terms of county cricket and how much cricket we've been able to see. It's certainly been better than others I've known.
Yeah, glorious summer so far, really.
Thane is in to Alsop, who just plays that one off the hip into the leg side, and again it's Paul Walter called into action to do the fielding dot ball. Yeah,
it's been some seriously warm temperatures, which has had an impact on the cricket, the pitches, the surfaces, and almost ideal for run making. Clear blue skies in general, almost, dare I say it, at the level of 1976.
Thane is in around the wicket to Alsop, who's defending at the end of the over, 169 for 2 with 48 bowled.
The summer of 1976, which was well before either Victoria or I were around, but anyone who did live through it will tell you immediately, as soon as you get a warm summer, the immediate comparisons are the summer of 76, and well, we certainly have had those kind of temperatures for large parts, and I think the warmth is about to return to us in the not too distant future. It's just as the umpire Bailey, they're having a conversation with Tom Wesley, just wondering whether it was to do with that earlier appeal for LBW, but Wesley can concentrate on setting his field now with Matt Critchley, and yeah, it's been absolutely fantastic until this week. But as always, a little bit of rain didn't hurt anyone. As Critchley comes in for the start of his second over, and this is a paddle sweep from Coles, and it's going to beat the man at deep backward square leg. Very finely played there by Coles, more about touch and precision than power. Just helped it on its way down towards the fine leg boundary. So 4 more to the total, 4 more to James Coles, who's now 65 not out in Sussex's 173 for 2. And so a little change in the field as Critchley comes in over the wicket, and this one just turned into the leg side. They'll think about scurrying through for a second, but Wesley just manages to keep it to a single. So a slip in for Alsop, catching, short mid-wicket catching, and then deep backward square leg, deepish mid-wicket as Alsop drives up towards mid-on, and there is no run. Bit of protection on the offside as well, a deep point for the short ball, but Critchley bowling quite nicely at the moment as he comes in round the wicket, and this one hits Alsop on the pad. Big appeal, and the umpire this time has given him, and Critchley absolutely delighted, so happy that he loses his footing and he's sprawled out in the star formation, getting his head rubbed by his teammates as they gather around him. Absolutely delighted with that wicket. So Tom Alsop, who had batted so well for his 72, he's got to go, given LBW by the umpire. And Matt Critchley, who's only delivered 10 balls in the game, and he's got his first wicket, 1 for 5. And didn't he enjoy that?
Well, I think that's a bit of relief there coming out in the celebrations from Essex, because it's been 3.5 hours since they took that last wicket. It's been a really, really good partnership. Tom Alsop, 72 runs, 150 balls faced, and he, along with James Coles, has been vital for Sussex in holding up Essex with the ball. So I think you just saw that relief come out in the celebrations from Essex, and just seeing Matt Critchley getting a bit of fortune with the ball. We saw it from that first delivery, which we thought may be a bit high down leg side perhaps, but it was just a bit of a sign that Matt Critchley might be able to make something happen here, and he's done so with his second over.
Yeah, he has, and it's a clever bit of bowling because he's coming round the wicket to the left-hander, so he's got that benefit of the ball being able to pitch outside the off stump, and it was just a bit fuller. That was a much fuller delivery from Critchley, and Alsop didn't quite manage to get his front foot out to the pitch of the ball. He was almost stuck on the crease a little bit, and I think that's what's done for him. Ball didn't have as far to go as it did for the first appeal, and so Matt Critchley, the partnership breaker, and it was a very decent partnership, 141 run partnership between Coles and Alsop, but it's been broken. Dan Ibrahim now, the new batter, out to the middle, and Essex, yeah, they're in a dominant position, of course. They're still 126 runs ahead, but they wanted to break that partnership as Critchley comes in for his first ball to Ibrahim, who just lets this go outside the off stump. But that was a really useful partnership for Sussex, and Essex beginning to wonder how they were going to cut through. In the end, it was Matt Critchley who comes over the wicket to Ibrahim, and this one grips and turns outside the off stump. It's gone through to the keeper, and there's no run. So a good over from Matt Critchley. He's picked up his first wicket of the innings, and Sussex 174 for 3, and I'm going to make my way, reintroduce Adrian Harms, as we'll continue with Victoria.
Thanks, Dean. Well, we did wonder whether Matt Critchley might hold the key. We were just surprised he hadn't bowled a little earlier. Dean looked up, said he's taken 19 wickets this season, so he's been more than occasional. It was just something different, wasn't it, from the start? You could that huge appeal in his first over. I don't think he was too happy it wasn't given out, and suddenly the umpires I don't know if they were conferring about.
That was what we were discussing.
You know,
yeah.
we were wondering next door in the press box, were they conferring because the appeal was long and vociferous, and Critchley didn't look happy, but he got his man in the end. So Noah Thane runs away from us, comes in and bowls to James Coles, who plays into the offside, and there is no run. So Dan Ibrahim is the new man. He made 100 up at Durham a few weeks ago in the sort of the two fixtures that were in between the T20s. But he's need to support James Coles here. Coles 66 not out, has batted beautifully. Sussex, as Dean was saying, still with a lot of work to go as Fane runs away from us. Just the one slip in place. In and bowls, Coles clips to square leg. There is no run. It's funny what wicket does, Victoria, because all of a sudden you can see the Essex lads all clapping hands, and they're all. Critchley's celebration was like he'd scored the winning goal in the cup final,
yeah, I mean,
wasn't it?
He slightly ruined his streak cred by slipping as he
yes.
you know.
Yes, I thought it might hurt himself.
Yeah, well, he's lucky he didn't. All the coolness of his mullet and his sunglasses, and then he slips awkwardly in his celebration. But yeah, you're right. I particularly felt after the last over from Simon Harmer, just the head dropped. He got hit for 6. It just felt a little bit despondent, and you can understand it for Essex. They were being very frustrated by those Sussex batters.
Fane in again bowls. Coles defends onto the onside. There is no run fielded by Walter. I'm sure it was a very good decision. I'm sure Rob Bailey wouldn't be influenced, but when you're umpiring in sort of local cricket, sometimes you get a really loud appeal, don't you think? Oh, crumb, and I'm not giving that out. The next one you think, but it did look out. Yeah, certainly. It did look out.
Yeah, we looking from we're just seeing a replay again of the wicket, but
yeah, I think that's a good shout. Look, let's see him slipping.
There we go.
Yeah, he did celebrate in style. In comes Thane. The wicket bowls. James Coles pulls without timing. fielded there by Elgar. Now he's a bit surprised by that, James, and he's standing looking quizzically at the pitch. Now, did that not get up as much as he thought, or... It's strange, isn't it? I don't know whether the lads might be able to show us a replay of that. He just looks... Oh, we've just lost it on the screen. There we go. Oh, thank you. Here we go. Perhaps he got a bit big on him. Either way, he didn't time it. Anyway, James Coles is still there. He's much depending on James Cole's shoulders. Thane in and bowls. Coles defends onto the onside. No run.
That one just looked like it kept lower.
It did. I keep on thinking the clouds are gathering, Victoria, but they seem to be sort of passing behind the ground, and direction of the weather, I mean, away to our left or away to the west, there are, blue skies and relatively high cloud. It's just from the north. It has been sort of raining on and off around the country. They had rain in for a while at the test match. They had some rain at Merchant Taylor's School.
Got rain at Chelmsford.
Right, okay. So we've probably been lucky so far today. Thane is in. James Coles plays it onto the onside. A tumbling save by Paul Water. There's no run, made an over from Noah Thane. He's bowled 7 overs. No, he hasn't. He's bowled 8 overs. One made no wicket for 31. 174 for 3 are Sussex. James Coles on 66. The arrears 126. And you're listening to live cricket on BBC Radio Sussex and Essex. You may be watching us via the Sussex Cricket Club live stream. Adrian Harms, Victoria Polly and Dean Wilson, your commentary team, on what's turned out to be an absorbing day's cricket. As indeed all 3 days have been.
Certainly.
Really good.
Certainly been interesting to see the battle with Essex getting that lead of 300 early on this morning, eventually all out for 504 as Critchley begins a new over. That one's outside the off stump. Simon Harmer with 53 at the end of the Essex innings just to etch that lead up, and 2 quick wickets for Essex early on in the Sussex second innings made you think they were on their way, as that one's driven into the covers by Ibrahim for no run. But a really good partnership between James Coles and Tom Alsop had Sussex fighting hard with the bat as Critchley is in over the wicket to Ibrahim, who defends into the offside for no run. I have had a couple of answers on the email, Adrian.
Oh, I know the answer.
As Critchley is in, and that one's outside the off stump, left alone by Ibrahim. Well, I think I know the answer now, because when you get a couple of emails with the same the same answer, and I have even had some context from the grumbler. As Critchley is in, Ibrahim looks to pull that one. He has picked out a fielder at deep backwards square leg, so it will be just a single, but that gets him off the mark. 175 for 3, trailing by 125.
That was a long hot, wasn't it? He was lucky to get away with that without it going over the pavilion. The question was, which Essex captain won an Olympic gold medal as a middleweight boxer?
Critchley is in, that's defended, as Adrian's going to do an update.
Yeah, sorry about that. So I'll let you have the pleasure of announcing who it is. I think we've got travel first, so you've probably got time, Victoria, to...
Oh, are we given the answer already?
Oh, well, we can keep it going for a bit longer if you like. Should we keep it going?
Maybe. Let it go for a little bit longer.
One thing we were right about, though, with the answer is I bet it's from a long time ago, and it is. Sam Cook back into the attack, which is interesting. I just wonder, with that wicket being taken, whether could captaincy probably by Wesley thinks, well, we've got the breakthrough. Let's bring back the miserly Sam Cook. 10 overs, 2 maidens, 1 for 32. Tea is at 4 o'clock, so another half an hour to go, and we've still got 47 overs to be bowled in the day. As Cook is going to come into bowl to Daniel Ibrahim, who's 1 not out, 175 for 3, 2 slips waiting. Cook is in, bowls. Ibrahim defends solidly down the track. Cook fields off his own bowling, and there is no run. We're in the 52nd over, so still a good way to go until the new ball, but if we get all these overs in, you'd think that the new ball will be taken at some stage today. There we go.
Cricket update. Let's get the latest from the cricket then. Adrian Harms is watching the third day of Sussex's game with Essex at Hove.
Yes, Sussex fighting back here, Adam, but they have lost a wicket just in the last couple of moments. They're 175 for 3 now. It means they still trail by 125, but the wicket that of Tom Alsop, who was LBW to Matt Critchley for 72, that after a partnership of 141 with James Coles, who's still there batting beautifully. He's 66 not out. Looks like it's heading for a draw up at Scarborough, where Surrey are 134 for 1. That in reply to the Yorkshire total of 517 for 6. Kent going along nicely down at Cardiff. They're 265 for 5 now, leading Glamorgan by 93. Last I saw, Joe Everson was 47 not out. And in the Test match up at Old Trafford, England 66 without loss, replying to India's 358. Zach Crawley 26 not out. In comes Cook, bowls to Ibrahim, who plays down the offside of the track, and there is no run.
Lovely boundary, the previous delivery there from Ibrahim, just guided it.
Just as I went to give those updates, I noticed that 2 wickets had fallen. Surrey were 134 without loss, but Dominic Sibley's now out for 52 for Surrey, and Kent had lost a wicket as well. I said Joe Everson was 14 odd not out. In fact, he's out now for 49. So
a lot going on elsewhere.
Cook in and bowls to Ibrahim, who stoutly and solidly forward plays onto the onside, fielded by Walter. There is no run. Harry Finch, formerly of Sussex, who's resurrected his career. It was nice when things perhaps don't work out at one club and you move to another, and Harry left here 2 or 3 years ago in the final year of Jason Gillespie's tenure, but he's gone to Kent and established himself as he keeps wicket in the T20. Sometimes when Sam Billings isn't doing it, he keeps in the Championship, and 44 not out today. Cook in bowls, Ibrahim again defends down the track, and there is no run. Arrears are 121. So how many people got in touch with you to say they knew who this cricketer come boxer?
I have 2 right answers.
Right, okay. Well, well done to those people. Cook. Final ball of his 11th over. He's in and bowls to Ibrahim, who drives. That's a nice shot by Dan. A very good bit of fielding. Scatters the pigeons at cover point. There were 3 pigeons surrounded. I don't know who fielded that, but it was a very good bit of fielding. It was drilled away into the covers. They went through for a single, but it could easily have been 4 runs. There are 3 pigeons there that were scattered. But it's a single to Daniel Ibrahim. He goes to 6, so to 180 for 3. Coles on 66. The lead 120.
Yes, I've just got myself down a hole reading about the answer. It's a very interesting story.
About him? Yeah, I agree. I read that earlier as well. Yeah, it is an interesting story, isn't it? Yeah, more than just a cricketer or a boxer.
Yeah, I mean, there's it's always really interesting, like you have the Sussex Museum, when the Essex Museum have particular exhibitions on about former players, as Critchley is in. That one's defended by Ibrahim for a dot ball to start the over. You get to go and learn about the lives of these cricketers from previous times, before my time. As Critchley is in, and that one's knocked into the leg side past a diving Paul Walter, and that is going to run away to the boundary for 4 for Daniel Ibrahim. Just beating the outstretched arm of Paul Walter at mid-wicket.
You feel with a leg spinner, there's always every chance. I mean, particularly bowling to a right-hander with that short side, that Ibrahim might fancy his chances. And I think rightly Wesley is keeping the pressure on here, having picked up that wicket.
He's moved on to 10 as Critchley is in, gives that one a bit more air, and that's driven through the offside, and he's found the gap, and that's going to be a second successive boundary for Dan Ibrahim. Onto 14, Sussex onto 188 for 3, the deficit down to 112.
He won't want the experiments to go on too long, but to be fair to Critchley, he's giving the ball air, he's giving it a chance. I don't know if that was in the air for a long time. They sort of one or two hands on heads, but it looked like a good shot from Ibrahim.
He certainly managed to pick the gap out on the offside as Critchley is in over the wicket. He's driven that one uppishly back towards the bowler, who's quick to get down to it. Remains 188 for 3. Critchley in, and that one's defended by Ibrahim. No run.
I wonder whether we might see a bit of Porter down the hill for 2 or 3 overs just before tea. And then perhaps hold back those opening bowlers for a burst with the new ball when it's available.
In comes Critchley outside the off stump through to Pepper for a dot ball to finish the over. So we had 8 from it as the grey clouds roll around the back of the floodlights, but the blue sky remains peeking through overhead. 188 for 3.
Yeah, live cricket here on BBC Radio Sussex and Essex. Also via the Sussex live stream. Victoria Polly, myself, Adrian Harms and Dean Wilson, your commentary team here at Hove, where mercifully so far we've been dry. And this game still very much in the favour of Essex, but Sussex fighting hard. The arrears now just 112. We've got 45 overs left in the day. Tea will be at 4 o'clock. James Cole's playing very nicely. He's made 66, a partnership of 141 between he and Tom Alsop. Tom Alsop making 72. And it's going to be Sam Cook who's going to carry on from the C end of the ground. Just the one slip in place. Interesting leg side field here because there's a square leg who's slightly backward of square, a mid-wicket and a mid-on, and then a slightly deeper mid-wicket, sort of halfway to the boundary. As in comes Cook, bowls, and Coles is up on his toes and punching that to mid-off. There is no run. One of James Cole's favourite shots is that pitched up delivery just on middle and leg that he clips away through mid-wicket. So whether or not Essex think that that's an area where they might be able to get James Coles, we'll wait and see, but he's faced 136 balls as Coles. Still a lot of work for the Sussex middle order to do if they're going to dig themselves out of this deficit of 300. In again comes Cook, bowls, Coles clips to mid-wicket, fielded there by Paul Walter. And again there is no run. Looks like Khalil Ahmed is going through a bit of a warm-up routine down in front of us, a bit of Pilates I think.
That's a glute stretch.
That looks hard, doesn't it? Unless you do Pilates regularly, that's yeah. As Cook again is on his way, motoring in bowls to Coles, who defends down the onside, and again it's the eager Walter who comes into field, doesn't field it cleanly. And Khalil Ahmed, well, he was considering doing a bit of juggling, but I think he thought
about the keepy-uppies, but remembered Paul Walter had done quite a good job earlier.
Yeah, and he probably thought, I don't want to embarrass myself by sort of not being able to do it. Paul Walter did about half a dozen quite easily. Cook back to his mark, and will come in again to bowl to the James Coles. In bowls short. Coles pulls, and is he gonna, I thought for a minute he was going to be caught. It's going to run away for 4 runs. I'm not sure he was completely in control of that, James Coles. It was short. It was pulled away. He picks up another boundary. Just have a look at this. He was just reaching a little. There's that deepish mid-wicket. So in the end, it was perfectly safe. I don't mean to do James a disservice. I just wonder if he wasn't quite in control of the shot. Nonetheless, he goes to 70. Who am I to comment really? Cook again in Coles, just waits and plays with great patience into the offside, and there is no run. 1 ball to go in Cook's 12th over. Figures of 1 for 41. All these little landmarks, Sussex will feel if they can get the arrears down below 100. I mean, it's just when it was 300, it seemed a long. Actually, the runs have come quite quickly. Sussex are scoring at 3.5 and over. It's been a feature of the match, really. Dean was talking about that earlier on, where Essex were cracking along yesterday, 5s and 6s and over. But attacking fields primarily set by Tom Wesley. In fact, now they are moving someone back. That mid-wicket that was halfway to the boundary is now going probably 3/4 of the way to the boundary as Cook is in. Bowls and short delivery, and it's signalled as a wide as the ball balloons over the head of James Coles. I thought that looked a bit harsh actually, but Sussex won't mind about that. Let's just see it again. I could actually, to be fair, it probably was a good call because the that's interesting. Yeah, I didn't see that immediately. James Coles looked towards the square leg umpire who said, yeah, that's a wide. Cook in again. Coles defends to mid-wicket, fielded by Paul Water. There is no run. End of the over, 193 for 3. 54 overs gone, so 26 overs until the new ball would be available. That would still leave 18 overs left in the day. So I just wonder if the weather holds that Tom Wesley might use Porter and Cook reasonably sparingly over these next 20 odd overs to make sure his new ball bowlers are fresh for when the new ball is available, because that could be, by that stage, if Sussex are scoring at 4 and over roughly, or 3.5, they're not going to be a million miles away from clearing these arrears, which may be something that Sussex might have on their mind.
Yeah, I think it's like you say, isn't it? When you've got a lead to chase down, it's about those small milestones, isn't it? When you're just taking it chunk by chunk, not getting too far ahead, not probably for much of the day, not even really thinking about the lead that Essex had, and it's just been about keeping wickets in hand and staying there, and then the runs will take care of themselves if you're there and building partnerships. So I think, like you say, it is just looking at it in those little increments as Critchley begins a new over from the Cromwell Road end, and that one looks like it might have had a bit of turn from the leg spinner.
I thought for a moment there he was going to bowl Simon Harmer, he was going to take Critchley out of the attack, but he's persevering with Critchley. He's only conceded 14 runs.
Critchley is in, and that's down on one knee from Ibrahim out into the deep on the offside for a single. 194 for 3. Khalil Ahmed is continuing, he's stretching in front of us. I don't know how imminent his arrival back onto bowling is, or whether he's just giving the captain a bit of a hint that he's ready whenever needed. In comes Critchley to Coles, who defends that one back to the bowler for a dot ball.
That's some pretty advanced Pilates he was doing there, crumbs.
Critchley's in over the wicket, and that one's driven by Coles up to mid-off. Tom Wesley down to it.
It was roughly this time yesterday when we were watching the clouds gathering and saying if it does rain during tea, that'll be okay. But it did rain pretty hard, but just looking at those clouds gathering.
Critchley's in, and again that's just played up to mid-off for a dot ball from James Coles, who remains on 70, 144 balls faced. Critchley for Essex bowls, and Coles is getting low to that one to play it back to the bowler, so just a single from the over, and Sussex on 194 for 3.
Just a quick trip around the grounds in the First Division. Hampshire 263 for 5 down at the Ageas Bowl. Ben Brown, formerly of Sussex, out for 28. Hampshire still trailing knots by 315, so there's plenty of life in that game. At Edgbaston, Worcestershire 184 for 8, leading Warwickshire by 333. Bertie Foreman's playing in that game for Worcestershire, and he's just got out for 15. Took a wicket, but he's made 15 in the second innings. Worcestershire looking for their second win of the season. Could be a good game there tomorrow. Up at Scarborough, Surrey 150 for 1. Not such a good game there, just 7 wickets have fallen. They've had a lot of rain, but that does look like a pretty flat track. Hope it's not like that next week when Sussex are there. Sam Cook is going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. He's running away from us, coming into bowl to Ibrahim, who works that back to the square on the leg side and picks up a single. Does Ibrahim? He goes to 16. The Sussex total to 194 for 3. It means the arrears are 106. Briefly in the second division, Leicestershire, or rather Derbyshire, 35 without loss, needing 411 more to beat Leicestershire, who are top of the second division of the Championship. Kent 275 for 5 down at Cardiff, leading Glamorgan by 103. Gloucestershire 381 for 9, still trailing Lancashire by 176 at Cheltenham. And comes Cook bowls, and Coles whips this away through mid-wicket. They've taken one. They won't come back for a second though, because Cox is there on Fields. Coles goes to 71. Sussex to 196 for 3. And the final game at Merchant Taylor School, Northants 261 for 8. They've had some rain there, and they're currently at tea. Still trailing Middlesex by 364. And as you say, it's been raining, and still raining at Chelmsford by the looks of it, as in comes Cook, bowls, forward comes Ibrahim, plays onto the onside, no run. Somerset women made 312 for 6 in 49 overs and 2 balls before the rain came. They must have been off there for some time, I think, Victoria.
Yeah, it was. Must have been around about lunchtime-ish. It feels like a long time.
Cook wanders back to his mark, changing the field. They really are packing this leg side field for James Coles. They've just got the one slip in place. Now this is interesting. There are 2 men in catching positions on that leg side. There's a straight, almost a closest even square leg and mid wicket, as in comes Cook and bowls, and Ibrahim defends down the offside of the track to Cook, who doesn't field the ball cleanly, and there is no run. The total remains 196 for 3. Tea at 4 o'clock. Dean will be back with us after tea, so we need to do another schedule, don't we?
Oh.
4:20 we'll resume, I presume. Sorry, it's my awful.
Did you do it because you weren't organised, or you thought we might be done by then?
I never thought that. In comes Cook and bowls, and Ibrahim turns that to square leg, and there is no run. It's because I wasn't particularly organised, which is not good. I'll work that out in a minute. We'll do it at tea time. No cake today, by the looks of it. We've got a packet of biscuits, which are still staring at us. As Cook is back to his mark. That sky does look quite threatening, doesn't it, at the far end of the ground. Cook is in, bowls. Ibrahim thought about hooking that and decided at the last minute to pull out of the shot. It is the end of the over. Tea is at 4 o'clock. The schedule closes at 6:30, when we've had we will have 104 overs in the day, if indeed we can get all of those overs in. The scoreboard has momentarily disappeared. There we are, 196 for 3. The camera, well done to Jack and Isaac, is showing, contrary to what I was saying, some lovely blue sky, which I can only assume is behind where we are, because as I'm looking out at the commentary box here, it is really dark. The sky in the distance is a well, it's picturesque against the houses, but it's that doesn't look good news. Let's hope it's not coming this way, because if it is, we could have an interruption.
Matt Critchley continuing with the ball for Essex, as that one's flashed into the offside by James Coles for a single. 197 for 3.
Yeah, it's just a little slower, isn't it, on the stream. There we go.
It does feel like it has been rather grey and cloudy for most of the day, as Critchley is in and driven uppishly into the offside by Ibrahim for no run, and then it hasn't really materialised into anything. Every so often we just get the sun and the blue sky peeking through, so let's hope it stays that way. As Critchley is in over the wicket, on the back foot this time is Ibrahim, who gets past the first fielder. Sam Cook comes in off the boundary, and Sussex take the 1 run.
Well, the ground staff are still sitting at the far end. In fact, I do I say this every day that, you know, they're staying up there, it's not going to rain. But actually, during this game, they haven't brought the big covers on. They tend to go with the tarpaulins.
Critchley is in. That one's defended by James Coles, who's on 72 for no run. Yeah, I think we're probably only being sold half the story because we can see the pictures on the live stream from behind us with that lovely blue sky. So the sun is around somewhere here in Hove as Critchley is in a bit of flight, and that one's driven by Coles, who thought about the quick single, but he said it straight to mid-off and they won't take a run. In comes Critchley, defended by Coles for a dot ball to finish the over. 2 singles from it, 198 for 3, trailing by 102 with 7 minutes until the tea break.
Yes, and I think Sussex will feel that they've had a decent session. They began on 89 for 2, so they've added 109 runs in the session for the loss of Tom Alsop, who was LBW to Matt Critchley. The umpire's having another word about something or another. Don't know about what. Are they looking at the ball? I wasn't aware that the ball was thrown, and that's all I can think it might be. Ibrahim and, yeah, they are looking at the ball. Ibrahim and Coles are sort of looking on. If we do get some play, I think it's going to be Kyle Ahmed who's going to come into the attack, maybe. The ball is being sort of thrown from fielder to fielder. I think Essex clearly are not overly happy with the ball. And the debate is continuing. In fact, I was completely wrong. It's going to be Sam Cook. Yeah, I can see Tom Westley is now giving it to umpire. I think that's Mark Newell at this end. And he's given it back to him and said, no, get on with it. So there we go. They're going to have to get on with it. 57 overs with this Kookaburra ball. They've got 23 to go before they can get their hands on a new one. And if we get all of those, Sussex will hope that they've cleared a good portion of this 102 runs that they're currently in arrears by. In comes Cook, running away from us. In and bowls to Ibrahim, who gets a fortunate single and edgings that one down to fine leg. There's a howl from the slips, but Ibrahim picks up another run. Let's just see this. Well, there's an inside edge onto pad, maybe. Either way, he gets a single and goes to 18, 199 for 3.
Noah Thane's just having some fun with some pigeons in the field.
Joe, last night here for the final 6 overs, there must have been about 200 birds on the field.
It looked a nightmare, to be honest.
Yeah, it was. At one stage, Simon Hummel pulled away because the birds were flying across his line of vision. In comes Cook, bowls to Coles, who plays through the offside and picks up another single. He goes to 73. Applause around the ground is for the Sussex 200 for 3. That means the arrears are exactly 100. It's very obliging that lead was 300 because it does make the maths a lot easier. Yes. I'd be sitting here struggling and trying to work it out. This really heavy cloud has sort of so far evaded us. I'm not quite sure how that is. And behind it, I can see something a little lighter as well coming in. So anyway, we shall see. Maybe we'll have a drop of rain at tea time. Cook back to his mark, runs away from us up the hill and bowls, and Daniel Ibrahim takes that on, and that's goes through to Michael Pepper. Well, I don't think they'd have been too happy in the dressing room if he'd been caught out looking to pull a ball in what's likely to be the penultimate over before tea. He wasn't that far away from it, you know. Let's watch this again. Yeah, he didn't get a touch, but encouragement for Cook. Looks pretty unflappable as he's back to his mark and will make his way in. I think it's a 1 for 46. Hidden bowls, and this time Ibrahim does take it on. I'm not sure he was totally in control of that, if I'm being honest, but he's picked up a single. Let's see if I do Daniel a disservice. Just thought that let's just see this again. Well, he's got a single. He goes to 19, 201 for 3, so the arrears down below 3 figures, which will be another little landmark for Sussex. 99 in arrears. Crumbs, those clouds at the far end of the ground. I don't know whether the ground staff might be running on with the covers at the break. We shall see. In comes Cook, Bowles and Coles. Plays that 1-2 backward point. They take the single. It's a little slow to set off, maybe, Dan Ibrahim, but nonetheless, in the end, he gets home comfortably enough. And James Coles picks up his 74th run. On the TV pictures, it looks a lot brighter than it is. Would you say? It looks like it's quite sunny.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe we're a little bit...
Perhaps because we're behind this slightly darkened glass that it looks not as bright as it actually is. But behind that heavy cloud there seems to be some brighter sky, so anyway, fingers crossed. As Cook makes his way in, final ball of the over, he's in a bowl, and Ibrahim defends down the onside of the track. There is no run, so end of the over. We are going to get one more over before tea, which means there'll be 39 to be bowled in the final session of the day. 202 for 3 are Sussex, with Coles on 74, Ibrahim on 19, and describe the final over before tea is Victoria Polly.
Yeah, I'll begin. It may be quite a quick over with Matt Critchley, but you might have to take over, Adrian, when I go off to do my 4 o'clock update. But we'll see how far we get. I didn't know whether we could maybe give the answer as well to the quiz question. Well, it's JWHT Douglas.
Yes, Johnny Douglas.
Yes, and really interesting story, which we might not be able to get through the whole of it in this Matt Critchley over, but it'd be good to talk a bit more about him. A middleweight boxer in the Olympics, as well as a cricket player, as Critchley starts the final over before tea, and it's just driven into the leg side by James Coles for no run. Played for England as well, as that one is in and hits the pad of Coles. There's a half appeal from the Essex field for no...
Well, he played cricket for England? Wow.
Yes.
Wow.
Played for England, captained the England team both before and after the First World War, as Critchley is in over the wicket to Coles, who's getting low to defend that one back to the bowler. But yeah, very sad end to his life, because he drowned off the coast of Denmark, I think it was, sailing back to Britain. As Critchley is in, that one's turned into the leg side by Coles, who'll get a single. 203 for 3. Deficit down to 97. I am going to break away, so I'll leave Adrian to finish before we get the tea interval.
Thanks, Victoria. We'll talk more about Johnny Douglas after tea. We were saying who was the Essex captain who also won an Olympic gold. He won the Olympics in 1908. Johnny Douglas. One of the questions set by those in the Sussex Cricket Museum, which is still open if you want to go and have a look around during the interval. In comes Critchley, bowls, Ibrahim defends down the track, and there is no run. I might have to take a photograph of this rather glowering sky here at Hove. One more ball to go until tea. Been a good session this for Sussex. They've lost Tom Alsop, but apart from that they've survived it, as Ibrahim is solidly forward. There we are, 203 for 3 at the tea break. Sussex in arrears still by 97, but having got one stage been 33 for 2. It's been a good recovery by the Sussex middle order. So the players leave the field for tea. We are also going to have a cup of tea and a biscuit or two, and we'll speak to you again at 20 past 4.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and Webtrans Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, Webtrans Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, Webtrans Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and Webtrans Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
At Sussex Cricket, we're always pushing the limits. Searching for that extra edge, that winning formula.
It's about the small gains, the marginal improvements and the dedication to perfection.
But the pursuit of victory doesn't stop on the pitch.
Behind the scenes, WebTrends Optimise is working their magic, optimising our digital journeys, making sure every click counts.
From filling the stands with roaring fans to getting them kitted out in their Sharks gear, WebTrends Optimise helps us connect with our community.
Because nothing fuels our players more than a packed house, a sea of Shark shirts, the energy of our incredible fans.
On the pitch and online, it's a team effort. Sussex Cricket and WebTrends Optimise.
Optimise for victory.
rain, but the light with the floodlights on is just about playable, I would say. The umpires are looking at their light meter. We did come off for light and rain yesterday, but it is probably, to be honest, right on the cusp of whether we're going to restart straight after tea. As I said, there's an awful lot of heavy cloud around behind it. There seem to be some brighter skies, but we are going to get underway because the Essex fielders have come running out, and the umpires are ready. They're just shooing away a flock of pigeons who are on the edge of the sky. It's being shooed away by, who's that who came running out? That's Sam Cook. Yes, it was, but the pigeons haven't really gone anywhere. So we are going to get underway. I'm not sure the umpires are convinced of the light, but we have been very lucky here so far today. I have to say that James Coles and Daniel Ibrahim look less than enthusiastic as they're making their way out. Dean Wilson will be back with us in a sec. Victoria Polly is next to me from BBC Radio Essex. I think it's fair to say the light doesn't look great, and Ibrahim and Coles don't look in any desperate hurry to get out to the middle.
No, I think this will be frustrating for Essex because they probably would have gone in and talked about how they need to have a really good final session of day 3, pick up a couple of wickets and put themselves, well, they're not in a strong position, but I just think they will have wanted more wickets than they've got at the moment for the deficit that Sussex have managed to cut down. So I think they'll be really keen to make sure they can be out there as long as possible in this final session. We know there's plenty of overs that they've got available, and they really won't want light or any kind of weather to affect how much time they can spend out and have the opportunity to take these wickets.
Well, James Coles is going to take strike. It's been going to be Ahmed who's running into bowl. Around the wicket bowls to Coles wide of the off stump, and James Coles hits the first ball after tea for 4. Well, he saw that clearly enough. In truth, it wasn't a very good delivery. It was wide outside the off stump and short, and James Coles said thanks very much and hit the ball through mid-wicket, through the covers for a boundary. He goes to 79, 207 for 3. The umpires continue to sort of look at each other, but we're just about staying on here as Khalil Ahmed makes his way in from the C end of the ground. We've still got another 38 overs after this to be bowled today. Ahmed is in bowls, and Coles hits another boundary outside of the off stump, and he just helps it on his way. So 8 runs, as easy as you like for James Coles. He goes to 83 and Sussex to 211 for 3. Too
short there from Khalil Ahmed, those 2 balls, just allowing James Coles to find the gap and find the boundary.
Yeah. Coles waits as Ahmed is in. There is a change in the field, and Coles drives that. I thought there was going to be another boundary, but it's a good stop at mid-wicket by Paul Water. He doesn't save a single, but he saves at least 2 or 3 runs, diving full length, stopping the ball with one hand. 1 more to the total, which goes to 212 for 3. They had moved a fielder out from cover to fielding on the cover point boundary. But Coles picks up a single, so he's on 84, 212 for 3. Brings the arrears down to 88. And Ahmed is on his way again round the wicket bowls to Ibrahim, and Ibrahim plays it in the air, and he's caught and bowled, and the wicket goes down, and that is a really, really tame dismissal. Daniel Ibrahim has gone, and if they come off a bad light now, well, Essex will feel they've picked up a wicket out of nowhere. We'll have to see that dismissal again. It looked to me like he went back to defend, it got a top edge and just ballooned in the air, and Ahmed just ran down the wicket and took the catch. Let's just see this again. Here we go. Yeah, caught and bowled. He just played it well. I think it has come off a top edge. We'd have to just see that in slightly closer. But the wicket now, the light's quite good actually. It's suddenly improved. I'm looking up from the screen. See this again. It was short. Yeah, it ballooned off a top edge, didn't it? It wasn't in a great position, Ibrahim, and a straightforward catch. So a wicket goes down, and just what Sussex didn't want. 212 for 4. Ibrahim on his way for 19. And Sussex effectively minus 88 for 4.
was a bit of a gift for Essex, but they'll take it, because it wasn't a great start to the over from Khalil Ahmed there with the successive boundaries, but that wicket again will just give Essex that confidence that there's still plenty of runs out on this pitch that Sussex need to not just make up, but then try and make Essex work for in return. But like I say, if this light can hold and the threat of any kind of wet weather disappears, a couple more wickets for Essex this evening just reiterates that position of being in control.
It certainly does. So disappointment for Daniel Ibrahim, who sort of dragged himself off the field, and it brings in John Simpson, who has been in terrific form for Sussex this season. These are the two form batters in this Sussex side, and they will certainly need to be over the next, hopefully Sussex will hope for the next sort of 4 sessions, because they're going to need to bat and bat and bat, but it's not going to be easy. The light has improved, actually, Victoria, hasn't it? Noticeably.
Yes, yeah.
Literally in the last 2 or 3 minutes it's improved considerably. There's still a lot of heavy cloud around, but for the moment the light is playable, and that's a bit of a gift as far as Essex are concerned. John Simpson has a little bit of gardening, big responsibility on these two. Ahmed makes his way in from the C end of the ground in and bowls, and Simpson defends out into the offside, and there is no run. Ahmed in his 11th over, now figures of 1 for 48, including 1 maiden. You were saying, Victoria, in terms of the rain, there's a women's game at Chelmsford, and that's been called off because of the wet weather.
Yeah, no result in that one. Umpires deciding that they couldn't get back out there, so they must have had more rain than anticipated back in Essex.
Yeah. Ahmed comes in, bowls to John Simpson, who drives sweetly into the covers. Tom Wesley is swiftly round from mid-off to field and prevents anything more than a single. 213 for 4. Simpson on 1. Coles is on 84. So the arrears are 87. We've got another 38 overs left in the day, another 20 overs until the new ball might be available. Just looking at the pictures on the screen, it's showing the sky behind us, which is really dark. But actually in the distance, where the weather is coming from, the skies are a bit bright, so we're certainly staying on for the time being.
There's a bit of optimism in the crowd, because I've just seen a man walk past with an ice cream. So
Really?
The ice cream van is still doing good business despite the fact that it's a bit grey.
Well, he's brave. Ice creams. I don't think it doesn't feel like an ice cream sort of day. But a real bonus for Essex, really, coming out after tea. They were probably thinking, well, we're going to get much play here, and they have. They've picked up a wicket. But this is a really crucial partnership now for Sussex.
Matt Critchley picked up the only wicket of the afternoon session for Essex, that of Tom Alsop, LBW, in the 70s. He is going to continue to bowl from Cromwell Road end, leg spin. Just seemed to liven things up when he came on to bowl, and has been reasonably tight as well. 1 for 18 from his 7 overs. In he comes to Simpson, the captain, who looks to turn that one into the leg side. Essex have short leg in. Dean Elgar under the helmet.
The light's actually quite good now, by comparison.
Around the wicket is Critchley. It's driven out into the offside by Simpson. Finds the outstretched hand of Paul Walter for no run. Critchley, third ball of the over, and there's a big appeal as Simpson struck on the pad. We're behind the batter at this point, so didn't get a good view of that one, but the umpire not interested in that, and it wasn't as big an appeal from Essex as previously. It was an LBW decision that Critchley got earlier on today.
He does like an appeal, Matt Critchley, doesn't he? He's imploring the umpire to give it out.
Maybe Simpson had just come across. As Critchley is in, and that time Simpson gets bat on it. 4 dot balls so far. Remains 213 for 4. Sussex trailing by 87 as Critchley is in, and Simpson digs that one out back to the bowler.
I'd imagine here that Essex are just keen to stay on the field. If they had to bowl their spinners for the next 20 odd overs, I think they'd be happy to do that.
Yeah, it does seem to be improving all the time. Certainly the rain clouds have gone as Critchley is in on the back foot. Simpson is defending. That's a maiden over from Critchley. So Sussex remain 213 for 4, trailing by 87, and the wicket of Daniel Ibrahim having gone down in that first wicket after tea.
They certainly have got an update to come to our listeners on BBC Radio. Sussex, Surrey and Kent in a few moments' time. Dean back with us in a few minutes' time as well. Coles and Simpson having a natter. The umpires seem quite content with the fact the light is okay for the time being, and having picked up a wicket, Khalil Ahmed is going to carry on from this, the C end of the ground. A wicket going down after tea. Caught and bowled, full shot by Daniel Ibrahim, big top edge, and caught and bowled, the ball just looping back to the bowler, and a real bonus wicket as far as Essex were concerned. Ahmed is on his way, running away from us. In and bowls, and James Coles is hit on the pad. The ball bounces out on the leg side, and there is no run. Dean is back with us, and the light is sort of going in and out. Just about a minute ago it looked quite good, but now it's got a little gloomy again, and the umpires will have quite a close eye on this. But there are some brighter skies in the distance. We'll just have to see how we go. Coles waits.
Looks like the weather is coming from a slightly different direction today than it has been for the last couple of days.
I think we've been quite lucky to get away with it, Dean, to be honest. Oh, here we go. We've got an update coming in a moment's time as in comes Ahmed bowls and Coles defends, as he has done stoutly all afternoon, plays it down the track, and there is no run. I just need to bone up on the Kent score. Who's making runs for Kent? Harry Finch. 55 not out. Ahmed wanders back to his mark. Yeah, I mean, it looked at tea time, I have to say, I was thinking we're not going to get much more play here, but and the umpires looked a bit reluctant, and Sussex have lost that wicket of Dan Ibrahim, which hasn't helped since tea. Ahmed in bowls, and Coles defends with a high left elbow, plays the ball down the ground, and there is no run. Fielded there by Sam Cook at mid-on. Here we go.
The latest from the cricket. Adrian Harms is watching the third day of Sussex's game with Essex at Hove.
Very grey and overcast here, Adam. The floodlights are on, but mercifully so far no rain, although Sussex might welcome some. They're in trouble here. 213 for 4. They've lost a wicket since tea, that of Daniel Ibrahim. James Coles is still there. He's 84 not out, but Sussex still trailing here by 87 runs, and there are still another 36 overs to be bowled tonight. Meanwhile at Scarborough, Surrey 167 for 2, still trailing Yorkshire by 350. Looks like that game is heading for a draw. The men out Burns and Sibley. Kent going along very nicely down at Cardiff. They're 306 for 5, leading Glamorgan by 134, a half century there from Harry Finch. In the Test match, England also going along nicely. They're 109 without loss in reply to India's 358. Zach Crawley, 52 not out.
Adrian, thank you. As ever, you can follow progress of
as Coles plays onto the onside, and there is no run. 213 for 4. Just the one slip in place, a leg slip there as well.
Yeah, just watching that replay of the Dan Ibrahim dismissal.
Ahmed in again, bowls, and Coles clips this nicely away through mid-wicket. They've taken one. I think they'll come back for 2. He has a comfortable 2 in the end. Fielded out the distance by Jordan Cox, and the total goes to 215 for 4. Coles goes to 86 at the end of the over. 84 at the end of the over, I apologise.
Just the air of resignation from Ibrahim after that ball popped up off the leading edge, and almost one as if, you know, what can I do? It was such an air of disappointment from him. I think he was really trying to make amends for that first innings dismissal. batting quite nicely, just only looking to turn the ball into the leg side, and to be dismissed by that, you could tell the game is eating him up inside, as it can do. Critchley continues then from the Cromwell Road end around the wicket, and Simpson tucks this into the leg side and fielded by Harmer. There's no run. Sometimes the game can be so cruel, as Critchley comes in round the wicket to Simpson, who drives into the offside up towards the wide mid-off, and he picks up a single, so one more to the total, 216 for 4.
I just wondered as well, with a little bit of, I don't mean inexperience, but the light was really marginal at that stage, and I wonder if in your mind you're thinking, I wonder if we're staying on here or going off, and either way.
Critchley in, and this is driven by Coles wide of mid-off. There's a bit of a chase on it. I think the ball's going to win in the end, and it does. Runs away for 4. Good looking drive there by James Coles, full of length, and just kind of created a bit of space to pick his spot through the offside, and moves into the 90s as James Cole, as Critchley comes in over the wicket. This one defended out to backward point, and there is no run. But I was just talking to one of the volunteers in the museum about Dan Ibrahim, and still very positive as Critchley comes in over the wicket and driven straight to cover. She said, he's still young, there's a lot of potential there, and full of support for the batter as Critchley comes in over the wicket and just turned to short fine leg, and they'll pick up a single, thinking about taking the extra run, and this is the overthrow, and it could be a run out, and that is
absolutely ridiculous.
That is a curious bit of cricket there from Sussex, and James Coles hangs his head over his bat, and the old adage, never run on a misfield, could not have been more apt, as they turn the ball into the leg side for a very easy single. And then James Simpson looking for the overthrow initially. Coles was not alert to it, and then he decides to go for the extra run. Simpson had no chance, well short.
Well, that's it's 2 wickets gifted really since tea, isn't it? But that was initially, if you look, John Simpson was looking at James Cole to say, let's take an overthrow here. He was looking for the overthrow, and then he suggested it to James Cole, and James Cole said yes, but I think the ball was already in the fielder's hands.
So a really dozy piece of cricket, I'm afraid. As you said, Adrian, initially the throw that came in past the keeper, James Simpson was alert, looking for that extra run, and I think if they'd set off immediately, there would have been that extra run there. But James Coles had run through, was not paying attention, had run through, wasn't watching where the ball had gone, so he didn't respond initially to that call for the extra run, and then he turned, realised what had happened, called Simpson through for that extra run, by which time Simpson was back on his heels, the ball was in the fielder's hands, as you said, didn't really have a choice. Perhaps Simpson should have responded negatively and told Coles just to stay where he was, but instead he went for the run and was well short as the bails were taken off at the non-striker's end. And catalogue of errors really, and a gift from Sussex to Essex there. Needless wicket.
Ahmed comes in, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays a beautiful shot, the first ball he receives, steering the ball away through the covers. A stylish drive through the covers from Finn Hudson Prentice, who was actually on a pair. He plays that nicely for 4 runs. 225 for 5 arrears and now 75. Really important. I know this isn't easy for James Coles. He's still a very young cricketer, and he will know that he's been involved. The way John Simpson looked at James Coles was pretty accusingly, just like, you know, it was your fault. But he needs to put that out of his mind now if he can, and that's not going to be easy. In comes Ahmed, bowls to Hudson Prentice, who clips nicely through mid-wicket, picks up a single. He goes to 5. It was just a catalogue of errors. I mean, as I say, I think initially John Simpson, you've absolutely described it right, Dean. He was. It was initially John Simpson's idea to come back for the second, but Elgar's throw was an awful throw, wasn't it? That he got in initially. It was really poor cricket all round.
Appalling cricket all round. It was.
In comes Ahmed, bowls to Coles, who defends into the offside now run. All of a sudden the light is not great again, but Essex can hardly believe they're lucky. You know, they've picked up 2 wickets. We wondered if they might play after tea with the lights on, and the game has turned on its head. 2 wickets going down, and the Simpson wicket's a huge wicket because Finn Hudson Prentice is a very capable player, as is Jack Carson coming in next, but then you're really into the Sussex tail.
Yeah, such a key wicket, John Simpson.
Ahmed in bowls, turned away by James Coles, down towards 5 leg. He's going to pick up 4 runs. No, he isn't. The fielder just pulls the ball up inside the boundary. 2 more to Coles, who goes to 93. The total 228 for 5.
James Coles has batted really well for this 93, and he's batted really responsibly as well. You know, it's a great shame for him, because having batted so patiently and with great skill, to have lost his captain in that way.
Ahmed in bowls to Coles, who drives down the ground, firmly fielded by Cox. And that's a no ball over Ahmed, who again looks at the crease as if to say, "Well, are you sure about that?" But no.
And I think both Coles and Simpson knew where the accusatory looks lay in that dismissal, but he's going to have to get it out of his mind. James Coles, he's just got to concentrate on scoring as many runs as he can, start off with the next 7 and then keep going.
Ahmed in bowls to James Coles, who pulls without timing onto the leg side but picks up his 94th run, 231 for 5. The arrears are 69.
As much as anything, he won't want to go into the dressing room and have a conversation with his captain anytime soon.
No.
But if he manages to put a huge number of runs next to his name by the close of play, and he's still there, that conversation will be a lot happier than it would be if he finds himself back there in the next 15 minutes or so. So that's a good incentive for James Coles, just to keep going, keep batting how he has done so far in this excellent innings, and worry about his captain later.
Ahmed comes in and bowls to Hudson Prentice, sways out the way of a short delivery through into the gloves of Michael Pepper. Very good afternoon and welcome to our listeners on Sports Extra 2, as well as on BBC Radio Sussex and Essex. Myself, Adrian Harms, alongside journalist Dean Wilson and Victoria Polly from BBC Radio Essex. The floodlights are on, lots of heavy cloud around Hove, but so far today we've been uninterrupted by the weather. But since tea, Sussex have lost 2 wickets. Daniel Ibrahim caught off a leading edge, caught and bowled, the ball just looping in the air, and the catch easily taken by Khalil Ahmed. And then a calamitous run out, there's no other way to describe it, between James Coles and John Simpson. The old adage, as Dean was saying, never run on an overthrow. Sussex did. On a misfield. They did. And John Simpson was run out, and Sussex now in dire straits.
Critchley over the wicket comes in, and a more hesitant running there from Coles with Hudson Prentice. He turned the ball into the leg side, unsure of whether to risk the run against Paul Walter. In the end, they decide to come through for it and get home comfortably. So 1 more to the total. Coles moves to 95 not out, and Finn Hudson Prentice, aka the Sailor, is going to face his first delivery from Critchley. It's a full toss. He drives firmly straight past the stumps through the vacant mid-on area, beats the fielder Tom Westley and runs away for 4. So been 2 crisp looking strokes already from Finn Hudson-Prentice in his innings so far. This one just pushed straight back past the bowler on the full. There's a slip and a leg slip as Critchley comes in and left alone outside the off stump. There's no run.
If James Coles goes through to his 100, it'll be the 3rd successive county championship match in which he scored 100. Durham, Warwickshire and here.
Critchley bowls and Hudson-Prentice defends firmly into the offside, and there's no run. Well, that's a sign of someone in good form. There have been a few T20 matches in between, no doubt. Yeah. As Critchley comes in and a diving catches it in the covers. What a catch that is! Fantastic work by Simon Harmer in a shortish cover. And Finn Hudson-Prentice goes for the booming drive. I said he'd played a couple of crisp shots already. He goes for another drive outside the off stump. It's a bit too uppish. And Simon Harmer, diving away to his right, takes the catch. And Matt Critchley, who's had a wonderful game with the bat, he's now doing some real damage with the ball. That's his 2nd wicket. 2 for 29, and Finn Hudson-Prentice has gone for 9 from just 7 deliveries, and Sussex now 236 for 6, still trailing Essex by 64, and they are in a bit of a hole.
Well, a bit of a hole is probably an understatement, because Jack Carson can bat. He has made a first-class 100 already this season, but Sussex still trailing here, as you say, Dean, by 64. They've lost 3 wickets since tea, 3 for 33 since tea. I mean, a top edge which the ball looped back to the bowler. I don't think he was in a great position to play the shot. The run out, which was almost indescribable, really. And now Finn Hudson-Prentice, great catch by Harmer, but Essex would have gone to tea. I wrote in my tea time report that I thought Essex would want to rattle through these overs, get to the new ball tonight. And with Cook and Porter, you never know what's going to happen. But as it is now, Essex are in firm control. Looks like there's some darker clouds rolling in, but the weather forecast is good here for tomorrow. But Essex really scenting that they could finish this game off. And poor old James Coles, he's batted so well out there. I'm sure that run out's going to be on his mind. But Essex have just turned the screw here since the tea break.
Yeah, it's amazing how quickly things can change when Tom Alsop, James Coles batting together. Things look very promising for Sussex in terms of trying to dig themselves out of this situation as Critchley comes in over the wicket and is defended by Carson straight back up the pitch, and there is no run. And so Sussex would have been hoping for it's already been an improved performance in the 2nd innings compared with the 1st, but they really wanted to try and go big, and they put themselves into a pretty promising position at 212 for 3, but since then they've lost 3 for 24, and really Essex turning the screw now. They've had a little bit of fortune. They were gifted a run out to dismiss John Simpson, but there's been some good bowling in there as well and some terrific fielding.
In comes Kalame, bowls to James Coles, who plays to mid-wicket, fielded by Walter, and there is no run. Just to run through the events of the day for those of us joining us on Sports Extra 2. Essex eventually bowled out for 504 this morning. Simon Harmer finishing on 53. He hit 3 big sixes this morning, so the lead was exactly 300 for Essex. Sussex then slumping to 33 for 2. Tom Haynes out for a single. Daniel Hughes for 14 as in comes Ahmed. Bowls to Coles, who clips that on the leg side. They've taken one. Surely they won't think about two on this occasion. No, they won't. Coles goes to 96 to 37 for 6. But then a partnership of 141 between James Coles and Tom Alsop looked to have got Sussex back into the game before Alsop was LBW to back Critchley, just as Essex looked to be getting quite frustrated. Critchley into the attack with his leg spin, picked up a wicket in his second over. And since tea, as Dean was saying, Ibrahim Simpson and Hudson Prentice have all gone. James Coles, 96 not out, as I say, it would be his third 100 in successive matches for Sussex. The 7th of his career for the 21-year-old, who's making quite a name for himself in his first season in Division 1 cricket, but he's leaning on his bat now at the non-striker's end. And probably having difficulty getting that run out of his mind. It's not easy. Carson wasn't ready. Ahmed was halfway on his way in and isn't desperately happy that Jack Carson isn't ready, but now Carson is, and Ahmed is back to his mark at the C end of the ground, runs away from us to bowl to Jack Carson. He's in and bowls, and Carson right in behind that, plays it into the offside. There is no run.
Yeah, the story of the day. I started off with Essex dominance with the bat Simon Harmer making it to half century, but there had been a bit of a fight back from Sussex. That partnership, as Adrian mentions, between Alsop and Cole.
Ahmed in bowls to Carson, who's right in behind that defence into the offside, no run. Just to say, in the test match, England 123 without loss after just 24 overs and 5 balls, so really rattling along. Zach Crawley on 63, Ben Duckett is on 58. In the County Championship, Hampshire 290 for 5 in reply to Notts 578 for 8. Worcestershire 215 for 8 against Warwickshire Edgbaston, leading by 364. Ahmed round the wicket, bowls to Jack Carson, who again defends a ball of short of a length, played out into the offside, no run. Surrey 181 for 2 at Scarborough in reply to Yorkshire's 517 for 6, but that game looking very much destined for a draw. Leicestershire looking in a good place to win yet again in Division 2, with Derbyshire 62 for 3, needing another 384 to win. Kent 328 for 5, a half century there for Harry Finch. Kent leading Glamorgan by 156. Gloucestershire following on at Bristol, at Cheltenham at the Cheltenham Festival, 32 without loss, as in comes Ahmed round the wicket, bowls, and Carson plays that away on the offside, picks up a single. Still trailing Lancashire by 144. And I'm afraid it's raining at Merchant Taylor's Court. In fact, they've just started again. Northants being asked to follow on by out for 261. Northants 0 for 0 in their second innings, needing 364 to avoid an innings defeat. It is the end of the over. 238 for 6, with Carson on 1, Coles on 96. We get Victoria back on commentary in a couple of moments' time. James Cole will say 96 of 176 deliveries. The light is not great again, Dean. It's I just saw the umpires have a quick glance at each other, and Essex will be very, very keen to stay out here and try and finish the job tonight if they can.
Yeah, they will. And Matt Critchley, operating, wheeling away from the Cromwell Road end, is looking as likely as anyone to take a wicket as he comes in, and this one defended into the offside by Carson, and there's no run. He's got a slip and a leg slip waiting for either edge as he wheels away over the wicket. That's short and pulled away, and that's another wicket, another gift of a wicket for Essex. Matt Critchley, a bit of a golden arm, you'd have to say. And Carson hanging his head, can't quite believe what he's done. Short ball, shovelled across to mid-wicket, really could have put it anywhere he wanted to, and he only found the hands of Paul Walter. He's got a big wingspan, you've got to get it pretty wide of him, but as it turned out it was straight to him, and Carson, who understandably is taking an eternity to leave the field. He can't quite believe what he's done, but he's got to go for one. Another wicket for Sussex, and it's Critchley, who now has 3 for 29. Sussex 238 for 7, and another gift of a wicket.
Well, it was a long hop, really, wasn't it, from Matt Critchley and Jack Carson, who he can't believe it. He could bat Jack Carson. He's made a first-class 100 this season, and just turned it in the air, and Walter took the catch as easy as he liked. 4 wickets have gone down since tea. Sussex have lost 4 for 35. And we said Essex will fancy finishing this off tonight, and I think they very much will. If the light holds, they've got every chance of doing it.
And if the Sussex batters keep making it as straightforward as they have done to take these wickets, it will come in a hurry. A real disappointment there for Carson, and the moment it left his bat, he knew what he'd done, and you could feel the disappointment from here. But Critchley won't mind at all. It just continues a fabulous game for him. He's now got 3 wickets, as I say, 3 for 29. That's his 22nd wicket in the Championship this season, and that to go alongside the 100 he made in Essex's only innings, as he comes in again over the wicket, and big stride by Tarvalis, defends back up to the bowler, and there's no run.
Well, just to make the point, we were saying yesterday that such is the difference between 3rd and 8th in the table, where these two sides started off this week, that an Essex win takes them to within about 14 points of Sussex. I mean, it really is that close in the middle of the table.
Critchley in again over the wicket and defended by Tarvalis. There's no run.
I feel a bit bad here, because generally we like to be on commentary if one of your team gets 100. But James, I feel we should get Victoria back on, really. But James Coles has been stuck in the 90s for ages.
Well, he's not facing now, as Tarvalis defends once again back up the pitch. There's no run. Well, maybe at the end of the over we can get Victoria back on comms, as Matt Critchley waits to bring about what would be a wicket maiden if he can dot this one, and he can. Very well bowled by Matt Critchley. His 11th over, 3 for 29.
Well, if Essex win this game, Dean, they will have 112 points. Sussex will only pick up 2 points from the game, the 2 bowling points. So Sussex will have 125, Essex will have 112. So the difference between is only going to be 13 points. And that was the difference at the starter play between 3rd and 8th. So it's a huge win as far as Essex are concerned. And it looks like it could be a damaging defeat for Sussex. We'll have to see how other games sort of pan out over the next in this particular round of matches. But we can hear the wind really getting up. But it's been an awful post-tea session for Sussex. Ahmed makes his way in. 96 not out is James Coles. He's in the bowls, and Coles just pushes that into the offside ball. Harry Tarvalis has made a first-class half-century, so I'm sure he'll feel he can support James Coles here. The arrears are still 61, and with a good weather forecast tomorrow, it's going to take something heroic here for Sussex to take this deep into the 4th day. We may not get through today because there's still some heavy cloud around, which seems to be building again over towards the Downs. But
I think the mere challenge of trying to erase that deficit and make Essex bad again is something that Sussex very much will be keen to see happen.
In comes Ahmed, bowls to Tarvalis, who's solidly forward, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run.
And up until about 20 minutes ago, half an hour ago, I thought that was very, very likely.
Well, I was talking to someone last night, a Sussex member, who said to me before this game, Sussex have got 5 games left to play, 3 of them here at Hove, and quite a nice run in terms of teams all below them in the Championship, and thinking actually Sussex could finish quite high up in the Championship, which they could still do. In comes Ahmed, bowls, and Carvelos defends into the offside, no run. But this will be a very damaging defeat in terms of any sort of chances Sussex thought of. Well, we don't know who's maybe even winning it. I mean, if they've, you know, with 5 games to go, you just never know. But this will be just picking up the 2 points and up to Scarborough next week. So Sussex will need to pick themselves up. Of course, it's not done and dusted yet, but it's going to take a monumental effort for them not to lose this game. Ahmed on his way again, bowls to Carvelos, short down the leg side, taken by Pepper, and there is no run. Is that a no ball? I think it is a no ball yet again. 239 for 7.
I think he was just checking on the...
Oh, was he? Was it 4th ball of the over?
On the height, actually, with the square leg umpire.
And sometimes they do make that little signal, don't they, with 4 balls to go? And
yeah, I think he was just checking on the short ball. So
I was hopeless at that deeming, and I always, we used to put little pebbles in our pocket, count the balls. It's a nightmare. In comes Ahmed, bowls. Carvelos is very circumspectly forward, plays out into the offside, and there is no run.
I still use the pebble technique.
My
daughter, who happens to be at the back of the box at the moment, in her under 12 games, I tend to umpire and before the start of play go hunting for six
stones,
smooth stones, which still sometimes end up one short.
Yeah. Well,
during the over.
My club got sort of quite advanced in the end. They used to have 6 beads on a piece of string, but I used to get horribly confused with that.
Yeah, but when you get to 3, which way are you moving it? You know, it's very tricky.
Ahmed in bowls to Carvelos, who plays the ball down to mid-on, fielded by Jordan Cox. That's the end of the over. So James Coles will have this over. He's 97 not out. Will he go through to his 100? We shall see. The arrears are 61. Yeah, they were forever calling out, end of the over, umpire. Oh, right, sorry about that.
When I was young and used to enjoy batting, my ability to count to 6 was quite incredible, really. The single off the 5th ball was like clockwork, and if an umpire tried to deny me that extra opportunity, I would know exactly how many balls were left in the over. But now I haven't got a clue.
Well, let's just see if James Coulson can go through to his 100 here. He's having a chat there to Michael Pepper behind the stumps. It's going to be Matt Critchley who's going to bowl. There's this short leg side boundary, and it'll be deserved 100 for James Coles if he gets there. In comes Critchley, bowls to Coles, who clips that away through the leg side. A good bit of fielding by Paul Walter stops what could well have been a boundary for James Coles. It would be his 7th first class 100 and his 3rd of this season, as in comes Ahmed, bowls, and Coles has a wild swing at one outside of the off stump. He's played so straight. What are you laughing at?
keep going.
Sorry. In comes Critchley again. Coles turns onto the leg side, picks up a single. He goes to 98. I'm sorry, I pinched your over.
Well spotted. There we go.
240 for 7.
I feel like you were taking out all those those batters that I pinched singles from the 5th ball of the over. You were taking one back for them and snatching my over.
Go on, you go. It's James Cole.
I'm teasing.
James Cole's off strike now.
I'm teasing.
He's inching his way to this 100, isn't he?
I was. It just that it confused me. I was just like, was I supposed to say? I thought I was supposed to say something, but as long as each ball gets commentated on, I think we'll be okay. At least the listeners won't be in the dark.
No.
Got a second slip in on his knees as Critchley comes in over the wicket and defended by Carvelos. We've got a very close Dean Elgar, who's been at short leg and silly point under the helmet at various points. He's now fielding at what you'd probably call a gully for the leg spinner, but he's so close he's got the helmet on as Critchley comes in over the wicket. This is defended into the offside and there's no run. So Jordan Cox at slip. Pepper's got the helmet on as standing up as keeper. Cox at slip without a helmet, and then Elgar at second slip with a helmet as Critchley comes in again over the wicket, defended by Carvelis very confidently, and there is no run. So 240 for 7 Sussex, still 60 runs adrift of making Essex bat again, and James Coles, who'll take the strike at the start of this, the 70th over of the innings. He's 98 not out from 180 deliveries, so a fairly orthodox and patient innings from James Coles. He got a half century in the first innings, looking to score what would be his third century in his third successive match.
Yes, you would, yes.
So a batter really in terrific form. But I think we're going to get a bowling change from the sea end with Captain Tom Wesley just marshalling things in the field, sending a few players back. It's interesting to see how they'll play this game within a game, with Coles looking to get to 3 figures. He's 2 away as Simon Harmer has the ball in his hands.
And Tom Wesley's going to come right out here to log on, so they're allowing James Coles the single here. I think it could be a bit of rain in the air, you know. As comes Harmer round the wicket bowls, and Coles clips that onto the leg side, followed by Water. There is no run. Harmer back to his mark. Floodlight shining brightly, lots of heavy cloud around Hove now, and Harmer is in bowls, and Coles clips, so that's going to take him to his 99th run. Fielded at deep backwards square. Any first class 100 is a terrific 100, and James Coles deserves 100 because he's played really well, but I'm sure in his own mind it'll be a little bit bittersweet because of the mix-up with John Simpson, and that was the moment when, who knows, maybe Sussex would have lost the game anyway, but you just felt that was a moment that really, where the game really turned. Harmer again, bowls to Carvelis, who's stretching forward, plays into the offside, no run. But whilst we're saying Sussex haven't distinguished themselves here since tea, I think you have to give a lot of credit to Essex. I think they've been excellent in this game. They haven't played like a side who have only won, second bottom of the championship. I mean, they've absolutely dominated this game.
They have. They've played very, very well with bat and ball, in particular with the ball. I think that the skills of Sam Cook and Jamie Porter to the fore really did put them into a strong position. As there's a bit of a stoppage here.
Yeah.
Just looking to see exactly what's happening.
I think I want a helmet bought out, which is I'm not a fan of this. Helmets being bought out halfway through overs. I just think you should have to. Look at the delay now.
And they weren't expecting it either. It's taken some time to go and find it and bring it down for Noah Thane, I think it is, who's looking to join Dean Elgar under the lid.
Bit surprised really, because I thought Essex just want to get on with this really, but all counties do. I'm not particularly saying with Essex, but I just think we see this a lot in cricket, where halfway through an over a signal goes out, the helmet comes out. It all comes back to what we were saying about slow over rates. Now, in fairness, Essex are fine, aren't they? They're -1, but we have got a delay.
Well, Thane is the man who's going to join Dean Elgar and Michael Pepper in wearing a helmet on the fielding side, gathered around Carvelis.
Harmer in bowls, Carvelis punches to mid-off, there is no run. Ian Scales, watching in Findon, isn't particularly happy. It says, "It's my birthday, what a lovely present." He was referring to the run out. Harmer in, Carvelis plays with soft hands into the offside, no run, faces 15 balls so far, Rory Carvelis. He hasn't made a run yet. In comes Harmer again, over the wicket bowls, and Carvelis beaten outside the off stump. That is the end of the over. So maybe this will be the over where James Coles gets his 100. We shall see. He's been waiting a long time, hasn't he? He's on 99.
He has. He's been edging his way. He's scored a single in each of the last 5 overs to inch his way towards 99 not out. So if he continues that form, he'll reach another first class 100, and then he can think about settling in for a few more. But the field very different now. Lots of players in tight in on the one as Matt Critchley comes in over the wicket, and Coles just plays this one into the leg side, and Walter does the fielding. There's no run. Walter taking a very simple catch to dismiss Carson as Critchley comes again over the wicket, and James Coles plays a very deliberate forward defensive straight out of the textbook, and Critchley tosses the ball up, comes in over the wicket, short ball. Coles rocks onto the back foot, but he can't force it through the offside field, and there's no run.
Well, they're not going to give him this 100, are they? A first class 100's a first class 100, and they have to be earned.
Just looking around the field, where can he get it here as Critchley comes in, another shortish delivery that Coles defends. The ball bounces up as if it might roll back towards the stumps, and Coles just knocks it out the way with his pads. So Critchley again over the wicket, nicely flighted, and Coles with a deliberate forward defensive, very low to the ground, playing as if he has all the time in the world, which, to be fair, he does. Critchley comes in again over the wicket, and Coles once again defends stoutly. He does not want Matt Critchley to have any more success with the ball. He's already picked up 3 wickets today, but Coles happy to stay on 99 not out and keep this partnership with Carvalhais going. Carvalhais 16 deliveries faced, still yet to get off the mark. He's got a wonderful forward defensive as well.
Yep. Simon Harbour comes in, bowls to Carvalhais, who defends into the offside, fielded at backward point, and there is no run. It just feels to me like there's rain in the air. It's quite gloomy. Well, it's been gloomy for a while. Yeah, it felt like, is that an umbrella up? No, I thought it was an umbrella up in the southwest corner. Harbour again. In and bowls. Carvalhais forward, plays down the offside of the track. There is no run. I'm sure Essex would love to get this done tonight if they could, but I don't think they're going to get a chance to. You know, I rather think the elements may conspire. Harbour bowls, Carvalhais defends down the track. There is no run. The weather forecast for those in Essex who are thinking, oh dear, could we be robbed here? I think the forecast is good for tomorrow.
I think there will be some frustration though around that, because
Harbour in bowls, clipped away. I thought it's clipped down the leg side, not taken cleanly by Pepper. There's no run.
You know, let's say they'd managed to avoid that calamitous run out with John Simpson, and he was still there if this rain does appear.
Yeah. Harbour in bowls, Carvalhais defends onto the onside again. There is no run.
Then you start to kind of think about, oh, you know, then we're only 5 down maybe, you know, with a day to play and only maybe 30 runs behind, and
yeah, definitely.
You know, all those sorts of permutations really starts to kind of get exciting and wonder. But in the end, Essex now in complete control.
Carvalhais clips the ball down to fine leg and picks up a single off the last ball. Oh, sorry, it's your delivery, isn't it? My apologies. Carvalhais on his way. 2:42 for 7 live cricket here on the BBC. BBC Sussex and Essex, also on Sports Extra 2. A very good evening wherever you're listening from. We've got the lights on here at Hove. Lots of dark cloud around Hove, but we've avoided any interruptions so far. I'm Adrian Harms, Dean Wilson, journalist, sitting next to me, where earlier on today, Essex bowled out for 504, resuming on their overnight 51 for 7. Simon Harmer going through to a half century. As in comes Critchley, bowls to Carvallis, who clips this one down towards fine leg. It could go all the way for 4 runs. Actually, it's rolling down towards the boundary, and it's gone for a couple of runs to Harry Carvallis. Is it me or is it you? I thought you did the last over. I'm sorry. We're all getting terribly confused during the commentary box. 244 for 7. Sorry, Dean. I was just giving a sum up for our listeners there. But Sussex lost 4 wickets since tea.
Dean Elgar back on his knees at gully as Critchley comes into Carvallis, who's forward, defends, and there's no run. I think the confusion comes from the fact that whether it's Critchley bowling or Harmer, it's a spinner and then a forward defensive, and then rinse and repeat as Critchley comes in again and Carvallis comes forward, defends, and there is no run. So we're in a little bit of stasis right now. 7.5 overs till the second new ball as Critchley comes in, and variation on a theme. Carvallis comes forward but lets it go outside the off stump, and there's no run. 244 for 7 as Critchley comes in over the wicket, and Carvallis turns this into the leg side. They're going to scamper through for a single. Brings James Coles back on strike. He's got 1 delivery to face from Matt Critchley, and a slight change in the field. Dean Elgar goes to a short fine leg, keeps the helmet on as Critchley comes in, and ball turned into the leg side by Coles, but there is no room for a run, so he stays on 99 not out. Sussex 245 for 7, still 55 runs away from asking Essex to bat again. And as I say, we're just in a little period of a little impasse between these two sides. Essex would love a wicket or 2 if they can, but the defensive capabilities of Harry Carvallis and James Coles are enough to keep them at bay for now with this 73 over old Kookaburra ball.
Simon Harmer comes in from the CN, bowls to Carvallis, who's beaten. There's a bit of turn there, I think, Dean, and Carvallis is beaten through to Michael Pepper. There is no run.
Well, Jordan Cox, Dean Elgar, Simon Harmer and Dean Wilson all had their hands on their heads at how that ball managed to avoid the stumps. So close.
Harmer again in bowls. Carvallis defends. Footed by Walter at mid-wicket. There is no run. The gathering gloom here at Hove. It feels more like sort of a late September day, doesn't it? It's dark and gloomy and chilly as Harmer comes in. Carvallis takes a step down the wicket and drives, but Harmer fields off his own bowling.
It will be interesting to see if the weather does stay like this. If the second new ball comes along and they want to bring the seamers back, I'm not sure the umpires will be too happy with that.
Harmer in, Carvallis defends onto the onside. Again fielded by Walter, there is no run. No, I agree. A new ball would be available in 6 overs time after this over from Simon Harmer. And in normal circumstances I'm sure Essex would take it, but Dean's absolutely right as Harmer is in bowls. Carvallis defends to slim it off. There is no run. The game is rather stuck in a rut at the moment. Sussex just trying to battle away. They've lost these 4 wickets since tea. They're still trailing by 55 runs. They've only got 3 wickets left. Harmer final ball of the over in bowls. Carvallis defends. There is no run. Another over ticks by. Will this be the over where James Coles gets his 100? He's 99 not out, 245 for 7. Simon Harmer takes his cap from umpire Newell. You can probably tell on our effects microphone that it's a breezy afternoon now down on the south coast. The whole the cloud is completely filled in. I'm really surprised we're still playing, to be honest. Victoria's done our update. Let's bring Victoria back in onto commentary with Matt Critchley to bowl the next over.
Well, I think you're quite right about there being a bit of rain out there. That I think it might just be a little bit too heavy for play to continue. I think the umpires are going to have a conversation, but they're not even going to do that. They're taking the stumps out the ground. They're going to head off. Bit of bad light, bit of moisture.
I can
grim
see
conditions.
Yeah, I can see on this side of the commentary box here these sort of spots of rain. It just felt like it's been on its way for the last 10 minutes or so. So the player, old James Coles, goes off 99 not out. There is a rain delay. Looking at the sky, I'll be quite surprised, if we get back on tonight. It's just got that feel about things. Essex will be very keen to get back on. They just need 3 more wickets, a new ball available in 6 overs time. They'll want to finish this off tonight if they can, but I don't think it looks particularly likely, Dean. If you look at the sky at the moment.
No, I don't think so, but I suppose from an Essex point of view, they've done as much really as they could have hoped to after tea. They picked up 4 wickets after tea, and they were giving a little bit of assistance with the run out of Simpson for sure. Jack Carson would also be scratching his head as to how he managed to send a rank long hop from Matt Critchley straight into the hands of Paul Walter, but the rain just getting a little too heavy, sending the players off. And as I said just before, Adrian, if Simpson were batting now with Coles and they'd gone off 5 down, and if this is the last play that we do get today, then the wonder of what might have been able to occur on the final day would be oh so tantalising. As it is, you just feel 7 down. No disrespect at all to Harry Carvelis, but John Simpson, captain, has been a revelation really with the bat throughout his time here at Sussex, and that was a really big wicket for Essex, just to send them ever closer to what would be a really important win for them. They've had a difficult championship season so far in 2025. This will be a much appreciated and well received boost were they to get over the line at some point, but they're not there yet. Still, they've got another 3 wickets to take. They have got a 55 run lead over Sussex, so there's still a little bit of work to be done for both sides, but for now the rain is the winner, and Sussex 245 for 7 trail Sussex by 55 runs here on day 3.
Thank you, Dean. Let's just get a quick word with Victoria before we go and make a cup of tea. Thank you, Dean. And I think Dean summing up perfectly there, really, that Essex have had such a desperate season in the Championship, but that's been a massive day for Essex today.
Yeah, I think as a whole, the game, the performance we've seen from Essex with the ball in the first innings, yesterday with the bat, just it's been a really complete performance, and I know they will be frustrated with the afternoon session from today, just picking up that 1 wicket. Sussex batted really well. They put the resistance up just to make things difficult for Essex, but certainly this hour that we've had after tea with the wickets, it's been good bowling. There's been a bit of fortune, particularly that first wicket of Daniel Ibrahim and then the run out. There has been some help for them, but they have had to toil away with the ball at times today. And Matt Critchley, I think we probably saw quite late on from what maybe we've been used to, particularly at Chelmsford. I know it's more of a spinning wicket, but you tend to see him and Simon Harmer a little bit earlier on with the spin. Matt Critchley, we had to wait a while to see today, but he's proved his worth with picking up the 3 wickets, and you felt the longer that, particularly still James Coles is there and has watched all this go around him, but if he could have found a partnership, or still could find a partnership with what's left to come for Sussex, it just prolongs things and potentially makes it more likely for Essex to bat again, but I think they'll be really keen that hopefully this is a short, sharp shower. They can get out there and at least get one more wicket before the end of play. I think you said to them when they'd taken one wicket in the afternoon session, maybe 1 or 2 in the evening, and come back tomorrow, they probably would have taken that.
I'm sure they would have done. But
to be in the position they are now, from where they were in the afternoon, they've never not been in control of the game. But it's just really reinforced it, I think, with what they've been able to do in this evening session. It's just a shame that the weather has come when it has, because it has certainly been a really positive evening session so far for Essex.
Well, it certainly has. The ground staff are bringing on more tarpaulins, and they're sort of rushing to get them on. Just looking at the weather and just looking at where it's coming from, the cloud is really low and glowering, and I wouldn't be a bit surprised if this is it for the day. Ben Gibson is just getting his team organised here, and they're dragging on more covers. So I wouldn't be surprised if this is it. Essex will, as I say, will be disappointed not to finish this off today. But on the other hand, Victoria, I think if you'd have said to Essex at the start of the game, you're going to be in this position going into the final day, I think they'd have probably bitten your hand off. And the weather forecast for tomorrow is good. So
yeah, I think it's not a question of time, is it? There's plenty of time for Essex in a good position. So they won't be worried in that sense. It's just the frustration of not being able to get it wrapped up early. But actually, when we look at the games for the rest of the season, I think the only game that hasn't gone to 4 days was the defeat at Worcestershire. Everything else, even the one win that Essex have had, which was at home to Worcestershire, did go into 4 days. When they've hung on for the draws that they've picked up, that's gone on way down to the wire on the final day as well. So yeah, I don't think they would have, as you say, bitten your hand off to be in the position they are in the evening session of day 3, and we are getting even more covers coming on, which suggests the rain is around and getting heavier too. So not good news, and to be honest, it had been threatening at parts today, hadn't it? And we managed to get away with it up until about 5:15, so I think we've done quite well.
Yeah.
I haven't looked at the weather forecast for tomorrow, Adrian. Is it looking all right?
Yeah, it's really good for tomorrow. I think we're going to get a clear day. But Dean was right, really. If this rain had held, if this rain had come an hour earlier when Sussex were 3 down and we hadn't come out after tea, we may be in a different conversation. The conversation might have been, well, can Sussex back for a good part of tomorrow? But as it is, the wickets have gone down, and we are where we are. So we're going to have a cup of tea. We'll leave the effects microphone on. I suspect, though, I would be hugely surprised if we get any more cricket here today. It does look as if the rain has set in, and as Victoria was saying, I think we've probably been quite lucky to get the amount of play that we have. So just a reminder of where we are. Sussex 245 for 7. They still need another 55 to avoid an innings defeat. James Coles is stuck on 99. Ari Carvelos is on 4. Very much Essex's day, as it has been for the first 3 days of this match. So well done to Essex on their performance. And Victoria and I will be back tomorrow if we don't speak to you again today. So we'll just leave the effects mic bubbling away and keep an eye on the BBC website and just see whether we get any more play, which does look unlikely. Yeah, of course you can. Yeah, do you want me at 22 as well, or just... Not 5:30, 20 to 6. Okay, that's fine. Thank you. I've got time to go to the loo.
Yeah, you've got time, yeah. I'll put you on the desk in a few minutes then, Adrian.
Thank you. It's just nice to commentate on 100, isn't it?
Yeah, no, it's totally fine.
But it was just I don't think...
Dragged out.
Hello? They're gone again now. They said it was 22 into the sports news. Oh, this is definitely it here. They're not coming back on. Hello? Hello, hello, hello? No. No, I think that'll be it for the day. Hello? Okay, no problem. That's okay. Yes, it started raining here, Matt, probably about 10 minutes ago, and it really looks as if the sky has filled in and we're not going to get any more cricket today. I would be very surprised, but it's only going to stave off the inevitable because Sussex are sliding to defeat here. They're 245 for 7 in their second innings. They've lost 4 wickets since tea. James Coles has stood defiant. He's 99 not out, but Sussex still trailing Essex by 55 runs with a whole day tomorrow, and the forecast is much better. Meanwhile, up at Scarborough, that game looks like it's heading to a draw. Surrey 235 for 3 in their second innings. Rory Burns making 78, but Yorkshire leading by 281. But very gloomy here at Hove, and it looks as if we're going into a fourth day.